Hey, good morning, Manor Park Classics, and good morning to people all over the world who have joined us on our live stream here. It's a bank holiday Saturday. You could be doing many wonderful things, but you've made the right decision. You've either come here in person or you've tuned in online, which is probably even better. Maybe you're sitting at home with a glass of wine. I'm not judging you, that it's not even 11 o'clock. You do you. That's the most important thing. Now, I've had a few people already in the comments saying, is David Gandy presenting today? Who is this hunk of a man on telly? It's just a very flattering T-shirt. So if you want to look as good as me, you can, because these Manor Park T-shirts now available to everyone. You don't have to work here. You can buy one. Just show your love for the Northwest's favourite auction house. If you want to go to your next car meet, cars and coffee, and look as good as this, it's going to cost you 12 quid. 12 quid for our own Manor Park merch. You can have one for yourself. You can, if you're in the room, come and buy one. If you're online thinking, how do I get one? Just give us a call. We'll take your credit card, we'll post you one out, or even better, come in and buy one. Now, we've got a little bit of time before I hand over to Tom, but first of all, you can see I'm surrounded by beautiful motorcycles. Now, we had a very good motorcycle sale yesterday. We're into the high 60s, early 70s of percentages sold, so most of these have gone. But like with any sale, there's always a few left over. And if you're thinking, do you know what, I wonder if there's anything that didn't sell yesterday that I could do a deal on today, the answer is of course. So if you look yesterday and you're wondering, is there anything I can buy? Yes, you can. So please talk to our lovely team. We do what we call a mop-up afterwards. And look at this as a hat as well. You can even buy the Manor Park hat. So if you're here today and you want to declare your love, buy the hat, buy the T-shirt. Now, there's bikes to sell. There's bikes to buy, but also, if you don't know, I'm going to bring my learned colleague, Sam, in. Sam, good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, you may not know, Sam is one of the founders of Manor Park many, many years ago. You and I think, what did I buy first? Did I buy a Subaru GLF first or an Espace?
It was a Subaru that you bought first.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I came here as a punter 3.5 years ago. 3.5 years ago, I came as a punter, had a lovely time, and ended up working here. So that just goes to show. But Sam, as well as being one of the founders of Manor Park Classics, is now running our online division. Sam, why is online so exciting, and what are the advantages over our physical auction?
Well, I think we've just identified that the physical auction isn't necessarily right all the time for every car, and we want to make sure that we're catering for all the customers, whether they're buying or selling. So it's held weekly, we've got a very quick turnaround time, it's free for sellers, the car stays with you, and the buyer pays a industry standard buyer's premium, basically. We move, as I say, very quickly, and the idea is that if the main sale isn't right for you in terms of timing, or perhaps the reserve level, or just location, that we can still buy and sell cars for you at any point in time.
That's exactly right, because we obviously have the Northwest here in Runcorn, we have Barons in Southampton, so hopefully geographically, if you're north or south, we've got a physical auction. But like Sam says, sometimes you want to keep hold of the car. If it's a project car, it's not that easy to shift. And we can take cars in any state of repair or disrepair. So here we do have projects, but on online we can take it all, can't we?
Well, look, we're really interested in project cars, and the reason why we think online works really well is because the car doesn't have to be brought here and potentially taken back again if it doesn't sell. The end buyer would come and collect it from you, and it means that we can do some really interesting photographs and videos, and we can tell the story of the car, and we can get it online reasonably quickly. We will advertise it on all the usual places that you'd expect to see it, and we'll deal with all the inquiries and we'll deal with the customers for you until the point where it's sold.
So there you go. Well, Sam has a huge amount of experience. Sam's actually heading this up. And just tell everyone, for those that don't know, like how long you've been doing this game and how long your dad was doing this game. Well, without giving away her age, because you never ask a lady her age. Obviously, we can gloss over that.
Well, I'm a car dealer's daughter. My dad's been trading since 1963, I think. Our business was first registered in 1971. So I took over from my dad in 2018 on my own, and I joined up with Steve and my friend to set up Manor Park Classics, and I've been sort of doing a little bit of both ever since.
So there you go. So we've got to search Manor Park Classics all online, or go onto the main site and you'll find it from there. Sam, enjoy today's sale. Are you going to be buying anything yourself?
Well, I'm not going to give anything away, but there's a couple I'm going to put my hand in the ring for, definitely. I think you can probably guess which ones I'd be interested in.
I can. I've also registered to bid. I'm going to let you know which ones I'm bidding on. You know the deal. Thank you, Sam. So do check out Manor Park Classics online. Lots of benefits. There's a few people in the online auction space, but not many people have the kind of experience that we do, both with the auction platform or just with the motor trade in general. So that's what you're buying into, and our rates are cheaper than anybody else. Now, I've got about 5 minutes before I hand over to Tom. We've got Tom auctioning today. He was magnificent in the bike sale yesterday. So that just gives me 5 minutes to tell you a few of the things we've got for sale. I don't know where to start. We've got too much good stuff, too much temptation. There's a few cars that stand out to me that I would like to buy, but I don't have the funds. Look at this. This is a great, great buy for somebody. I do love a DB9 anyway. I do think the DB9 is one of the most beautiful of all the Aston Martins, but this one is particularly well reserved at about 11 or 12,000 pounds, which you might think doesn't sound like a huge amount of money for an Aston. It isn't. There's a few little tiny bits to do, which is why it's well reserved. So you've got a bit of delacquering to do, a few paint imperfections. That I can't see being the work of very long. But also because the history of this car is missing. Now, I would say looking at the condition of the car, there's no way it doesn't have one. But when we don't have the history, when something's incomplete, we like to be honest with you and we like to price accordingly. So somebody is going to get an absolute bargain on that DB9, I think, today. And then if you're really clever, you'll find the history, you'll ring the dealer, ring round the specialist, ask the club. Somebody will know where the history for that car is. And if you can find it, you're the one that makes all the money. I've done that before, bought a car unprovenanced and provenanced it. And I bet you could add 5 or 6 grand in a week's worth of work to that car. Very simple to do. We've got some beautiful stuff down here, walking past these lovely people. Good morning. We've got MGBs of almost every colour, specification, year and style you could want. So would you like a beautiful early Tartan Roadster? It's a pull handle car, it's on steels. I just think these are looking better value and more handsome than they've ever looked. I don't know what it is, I think the MGB is coming into its own. You've also got people like Frontline doing amazing things with MGB, charging significant 6-figure sums for rebuilt cars. But you could buy something like this, look, 10 to 12,000 pounds. You could have that sitting on your driveway or in your garage. The perfect way to enjoy the sun, even though it's gone in today. Or a very late steel bumper BGT. One of the, what I call core classics, the fish and chip classics, the MGB. Just a really nice way to get into classic car ownership. If you've never had one before, they're very easy to drive. Believe it or not, even as a 6'4" tall person, I can fit in all of these cars. They've got a huge amount of legroom, and they're very easy to look after, very easy to insure. So we've got that one, we've got this lovely steel bumper BGT. We've got this gorgeous British racing green rubber bumper car, which are always very good value. And then if you want the last of the last, we've got an LE, which is the last edition, the late one, at the end. We've got that one there. Other highlights to talk you through. Too many, I can't do them all. I'm just going to give you a quick management summary. What about this beautiful coach-built 4.5 litre Bentley, one-off body, and everything you see on this car was hand-formed. And what's amazing about this build, it was done in the 80s. And George, my learned colleague who's up on the stage there, good morning, George. George can sign this car, and he's known this car since it was built in the 80s. And what's incredible about the workmanship on this car is what you're looking at is 40 years old. The leather, the paint, the trim, every part of this car was done 4 decades ago. But despite that, and this really shows quality workmanship, when you do a car to that standard, it lasts and it's clearly been beautifully looked after. Now, this era of cars is very good value at the moment. The market's softened. Now is the time to buy. So if you want one of those, you want that one. I've never seen one so beautifully put together. Or if you want to cruise around with a V8, I've got a Stingray Roadster. I've got a beautiful Mustang notchback, which I actually prefer to the fastback, in the nicest condition in terms of it's not perfect. It's that beautifully careworn, patinated look. Good morning, sir. Squeeze past you. One of my favourite cars in the sale, this. It's just got that look. It really has got everything about it. Not perfect paint, not perfect chrome, which to me makes it perfect because it looks just right. It looks like you've had it for ages, and you'd absolutely drive the wheels off this and not worry too much about keeping it pristine. So that's a bit of fun. I've got this lovely Alpina convertible. Good morning, sir. Sorry, shall we dance? Gorgeous Alpina convertible with freshly refurbed wheels, new tyres. That is a rare old beast. If an M3 is too common for you, that's what you want. I think they're going to be money in the bank, and also a very usable classic. You'd drive that every sunny day of the year, wouldn't you? Now I'm looking over to Tom, just to give him his 2-minute warning. Are you ready, Tom? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, no, we're almost ready.
It's going to be 2 minutes, then you're going to go over. Look how busy it is here today. We're going to have a little spin round. Look how many people are in the room. This is what we love. It's fun to bid online. If you're watching online, we do appreciate it, but there's nothing like being in the room. It's the future. Right, Tom's just getting his jacket done up. Tom, this is your 30-second warning. I'm going to just give you just one quick look in this room if you're watching online. Here we have, look, just the world of classic cars. Just Lewis is going to spin round. Everything from a Lotus Europa, a Swallowtail Golf. One of it can only be about 3 beautiful, beautiful Vauxhall Coupes, Alphas, Triumphs, Mercedes, Fiats, whatever you want, it's here. We've got loads of no reserve cars. And I'm about to hand over to the man. If you need subtitles because he's from the southwest, just let me know in the comments. But everyone else can understand him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Thomas.
Thank you, Paul. Unfortunately, I'm going to throw it back to you in a minute. I've been told we're going to delay the auction by 15 minutes because there's been an accident or some road works. A few people have called in and said they're trying to get here for the start of the auction. So we're going to delay it until 1:15. So if I can throw it back over to you now, Paul, okay, with the normal accent, we can go again.
Okay, well, there you go. Because apparently we've got bad traffic, so we're going to just keep talking. So you've got me for another 15 minutes. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I shall leave you to decide. But we've got a lot to talk about, haven't we? A lot to talk about. So let's go through them. This is lovely. Now, there should be one of these in every sale. And this is the benchmark car, isn't it? If you read any magazine, Top Gear, Evo, Autocar, they will always do a handling test every year. A lot of them do a track car of the year test. And in that test, it doesn't matter what supercar or hypercar has come out that year. They've always got to cater them, haven't they? Every single year. And there's a reason for that, because still, in this era where you can buy a 1,500 horsepower car, nothing touches a Caterham in terms of the handling package, the performance per pound, and also the lap times. You will see these on track days, and I often do. I go on a lot of track days. These cars can spank some quite expensive machinery. I have seen a well-pedalled one of these spank a GT3 RS, any Ferrari or Lamborghini you care to mention. But because of what they are, the servicing costs, the upkeep costs, you're basically looking after Ford mechanicals, and the bills are accordingly small. I think that's a fantastic car. The estimate on that is, look, just 14 to 16,000. If you want to, because we've got a 15 minutes spare, if you're thinking about this, go onto the Caterham configurator while we've got this 15 minutes. Open up a separate tab. Don't you dare close this one down. Have a look what this would cost you to spec today, because you can buy almost an identical car today. This is about a 45 or 50,000 pound car minimum. So have a little look at that. That, I think, could be an absolute bargain. It's in the perfect colour combination. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'll tell you what, while we're here, look, what I'm going to do like a Martin Brundle, I've got our chairman here, Mr. Stephen Ashworth. Hello, mate. Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, you can help me fill, because we've got 15 minutes to fill. Not only are you the chairman of this great empire, but you're also a car collector like me. And like me, you like to look around. And occasionally, we have a little bid, and we like to take something home. So can you tell us what you've got your eye on today?
I've got my eye on a couple, actually. There's a beautiful Porsche white 911 around there. There's a lovely Bentley over there, one of the last Arnages, which I love Bentleys. So looking at that, we've got a couple in to sell as well. So yeah, just as well as being the chairman, and I'm a classic car enthusiast. I love buying and selling. So I'm just like every other enthusiast here, really.
It's true. It's very true. Here's a question that this could split the room: Bentley Arnage, pre-facelift or post-facelift? Which is the better car?
Well, I've got a Bentley Arnage pre already, and I prefer the post, if I'm honest.
Oh, controversial. Good to see you. Happy bidding. Yeah, have a lovely day. I'll see you in a bit. Go on. What do you think? I think I need a bigger size. So put it on. So I'll leave it like this, just for comedy. There you go. So, you know, always selling the merch. What we're thinking of doing is every time I reappear on camera during today's broadcast, I will have another item of merch. So this is the hat, also available in a larger size. This is the T-shirt. Moving on, I did a little bit, so I do a little top 5 video, just my personal picks. It's just a bit of fun, because everything in the auction we love, everything we've chosen to consign because it's a good car. But on my own YouTube, so I don't pick a favourite child on the main one, I put my favourite cars, and I think this could be a bit of a bargain. Funny enough, we've had a few consignment bids on this already because... Sorry, commission bids, not consignment bids. Commission bids, because people understand how rare this car is. This, if you don't know, is a Fiat Barchetta. And in the 1990s, Fiat decided to not only make this car out of relatively humble hatchback bits, which is good news, but also they decided to sell it in the UK, despite the fact it was only ever available as a left-hand drive. So believe it or not, that is not an import car. That is a UK car. They were all left-hand drive. And why I like them is because if you were thinking about a contemporary Mazda MX-5, which a lot of people do, and they're brilliant, and if you want one, we've got tons in the sale. If you want an MX-5, we've got a Jasper Conran, we've got a couple of 2-litre sports, we've got the folding hardtop, we have got all the MX-5s you could ever want, and they are all awesome. My daughter has one, brilliant car. But if you want something a bit different, 90s cars are very cool. Orange cars are very cool. Fiats are very cool. So there's 3 reasons to buy a Barchetta. I'm going to be honest with you because I like to be transparent. I am going to put my hand up for that, up to a certain figure. I think that would be a very fun car to have for the summer, and particularly because you never see them and no one else has got one. That's a good car. So while we're talking about other stuff, I love air-cooled Volkswagens. I love camper vans. And I very much like this. This is a great example, really beautifully built example of an early bay. So the most iconic camper that everybody knows is the split screen. It's the one that you see on all the T-shirts and all the adverts. The one that came after from '68 was the bay. And in many ways, the bay's probably a little bit easier to live with, a little bit nicer to drive. And what's fun about this one is they've done it so well. If you were doing almost like a textbook Cal look, so Cal look is the style of modifying that a lot of air-cooled people choose, and this one's been done brilliantly. So you've got these Porsche Fouche style wheels, you've got the lovely two-tone. Being an early bay, it's got the nicer bumpers and indicators. It's got the diamond stitch interior. It's got a really lovely camper interior as well, which I would say is probably a Westphalia interior. It's locked, I can't get you inside, but have a look through there, look. Just get in there, Lewis, and have a look. Absolutely stunning, stunning van that would probably cost you at least about 30k, 35k to get one, build it, paint it to that sort of standard. It's been lowered brilliantly as well. It's got a nice carpet set. And you could buy that, I would have thought, for the thick end of 20. So you're going to save a lot of money. Now, other gems, sorry, Lewis, you're struggling there. Let me walk you over to some other favourites. These are just my personal favourites. While we've got a bit of time to fill, look at this, look. Now, if you are a Porsche enthusiast, and I know there's a lot of you watching that are, I think we all agree that the last of the air-cooleds is probably the one that you want to have in your collection because I think it's good investment. They drive like nothing else. It's the heritage of the original car. So if you go all the way back to the original 911, what's amazing about this, the 993, is you've got almost the same glass house. This hasn't because it's a Targa. So the Targa's even rarer. So you've got the Targa roof with a massive glass panel that comes down and folds back. And I think these are a particularly lovely car for lots of reasons. They're a very elegant shape. They're very rare. You've got factory split rims. And this one just has all the right bits for me. So it's the Targa. It's a Tiptronic. I would prefer if it was a manual. But let's be honest, the way that you're going to drive this car, you're not going to hammer it. You're going to cruise. And for that reason, actually, the Auto Box probably really suits it. I would say it's probably a nicer cruising experience. Great colour, beautiful condition, as you can see, a monster history. And I think if you are looking for an investment Porsche that you can drive quite regularly, that would be a very good one to buy. Other cars that I think are fabulous and could offer great value, this is very nicely spec'd. If you're thinking about a cost-price Porsche, look at this, look. £5,000 to £6,000 for this Boxster. So it's got the later headlights, which many consider to be a little bit prettier without the fried eggs in. You've got a lovely colour. It's got the manual gearbox, and I think that represents incredible value. I think if you could pick that up for £6,000 plus fees, I think you would be very happy indeed. Have a look at the spec on that. It's got loads of lovely bits and pieces. Extra leather. I said the manual's nice. It's been cared for. That's a nice car. I would like to own that. Another car I'd like to own. We've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes, my team's telling me. We've got some nice E-Types in the sale. We've always had nice E-Types for sale here. Problem with an E-Type is I see a lot of really nicely restored cars. And when you restore a car to Concours standard, realistically, you're never going to drive it. You're just going to tuck it away, polish it on Sundays and never use it. But what we have here is an E-Type, which I think has the most perfect patination I've ever seen. If Drew Pritchard was here, he would be having a meltdown. Just look at this. Come look at the paint, look. If you buy this car, promise me you won't paint it, you won't touch it. Just clean it. Look, so all the paint, which is really old, has started to craze, but the car itself is unbelievably sound. So where they rot, it has not. Where they normally fall into bits, it's absolutely fantastic. But if you look at the condition of the paint, it just looks fabulously careworn. And if you bought this, it's the kind of car that looks like you've had it in the family for about 50 years. But what's really interesting about this is it's a British right-hand drive car with power steering. Now, not many E-Types of this era had power steering as standard. It was very, very rarely specified. Nobody thought they needed it. This one has it, and it's £28,000 to £32,000. If that was a Minter, it would be more like 70. So I think there's a lot to be said for having a car in this wonderful condition because you'll drive it, you'll use it. If it goes to a show and you pick up a stone chip, you won't care. You'll be spending all of your time driving, putting the miles on, making memories, having adventures, and that's what classic cars are about. We don't forget that here. We're a little bit more informal than a lot of auction houses because we don't forget the most important thing. Classic cars are about having fun, making friends, making memories. That's what they're for. So don't get a Minter when for half the price you can get one you'll actually use. This is gorgeous. Look at this. When was the last time you saw one of these? Look. This has come from France, this. Absolutely gorgeous Alfa Sud Sprint Veloci. I think these are one of the most handsome Alfas ever made. Now, as you know, the problem with Alfas, generally speaking, is the rust gets them, but not this one because it's lived in France and has had a very, very easy life. Now, it's left-hand drive. That's the downside, in inverted commas, to buying a car from France. But I would say look at it as an advantage because you're buying a car that hasn't had loads of welding, hasn't had loads of panels. You'll get used to it being a left-hand drive in a very short amount of time. And of course, when you come to sell it, as you might see later, we've got international buyers from all over Europe who want to buy stuff like this. And a nice rust-free Alfa in great condition that's had some money spent, as this one has, is always a saleable car. It really is. That's a nice car. As I say, it's not going to cost a huge amount of money. This is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm starting to fall in love with these, which makes me realise I have now become exceptionally middle-aged. Jaguar XK, designed by Ian Callum and his talented team, in probably the best colourway, I have to say. And these are a real bargain. You get that beautiful performance, what I think is one of the most timeless roadster shapes. Fabulous looking thing. That's not going to cost you much more than 5 figures to get into that. That's a very nice way to travel. And I've got, what, 2 minutes, lads? 2 minutes to go. I'm looking for Lewis. It's live TV, don't you love it? Well, E30 3 Series, just look at the people, look. Look how many people are here. This is everybody's idea of a fantastic bank holiday Saturday. It's definitely my idea. I've got to show you this as well. A couple of things. Swallowtail Golf. Can you believe, first of all, that this particular car, this wonderful example, is 50 years old? That is a 1975 motor car. That's a 50-year-old design. How on earth does it look so fresh, so crisp? It looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it? That is a fantastic example of a very nicely restored Golf, also with a lot of original parts. So they've kept the original interior. They've left a lot of what they shouldn't restore unrestored. So you've got the ideal mix of a really nice condition car with a lot of original parts and finishes. We always have a nice XJS, and I've got a beautiful white convertible there. I've also got over here a gorgeous rust-free Alfa. Sorry, sir, squeeze by. Thank you very much indeed. Again, how do we find all these rust-free Alfas? That's what I want to know. Where have they been hiding? Because Alfas are not known for their ability to withstand ferrous oxide. But somehow we've got them all. We've also got as well every Tigra for sale in the UK. 1 minute. Every Tigra for sale. We've got 3 low mileage, like 20-odd thousand Tigras in beautiful condition. I've got this stunning E30. So don't forget, with my 1 minute to go, if you're watching online, you're thinking, I like the look of some of these, Paul, you need to register to bid. Also, if you're in the room, you need to register to bid. Just register. It's free. There's no obligation. But what will happen is a car will come up that you will like and you wish you'd registered. And if you haven't, you can't bid. So that's my advice to you. Have a look through. We're about to start. Tom is doing up his jacket, checking his hair, because the auction is about to go live. Tom, are you ready to go live for the auction? He is ready. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, this time for real, because everybody's arrived now, it's Tom.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone online and around the world. We are on YouTube today, streaming live as well. So welcome all back to Manor Park Classics. It's our car auction today, and as the Northwest's only car auction house with a fixed venue, it allows us to offer dry storage and also extended viewing. Ladies and gentlemen, today, if the fire alarm goes off, it will not be a drill. So please leave the fire exits at your nearest exits, and we assemble out at the front gate. So if you could do that for me in a case of the thing, it will not be a drill, it will be a real thing. So hopefully that won't happen today. Anyway, facilities, if you go down through the mini room to the left, and your toilets are on your right hand side as you walk down through there. Ladies and gentlemen, terms and conditions of today's sale, please make sure you are familiar with these. If you wish to bid and you are not registered in the room, if you go to the registration office at the front, they will do their best to get you registered and ready to bid for today. Automobilia today is at 15% plus VAT. Cars are at 12.5% plus VAT, subject to a £150 minimum. Ladies and gentlemen, we operate with a provisional bidding system today, so that means if the item does not sell by the hammer does not go down. We offer it provisionally. And just as an update on this one, yesterday, lots 2, lots 8, lots 20, lots 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, 33, 45, 53, 56, 86, and 96 are all now sold. Look, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do at Manor Park Classics. We get them over the line. So bid with confidence today, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry about that. We also offer it on the removals 1 week free storage. If you need quotes to get your items delivered to you, we can also help you out with some of our partners. We have KTL Storage, we have Kingfisher Insurance, and also fast and funded as well. So if you need to get your funding done, we offer all services here at Manor Park with our partners there. And also we are on YouTube today and we are filming, so there is a revolving camera going around. If you'd like to stay out of the way of the camera, that's up to you, but it will be live. So please do be aware that the cameras are rolling around. So without further ado then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the auction today with lot number 201. It's the 2002 Porsche Boxster here, to be sold today with no reserve. Bidding is opened up online and gone crazy here. It's only 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600 is bid now, 1,800 too. At 2,002, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8 is online now on the Porsche Boxster here. At 2,800 is bid. At 2,8, at 2,008, it sells today, so make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. At 2,800 we are bid. And 3, at 3,000 now. I'll take 2 if anyone wants to come in. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 is bidding away. At 3,000 it sells today, so make no mistake here. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 is your online bid now. At 3,000, are we finished? Are we done here? At 3,000, I'll take 1 if anyone wants to come in. Is that a bid, sir? 3-1, thank you. Gentleman's bid now at 3,001. At 3-1 the bid. I'll take 3-2 if you want to come back in online. 3-2 you do. At 3-2. At 3,200 online is bid now. At 3-2 I'll take 3-3. 3-3, thank you. Nodding away. At 3,003. At 3,004 back online. At 3,004. At 3,400 we are bid. Would you like to go 3-5, sir? At 3-5, thank you. At 3,005. At 3,005, 3-6 back online. 3-6 shakes the head now. At 3,600 the online bid is in. At 3,006 it sells today, so make no mistake. Would anyone else like to come in now? At 3,600 then hammers up. First lot of the day at 3,600. Go once, go twice, and we sell now at £3,600. Finished and done. Sold at £3,600. Online bidder takes it. That's the online. 11343. Right then, next one, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 202 then is the Bentley Honage there. Look at this one then, 2006 model, lovely Bentley. And as you can hear, online bidding is starting now at 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.8, at 4,008 and 5 bid with me at 5,000 now. At 5,000, let's say 5.5 next if we can. At 5,000 bid, 5.5 is bid, 6,000 is my bid. At 6,000 now. At 6,000, 6,000 in and away. At 6,000 I'll take 5 again. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 my bid now, 6.5. 7,000 back to me. At 7,000 now, I'll take another 5 if you want to come in. At 7.5 you do, thank you. 8,000 here with me. I'll take 5 again if you will. At 8,000 is on the commission bid, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. 8.5 online. I'm out, you're in. At 8,005. At 8,500 a bid now, 8.5. 9, sir? 9 bid, thank you. At 9,000 now. Gentleman's bid here in the room at 9,000 and 5. And 9.5 back online. And 10, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10,000 and in the market. It sells today, so make no mistake. At 10,000 and 5. At 10.5. At 10.5. 250? 10,750 is bid. At 10,750 pounds is bid. Your next bid's 11 if you want to come back in. At 10,750. 11 back to the internet. Another quarter here at 11,250 bid. 11,250 now, your bid, sir. Before you will, just absentee priority. 11,250 is your bid, sir. 11,250 online, would you like 11,5? Or would anyone else like to come in on this one? At 11,250, I'm going to sell 11,5, 11,5, 11,750 back in straight away. Thank you, sir. At 11,750 is your bid. At 11,750. Would anyone else like to come in for 12? At 11,750, you finished 12. 12 bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000, 12,250 again. 12,250, thank you. At 12,250, we are bid at the moment. At 12,250 is bid. Would you like to come in online? 12.5, 12.5. How about 12.6, sir, and then we'll go in 200s. 12.6, thank you. At 12,006, and I'll say 12.8 if you want to come back in now. At 12,006. At 12,600 a bid. At 12,000, 12,006. 12.8. 12.8 is bid online. At 12,008. Would you like 13, sir? You come this far. At 13 bid. Thank you very much, sir. At 13,000, 13,000, we're bid now. At 13,000, 13,000, are we finished? Are we done? Hammers up, make no mistake. 13.2 back in. 13.2. 13.2 is bid online. At 13,002. I'll take 4 if you want. At 13.2. At 13,200, are we finished? Are we done? At 13,200 online, I'm going to sell. At 13.2 for the first time. For the second time. 13.4, thank you. At 13.4. At 13,400 is bid. At 13.4, 13.4. At 13,400, are we finished? Are we done? We go once. At 13,006. 13.6. At 13.6 the bid. At 13.6, 13.6. Would you like 13.8? At 13,600 is bid and away. Online bid. At 13,600 in Wokingham. At 13,006. Last chance then. At 13.6. 13.7. 13.7 will take it. You've come this far, sir. Thank you very much. 13.7 is with you. At 13.7 is bid. At 13,700, are we finished? Are we done? At 13,700 once. At 13,700 twice. 13.8 back in. At 13.8. At 13.8, shaking the head this time. At 13,800, one more 9, sir, surely. At 13,008. At 13,800, then we go once. We go twice. We sell. Make no mistake, you're all finished. You're all done and selling now at 13,800. Sold online, 13.8. Thank you very much, online bidder. And that was to bidder number 10076. Moving on down we go. Lot number 203 this time, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 203 is the 1982 Toyota Land Cruiser there. Lovely little Land Cruiser, this one. Lovely colouring on this one. Let's get it gone today. Starting with me at 7. 7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. I'll say 5 if you're coming in from here. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000, who'd like the 5? At 7,000, 7,000, are we finished and done here? Made and bid. At 7,000 with me. At 7,000 and 5. At 7,500 bid. And 8,000 back here with me, and now at £8,000 we are bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is bid now. At 8,000, let's go 200s from this point, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make those increments a little bit smaller for you. At 8,000 is my bid. I'll take 8,2 if you're coming in. 8,2 back online. 8,4 back with me. At 8,004. At 8,000, 8,400 is bid at the moment. At 8,400, are we finished and done at 8,4? At 8,004. At 8,004, I'll take 8,6 if anyone wants to come in now. At 8,400, we are bid. At 8,4. At 8,400, are we finished and done on this one here? 8,6 back in, thank you. At 8,006. 8,8. 8,8 is bid. At 8,800, my bidders are out. It's all online now. At 8,008. At 8,800, 8,008. At 8,800, 8,008. At £8,800, there is a car alarm going off. I'm going to keep this auction open, this lot open, until the alarm goes off, just so everyone can hear nice and clear. At 8,008. At 8,000, 8,800 is an online bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,008. 9 bid now. At 9,000, that's much better. At 9,000, I can hear myself think. At 9,000, 9,000, online bidder, would you like 2? At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, are we finished? At 9,000, 9,000 is the online bid at the moment. At 9,000, I'll take 2 if anyone wants to come in from here. At 9,000, 9,000, once. At 9,000, twice. Finished and done. At £9,000 with you online. Finished and done. 9. That's provisional online bidder. We will see what we can do for you there at £9,000. Right then, lot number 204 then. Lot number 204, 1998. The Vauxhall Tigre there. As you've seen Paul talking about this one. The Vauxhall Tigre there. Start me off. Who's got £2,000 to start on the Vauxhall? Who's got £2,000 to start me off? Surely. £2,000. Anyone interested at £2,000 coming in? Start me off, 2,000. 2's bid, thank you now, at 2,000 a bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, we're a bid now at 2. I'll take 200s from this point here. At 2,000, 2,000 on the Tigre now. At 2,000 is bid. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,004. At 2,400, we're bid now at 2,4. At 2,424 is bid. At 2,400 is here. At 2,4 and the 6 back online. At 2,600 your bid online. At 2,006. Would anyone else like 2,8 now? At 2,600 is bid. At 2,626 I'll take 2,008 if you're coming back in now. At 2,600 are we finished? Are we done? At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,006. I'll tell you what. I'll take 2,7 if it helps. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,007 now. At 2,7 online. and on outright sale. So make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale here at 2007, at 2007, at 2,700. Would anyone else like 2008? At 2,700, are we finished? Are we done? At 2,700, it can sell today, so make no mistake. Hammers up now at 2,700 for the first time, for the second time, and it sells at £2,700. It goes. Sold 2,700 to the online bidder, 12280. I'm going that way today with these. There we go. Moving on to lot number 205 then. Look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. The 1961 Land Rover Fire truck there. Look at that one. Great project, this one, for someone. There was no windscreen, but we've now found the windscreen, and it is inside the fire truck, I believe. Is that correct? Inside the fire truck, it is there, it needs to be fitted. Look at this one. If you want to make an adaptation, you can turn it into some sort of food van, a camper van. It'll be the coolest one around, I can guarantee you that. And we're going to start the bidding off here. 1,000 is bid with me. Sells today, make no mistake. At 1,000 we're bid. At 1,002, 1,4, 16 is my bid. At 1,600, 1,006. At 1,600, 1,000, 1,006. 18. 18 bid. At 1,008, 2,000 is my bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At 2,002. At 2,002 is back online. At 2,000, 2,002. 2,4 back to me. At 2,004. At 2,400 we are bid at the moment on my book. At 2,004. At 2,004, would anyone else like 2,006? 2,6, thank you, up top. At 2,006. And 2,8 back here. At 2,008. Would you like 3 now? At 2008. At 2,800, it's here to sell today, so make no mistake. I'll tell you what, we'll take 2,9. 2,9 if you're coming in. At 2008. At 2,000, 2008. Would you like to go one more? At 2,800 is bid. At 2,000, 2008. 2,9, thank you again, sir. Coming back in now at 2,9. And 3, unfortunately, back to me. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 is bid here. At 3,000, would you like one online? I can see you hovering at home. It's your turn now. At 3,000 is with me on the book. It sells today, so make no mistake. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. I'll take one if anyone wants to come in now. At 3,000, 3,000, hammers up. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning online then. It goes this time at £3,000 with my commission bidder. Make no mistake, selling away. At £3,000 it goes. Sold for £3,000. Thank you very much to bidder number 3015 who left that bid. Moving on down, we go to lot number 206 this time then. Lot number 206, the 1942, the Willys Jeep there. One of my favourite ones in the sale. Look at that one in the SAS desert colours as well. Where are we at with this one? Who's got 10,000 to start? Anyone interested at £10,000 to start it off today? 10,000 to get it going. Would anyone like a Willys Jeep coming in for 10,000 to start? 8,000 we'll take online, thank you. At 8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, I'll go in 500s on this one if we can. At 8,000, 8,000 is bidding away now at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is bid. I'll take 500s from here. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, would anyone else like 5? At 8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, I'll take 500 if anyone's coming in now. 8,500 back in. Thank you online. You're in Kettering at 8,500. 9,000's my bid. At 9,000 now. At 9,000, 9,000 and 5. At 9,500 bid. At 9,005 online bid. I'm going to have to go 10,000 with me. At 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, I'll take 500s from here. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is the bid. At 10,000, are we finished and done here? At 10,000, 10,000, would anyone else like the 5? At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning on this lot then at 10,500 just in time. At 10,500, welcome in Kettering. My bidder is out. It's all you online now. At 10,500. At 10,000, 10,500, would anyone else like to come in for the 11? At 10,000, 10,500 is the bid. At 10,000, 10,500, I'm going to put the hammer up then at 10,500. At 10,000, 10,500, are we finished and done here? 11 bid. At 11,000 now. At 11,000, 11,000 is the bid online. 11,000, 11,000 would the underbidder. Would you like to come back for one more 5? At 11,000 is the bid. At 11,000, 11,000 bidding away. At 11,000, are we finished? Are we done? At 11,000, I'll take 5 if you're coming in then online. We go once. At 11,000, 5. At 11,005 is the bid. At 11,500. At 11,005, would you like 12,000 now? At 11,005. At 11,000, 11,500 is the online bid at the moment. It's in Surrey. Welcome with you in Surrey at 11,500. At 11,500, would anyone else like 12,000 now? I'll submit the bid. So 12, Thank you very much, sir. Gentleman's bid seated, 12,000. Welcome. At 10,000 and 5 back online. At 10,500. At 10,005 back to Surrey at the moment. At 10,500. At 10,500. 12,500, sorry, at 12,005. At 12,500, 12,500. Would anyone else like the 13,000 now? Would you like one more, sir? At 12,500. Shakes the head here. At 12,500. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning. Go once. Go twice. Finished and done at 12,500. Provisionally with you online at £12,500 to bidder number 5464, I think that is. 5464, 12,500. Right then, moving on down we go to lot number 207 this time then. Lot number 207, 1995, the Volkswagen Corrado VR6. Absolutely love this one here. And I've got several bids with me. No reserve today, must be sold. Commission bids here. I'm going to go in at 200, 400, 600, 600, 800 we start. At 800 is bid. At 800, 800, I'll take 1,000 if you want to come in from this point. At 800 a bid. At 800, 800 here to sell today, so make no mistake. At 800 is the bid. With me at the moment, £1,000. 1,200 is my bid. I'm going to take 13 next if we can. At 1,200 a bid, 13. 14, 1,500 my bid, go 16 one more. At 1,500 here. At 1,500, 1,600, I'm out, you're in. At 1,600 is bid on the floor now. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600, gentleman's bid at £1,600. Would anyone else like 17? There's a few of you hovering online. At 1,600, I'm going to have to be fair to the gentleman in the room then. At 1,600, the hammer's 17 back in. At 1,700 now. At 1,700, would you like 18? At 1,700, 1,700, 1,700. Does anyone else like to come in for 1,800 on this one? 18 back in, thank you. At 1,800. At 1,800 a bid. Online, your turn. Would you like to go one more? At 1,800, 1,800. At 1,800, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. 19. 19 back in. At 1,900 is a new bidder this time in Northampton. Welcome, 1,900. I'll take 2. At 1,900, 2 bid, thank you. At 2,000, 2,000 is the bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, gentleman's bid here at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, would you like to go one more online? It's your last chance in fair warning. I'm going to sell this time at £2,000. Once, twice, finished and done at £2,000. Sold with you, sir, £2,000. Thank you very much. And your paddle number is 806. Moving on to lot number 208 this time then. Lot number 208. I think we're on the telephone with George as well for this lot. There we go. Lot number 208 is the MGB 1980 Roadster there. Lovely little one this one is. Lovely little Roadster. Let's start it off. Who's got £2,000 to open it up? 2 bid. Thank you, sir. I'll take 200s from here. At 2,000, 2,000, gentleman's bid. 2-2. 2-2. 2-4. 2-4. 2-6. 2-8. 3,000. 2. 3-4, 3-6, 3-8, 4,000. At 4,000 here. At 4,000 a bid. At 4,002 back online. At 4,004, thank you, sir. Nodding away. At 4,004. At 4,400 is here. At 4,4. Would anyone else like 4,6? 4,6 is online. 4,8 back in, thank you, sir. At 4,8 bid. At 4,8. 5 if you're coming in now online. Gentleman's bid. 5,000, thank you. At 5,000, we'll stay in the 200s. 5,2 bid. At 5,002. At 5,002, it's in the market. It's going to sell, so make no mistake online. Sharpen your pencils if you want to come in. 5,4 they do. 5,4. 5,6, thank you again, sir. At 5,006, been here all the way. At 5,006. At 5,8. At 5,8 bid. At 5,8. I'll take 5,9 if it helps. Shakes the head. It's online bid at the moment at £5,800. I'll take 5,9 if anyone wants to come in from here. At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,800 is the online bid. 5,9. New bidder. Thank you. Welcome. At 5,009. At 5,000, 5,009. 6. I'm going to take it on the telephone. I heard the call first. At 6,000 on the telephone then now. At 6,000, 6,000 telephone bid. At 6,000 online. Would you like one more? 6,1 they do. At 6,001. At 6,100. 6,2 back in telephone. At 6,002. At 6,002 online. Would you like to go one more? At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200 is here on the telephone now with George's client then at 6,200. Make no mistake. At 6,002. Are we finished? Are we done? Once, twice, finished and done and selling at 6,200 then. Your client's George at £6,200. 2,000, perfect. Thank you very much, George. Bidder number 2,000 for £6,200. Moving on to lot number 209, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 209, the Talbot Lotus Sunbeam. Unfortunately, is no longer in a sale. Sold away already. Thank you very much. I don't have a figure on that one, but I will be published, I'm sure, on Tuesday. So if you're interested in seeing the results, they will be published on Tuesday. If not, we're going to move now on to lot number 210210, lot number 210. I'm going to go over to Mr. Paul Cowland, who will be outside in the lovely weather, I'm sure.
Oh, sorry, Tom, you just caught me drinking from my Manor Park Classics mug there, also available in the merch store for just £8. But anyway, I should really be telling you about this rather wonderful 1972 Saab 96. Everybody knows my love for Saab. I grew up in a Saab family. I went to work for Saab in the 90s, and because of that, a 1972 Saab 96 is probably about as good as it gets for me. You get that wonderful V4, which is a Ford engine, so it's really reliable, very tractable. This being a 72, you get the lovely earlier front, so the metal, not the plastic grille. You get the slimline bumpers. And somebody has spent an enormous amount of money on this car with all the right people. It's been to Two-Stroke to Turbo, who are fantastic Saab specialists that really do know what they're doing. It's had lovely paint, it's had a wonderful interior. Let me just read some of the things. It's had full service, a rebuilt carb, new brakes adjusted, new bulbs inside and out, brake hoses, brake fluid, coolant, oils and filters. She's ready to go. And being a V4, if you look after it, it will just go on forever. And we have the funkiest front-wheel drive layout, column shift gear change, and a flat floor to make every journey feel like Eric Carlson. So I shall say cheers in my £8 mug. But Tom, what's it worth?
Right then, the 1972 Saab, we're about to find out. Let's start it off. I'm in at 2,000, 2224 is bid. At 2,004, at 2,400 bidding away now at 2,004. I'll take 2.6 if you want to come in. 2.6 is online. At 2,000, 2006. At 2,600, we're bid at the moment at 2,006. At 2,006, I'll take 2.8 if you're coming in now. At 2,006, online. At 2,600, 2006. Would anyone else? 2.6, 2.7, 2.8 is bid. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2008. 3,000 back in now online. At 3,000, would anyone else like to come in for 2? At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 2. At 3,2 bid now. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,4. 3,400 is the bid online now. With you, online bidder, at 3,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 3,006? At 3,4. At 3,400 here. At 3,4, 3,4. Would anyone else like to bid one more? At 3,004. At 3,400 is the bid. At 3,400, we'll put the hammer up then. Make no mistake here. At 3,004. I'll take 3,6 now. 3,6 is bid. Gloucestershire, welcome, 3.6, you're in. 3.8 now, at 3,008. Lancashire, it's with you, at 3,800 is bid. I'll take 4 if you want to go again. Last chance online. 4 is bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. And 2. 4,002. Would you like to go again? The bid is at 4,200 online. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2. At 4,200, would anyone else like 4,4? At 4,002. At 4,4. At 4,4 is online. At 4,400, the bid now at 4,004. At 4,4, 4,4, 4,4. At 4,400, are we finished? Are we done? At 4,004, make no mistake here. At 4,004. At 4,000, 4,004, I'll take 4,6 if you want to go again online. At 4,004. At 4,400 is bid. I'll tell you what, I'll take 4,5. We're nearly there. Underbidder, would you like that small bite now? At 4,004. At 4,400, are we finished? Are we done? 4,5 you do. Thank you very much for coming back in online. It's with you at 4,500. And we're on outright sale, ladies and gentlemen, at 4,005. At 4,005, it sells today, so make no mistake here. Would anyone else in the room like 4,006? It's your chance to bid at 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005. Hammers up then. We sell this time. We go once. We go twice. We're finished, we're done, and selling now at £4,500 it goes. Sold for 5. Paddle number 2849. Next one, lot number 211 then, lot number 211. Look at this one. What a great looking thing this is. It's the Esso petrol pump right there. Lovely bit of retro, vintage Esso memorabilia for you all. Slightly, in a way, I've got several bids on here. Will is in at the moment at 400. I'm going to have to go 5 with me if we can. At 500 is bid. At 500, 500, I'll take 6 if anyone else wants to come in on the Esso sign here. At 500 a bid. At 500, 500, 6. Will you? At 500 a bid. I'll tell you what, we'll go in 50s then, shall we? 550. Would anyone else like to come in? It's my bid at the moment. At 500 a bid. At 500, 500 it sells. It's in the market, so make no mistake. 550 up top, thank you. At 550 bid. 600 back to me. At 600, 600 is bid now. I'll take 650 if you want to go again. At 600, 600, 600 is the bid. At 600, 600, one more 50 now. At 600, are we finished? At £600 then. Last chance online. Last chance in the room is with my commission bidder at the moment at £600. Finished, done. For the first time, second time, and we sell now. Sold it. £600. Thank you very much. Online bidder. Sorry, not online bidder. Commission bidder 3008. Moving on down, we go to lot number 212 this time then. Lot number 212 is the 1986 Mercedes-Benz 190E. Look at this one there. Original example. Lovely, lovely condition it is indeed. Who's got 4,000 to start on this one? 4,000 to start me off. No bids with me on this book on the moment. 4,000 to start. We'll go to 3 then. Kick it off at £3,000. Surely. 3,000 to start. Thank you. 3 is bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,000, I'll take 200 next. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid, and 3,2. At 3,002. At 3,002. 3,4 back in again. Thank you again, sir. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,6 bid. At 3,006. At 3,600 a bid now. 3,8 will you? One more. 3,8. 3,8 again. Thank you. Get in the nod now. At 3,008. I'll take 4 now. At 3,800 is bid. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,008. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,800 is bid. I'll take 4 if anyone's coming in now. I'll tell you what, how about 3,900 at 3,008? At 3,800, are we finished? Are we done here? At 3,800, make no mistake. Last chance in fair warning then at 3,800 if you're finished and done. Last chance, fair warning this time then at £3,800 it goes. Provisionally. Paddle number 443, provisional bid there at £3,800. Moving on down we go this time to lot number 213 this time then. Lot number 213, have a look at this one. One of my favourites in the sales, the 2007 Aston Martin DB9 as well, in the British GT as well, in a rare colour as well. You don't see many of these. Biddings going crazy at the minute online. Is at 6, 6,500, 7, 7,500, 8,000. 8,500 is my bid. At 8,500. At 8,500 is bid. 8,500. 9,000. At 9,000. 9,500. 10's my bid, Will. At 10,000 is with me. At 10,000, one more 5. At 10,000, 10,000 is the bid. And 5. Thank you, sir. 11 before you, Will. Gentleman's bid. 11,000. 11,000. Online, would you like to go 5 again? It's on sale from this point. 11,500 back online. 12,000's bid. At 12,000, 12,000, gentleman's bid in the middle. At 12,005 back online. At 12,005. At 12,000, 12,500 is the bid online at the moment. Look at it there. What a beautiful car. At just 12,005. At 12,005, 13 bid now. At 13,000, 13,005. At 13,500. At 13,500 online bid. At 13,500 a bid now. 13,500 is bidden away. At 13,500. At 13,500. Are we finished? Are we done? 14,000. Back in now at 14. And 5. At 14,500. At 14,500 is bid on the Aston Martin here this time. At 14,500. I'll tell you what, we'll take the 250 now. If you want that small bite, we won't go any lower. We'll be fair. I'll take 14,750 if you want to go one more. 14,750. 14,750 is bid. 15,000. 15 bid now, 15. At 15,000 is the online bid. At 15,000, would you like another quarter online? It's your turn, underbidder. At 15,000, 15,000, 15,250. At 15,250 is bid. At 15,250 is the bid at the moment. At 15,250, would you like 15,500? 15,500 they do. At 15,500, 15,500 online still has it at the moment. At 15,500 a bid. At 15,500. At 15,500. At 15,500, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance and fair warning at £15,500. Last chance then, ladies and gentlemen. At 15,500, we're Manor Park Classics. We're selling now at £15,500 it goes. Is that a bid in the back? Bid in the back, thank you very much. At 16, that's 15,750, I'll take. 15,750. At 15,750 is a bid. At 15,750, 15,750. Online, would you like to go one more? It's your bid in the back, sir. At 15,750, waiting for you online. Would you like to go 16? At 15,750 is bid. We go once. We go nowhere. 16,000 online. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000 is the bid. At 16,000, would you like to go again in the back? At 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, we're going to sell them for the first time, for the second time. It goes then at £16,000, finished and done, make no mistake. Sold at £16,000. Thank you very much, online bidder. That was bidder number 12272. Right then, as we move down, we go to lot number 214 next. Lot number 214 is this lovely old school 1953 Land Rover 80 Series 1, unmodified as well, with the matching numbers. If you're a Land Rover fan, this one is definitely for you. Let's start the bidding off with me at 10, 10.5, 11, 11.5 we're bid at the moment. At 11,500 is the bid. At 11.5. 11,005, 11,500 is the bid now. 11,500, 11,005. I'll take 12 if you want to come in on this one here. 11,500 is the bid. 11,005, 11,000, 11,000, 11,500 is the bid now. 11,500, 11,005. Are we finished and done on this lot here? 12 bid now online. I'm out, you're in. At 12,000 is the bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. I'll take another 5 if you want to come in on this one. At 12,000 there's the bid online at the moment at 12. Would anyone else like to come in for 5? At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, are we finished? Are we done then? Hammers up this time. Last chance in fair warning is with you online at £12,000 once, £12,000 twice, finished and done at 12,000. We'll submit that bid for you online. We'll see what we can do. We're a little way off, but we'll make that call. We'll see what we can do for you. We might get it across the line. You've seen what happened with the bikes yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's possible here at Manor Park. Moving on down we go to lot number 215 this time then. Lot number 215 is the 1976 MGB Roadster. Look at that one there. To be sold today with no reserve. Who's got £1,000 to start me off? £1,000 surely for this one to go. 1,000 straight in front. Thank you, sir. I'll take 200s from here. At 1,000, 1,000 is the bid now. 1,200. 1,200, 14, 16, 18, 2, 22, 24, 26, 28, 3,000, 32, 34. Walking away now at 3,004 with you, sir. At 3,004, at 3,000, 3,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 3,600? At 3,004, at 3,000, 3,400. Gentleman's bid, nice and fairly then. Hammers up. If you want to come in at 6, at 3,004 we go once. At 3,004 we go twice. Last chance and fair warning and selling with you, sir, at £3,400. Yours. Thank you, sir. 3,004 to paddle 15. Right then, moving on to lot number 216 then. Lot number 216 is the 2003. It's the BMW Alpina. Have a good look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a bit of a BMW fan, and if you want a BMW, you want to go for this one. Let's start the bidding off. I'm in at 5, 5.5, £6,000 straight away now. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,000, would anyone else like 5 on the Alpina here? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 is the bid now. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000 is the bid. At 6,000, would anyone else like 5 here with me at the moment? At 6,000, 6,500. At 6,500. At 6,500, I'm out. You're in. At 6,500 is the bid on the Alpina here. At 6,500. At 6,500. I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarters now. Would anyone else like 6,750? At 6,500 is the bid. At 6,500. At 6,000, 6,500 is bid now. At 6,500, would anyone else like to come in here? It's online at the moment. At 6,500. At 6,000, 6,500, are we finished and done then? Last chance, fair warning. At £6,500, make no mistake. Thought so. 6,750, you're in. At 6,750 to bid. Welcome in Birmingham. It's with you at the moment. At 6,750 is bid. Underbidder, would you like to go 7? At 6,750 is the bid and away. At 6,750, are we finished? Are we done? At £6,750 then, we go once. We go twice. Last chance. Fair warning here at £6,750. Provisional with you online. We'll see what we can do for you at £6,750 provisional bid, and that is to bidder number 1736. Moving on this time down, we go to lot number 217. I believe we've got a telephone again. Yes, we do. There we go. The 1977, the MGB Roadster. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had a little bit of a message come in. There's been approximately about £8,000 spent on this one in the last 10 years, we've been told. That is from the vendor himself, so that is what we have been told. So I thought I'd just let you know that one. And we're going to go in and away at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6 is my bid at the moment. At 2,006, at 2,600, at 2,6, at 2,008, 3,000. 3,000, would you like 2, sir? At 3,000 here. 3,2 online. At 3,002. 3,4. 3,4 bid. At 3,004. At 3,400. Gentleman's bid in the room at 3,004. At 3,400 a bid now. 3,004. Online, would you like 3,6? Already online, George. 3,6. I'll take 3,7 if they want to come back in either way. 3,7 here. 3,7, gentleman's bid. Online or on the telephone, would you like to come in at 3,008? At 3,007. At 3,000, 3,700. Would anyone else like to come in now? 3,8, telephone. 3,9. 3,9. At 3,009, gentleman's bid. At 3,009, 4 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, one more 1. At 4,000, 4,1, thank you, sir. At 4,001. At 4,100 is bid. At 4,000, 4,002. At 4,002 with George. At 4,002. At 4,200 a bid now. 4,002 is bidding away on the telephone. Would you like one more? Shakes the head. It's with you then, George. We go once. We go twice. We sell on the telephone then at 4,200 bid on sale all the way. 4,2. Anyone else like 4,003? Sold with you, George. Bidder number 2,000, 4,200, sold. There we go. Lot number 218. Lot number 218. Have a good look here. 1974, the Jensen Interceptor. This is a lovely, lovely example with only 55,000 miles on it as well. And it's also been fitted with an electric overdrive. So there you go. If you want a Jensen Interceptor, this is the one. Let's start it off. I'm in at 20, 22, 24, 26,000. We start with me at £26,000. At 26. At 26,000 now. At 26, 28, 28 and 30 bid. At 30 now bid. At 30,000, 30,000, 30,000 is online. I'm out now at 30,000, 30,000. Would anyone else? We'll go 31 next. Does that help anyone out? 31 in the middle. At 31. At 31,000, thank you, sir. At 31,000. At 31,000 now. Would anyone else like 32 on the Jensen Interceptor here? At 31,000, I'll take 2 if you're coming in. At 31. Online bidder, you coming back for one more? 32 they are. 32. At 32,000. At 32. At 32,000 now. I'll take 33 if you want to go again. 33 in the middle. Thank you, sir. At 33. At 33,000 is bid. At 33. 33,000 the bid now. 33 is bidding away. At 33,000. At 33. 4. At 34 back online. At 34. Welcome in Surrey. With you again. At 34. At £34,000 is the bid now. 34. Would anyone else like to come in for £35,000? At 34. At 34,000. Are we finished? Are we done? 35 middle of the room. At 35 with you. At 35,000. Thank you, sir. At 35. At 35,000 is the bid. At 35. At 35,000. Are we finished? Are we done? At 35,000 then. Gentleman's bid at £35,000. Make no mistake here. Last chance in fair warning at 36. At 36, back in. At 36. At 36,000 is the bid. At 36,000. At 36. Would you like 37? Thank you. At 37 bid. At 37,000 now. At 37,000 is the bid now on the Jensen Interceptor here. At 37. At 37,000 bid. At 37, would anyone else like to come in for the 38? At 38. Just in time. At 38,000. At 38. At £38,000 is the bid. Would you like 39? At 38,000 here on the online bid. At 38,000. At 38 bid. Hammers up. Would you like to go one more? 39. Thank you, sir. At 39 bid. At 39,000 is the bid now at 39. At 39,000 the bid now. 39,000 is the bid. Are we finished and done on this one? It's your last chance in fair warning online. If you're coming back, now's your chance. At £39,000, we make no mistake. Hammers up. Finished and done. At £39,000. Once, twice. Finished and done. 39,000. Provisional with you, sir. 39,000 to pedal number 900 there. Paddle number 900 for £39,000 provisional. Right, then we move on down. This time we go to lot number 219 then. Lot number 219 is the 1972 Volkswagen Type 2 camper van. I mean, These are great looking machines, aren't they? Lovely things. The Volkswagen Type 2 camper. We're going to start the bidding with me at 10, 11 and 12 bid. At 12,000 we start. At 12,000 on the Volkswagen here. At 12,000 is the bid. At 12,000, I'll take 500. At 12,000, 12,500, 13 bid. At 13,000, I'll take 5 again. At 13,000 is the online bid at 13,000. At 13,000. At 13,000, would anyone else like 5 from here? At 13,000. At 13,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning with the online bid then. We'll submit the bid. Make no mistake here, at £13,000, finished and done. Go once, go twice. Last chance, fair warning, 13-2. At 13.2 bid. Thank you, sir. At 13.2 to bid. At 13.2, we'll stay in the 200s then. At 13,200, your bid then. At 13.2. At 13,200 is bid. At 13.2. Would anyone else like 13.4? At 13,200, are we finished? Are we done? At 13,200 then. Last chance in fair warning at £13,200. I'll submit that bid, sir. 13,200. What's the paddle number there? 941. Thank you. 941. Moving on down we go to lot number 220 this time. 2006, the Mazda MX-5 2-litre Sport. No reserve today, must go. Loads of commission bids on my book. I'm going to go in at 1,000, 1,200. I'm going to have to go 1,300 to start. I'll take 1,400 next. 1,400, 1,500. 1,600, I'm out, you're in. At 16 is with you, I won't take it again. At 1,600, your bid. 17 up top. At 1,700, 1,800, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000. Shakes the head, with you still. Ladies bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4, 2,4. Ladies bid. At 2,004, at 2,004, 2,5, 2,6, 2,7, 2,8, 2,9, 3,000. Online, your turn. 3,1. Gonna go 3,2. I'll go 3,4 next if we can, Will. 3,2 with ladies bid. 3,4 if they want to come back in. At 3,002, ladies bid. 3,4, 3,6. Would you like 3,8, sir? At 3,006 here. At 3,006. At 3,600, 3,8 online. 4,000 back in. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, ladies bid for 2, 4,2. At 4,002, 4,4, thank you again. At 4,004. At 4,400 is bid now 4,006. 4,006, you've come this far, would you go 4,7? 4,7, thank you again. At 4,700 a bid. At 4,747. At 4,700, we're going to set 4,8. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800 is bid now 4,8. Would you like one more? 4,9? 4,9, thank you. At 4,009. At 4,000, 4,900, are we finished? Are we done? And 5 back in now. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Are you sure? It's a lovely car. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Would anyone else like one? The online bidder's very keen here at £5,000. Make no mistake. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Are we finished? Are we done? At £5,000, are you sure you don't want one more? We go once, we go twice. We're selling online at 5,1, new bidder. At 5,1, just in time in Warrington, you're in. At 5,001, at 5,000, 5,100 is the bid now, 5,001. Would anyone else like 5,2? 5,2 they do. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2. Where are we to? We're in the West Midlands at the moment with you. At 5,200 is your bid. At 5,002. Would anyone else like 5,003? Last chance. Fair warning. We go once. We go twice. Selling online bid at £5,200. With you, Will, at 5,200. Sold away. 5,437. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, the next one in and away is lot number 221, and I mean, this is an absolutely amazing car, so I'm going to go over to Paul to do what he does best and talk about this car.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, this is a rarity. You don't often see these for sale at any price, at any mileage, in any condition. And what's lovely about this one, it is in a non-more 70s colour, a bright orange. If you don't know the Opel GT, I'm not surprised. It was a rare car. We didn't really get it in the UK. So left-hand drive only, a steel-bodied, almost baby Corvette. And why this one's particularly lovely is because it's had a real provenance history. Came in from California in 1985, has had a stack of money spent. It's been owned by the chairman of the Opel GT Club, and she is in beautiful condition, really, apart from a slight crack in the dash, which I would imagine is a legacy of being in a hot country in California. She's pretty much spot on. Nothing to do other than to enjoy the rarity and people coming up to it shows and saying, what is it? But you know it's good because Tony, our gaffer from Barron South, Tony's going to have a bid on this. Tony, why should we all buy an Opel GT?
Well, I don't think anybody else should at the moment because I want to buy it. But it's a beautiful colour. They're such a lovely shape and design, and they are just, you don't see them over here. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
True. So just because we like to be cards on the table, we like to be transparent, Tony's going to have a cheeky bid to add it to his own personal collection. What a beautiful car. I doubt you'll see another one this nice for sale this year. But Thomas, what's it worth?
Well, Paul, we're about to find out, I'm sure. It is a stunning, beautiful car indeed. It's probably my favourite in the collection. You do not see many of them, that's for sure. And you're in at 5. I'm in at 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000, 7,500, 8,000, 9,000, 9,500, and 10 bids straight away. At 10,000, 10,000, and we sell today, so make no mistake here. At 10,000, 10,000 with my commission bidder at the moment. At 10,000, 10,000 is the bid. Would anyone else like 10,500? At 10,500 they do online. I'm out, you're in. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005 is bid. At 10,005. Online bid at the moment in Wolverhampton, it's with you at 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. At 10,500 a bid. Now 10,005 is the bid. Thank you, sir. You're in at £11,000. At 11,000 bid. 11,000 gentlemen's bid now. At 11,000, 11,000. At £11,000 we are bid. At 11,000 are you finishing done at just £11,000. Make no mistake here online. If you want to come in for one more, it's going to sell today. At 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000 I'll take 250 if it helps anyone else, or we're going to sell. Won't go any lower on the increments today. 11,250 on this one. 11,500 if you want to come back in. 11,250 is bid. We're in Wolverhampton at the moment with you at £11,250 the bid. At 11,250. Would anyone else like 11,500? At 11,250. At 11,250 is the bid online. Would anyone else like to come in now? Looking for my underbidder. Where have you gone? Walking away. Coming back in. 11,250. It's the last chance in fair warning. I'm going to sell once at £11,250. I'm going to sell twice. Hammers up, finished and done. We sell this time £11,250. It goes. Sold. 11,250. Online bidder there. 11,250. And that was to paddle number 11383, I think. Right, then moving on down to lot number 222. Lot number 222, 1989. The Austin Mini and the racing green as well. Love that British racing green. Lovely colour. Suits that Mini really well then, and we're in, and other people obviously think so. I'm in at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8, 3 bid. We start at 3,000 on this lovely little Mini here. At 3,000 a bid. 3,2. Gentleman's bid before you will. At 3,002. At 3,200 is bid now at 3,002. At 3,002. Online, would you like to come back in for 3,400? Gentleman's bid was first. 3,400 you do. At 3,004. At 3,400 is the online bid. 3,600 it goes on already. At 3,600. At 3,006. 3,800, thank you, sir. At 3,008. At 3,800. I've just seen the last bid was in America. Welcome with you. At 3,800. Gentleman's bid here. Would you like 4,000 in America? 4 you do. Thank you very much. At 4,000, 4,000. Not America though, it's in Worcestershire. At 4,000, 4,000. I'll take 2 again. 4,2 back online. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2. With you, America. At 4,002. At 4,002. Would anyone else like 4,400? At 4,200 is the bid. I'll tell you what, we'll go in hundreds from this point. We're nearly there. At 4,002, I'll take 4,300. 4,300 up top, thank you. At 4,003. At 4,000, 4,003. At 4,300 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,003 up top. At 4,003. Are we finished and done here? Would you like 4,400, sir? At 4,003. At 4,300, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then. It's on sale, so make no mistake. 4,400. 4,400. At 4,004. At 4,400 it goes today. At 4,004. At 4,400 a bid now. 4,004 is your bid online, and we're going to sell 4,500. 4,500, thank you, up top, at 4,500, at 4,500 is bid, it sells today, so make no mistake online, if you're coming back in, now's your chance, at 4,500, at 4,500, gentleman's bid, at 4,500, once, twice, selling, make no mistake, at £4,500, 4,600, 4,600, shakes the head, walks away at 4,600. Sorry about that, sir. At 4,600. At 4,600 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,600. At 4,600, I'm going to do the same again. We go once, we go twice, we sell with you online at £4,600. It goes. 4,600, sold. Bidder number 12307. Moving on down to lot number 223, the 2002 S-Type Jaguar. Lovely looking Jaguar this one is. Starting away, straight away with me at 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000 is my bid. At 4,000, 4,000, I'll take 200s again. At 4,200, thank you. At 4,002. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,002. At 4,002. 4,400, 4,400, thank you again. At 4,400. At 4,400 is bid. At 4,000, 4,400. At 4,400 a bid. I'll take 4,600 if you're coming in on this one. At 4,400. 4,600 online. 4,800's my bid. At 4,800 straight back in now at 4,800. At 4,000, 4,800. At 4,800 a bid now. 4,008 is the bid. At 4,008. At 4,800 a bid now. 4,008. Are we finishing done on this lot here? At 4,008. Would anyone else like 5,000 on the Jag? Surely. One more. 5 you do, thank you. I'm out, you're in. 5,000 is your bid online at the moment. At 5,000, I'll take 2 again. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, would anyone else like the 2 on this one? At 5,000, are we finishing done? Is that all we're going to see today? Make no mistake here then, at £5,000, 5,200. 5,200 in now online. At 5,002. Doncaster, it's with you at 5,002. At 5,200, 5,200, 5,200. At 5,002, would anyone else like 5,004? At 5,200. At 5,200, are we finished? Are we done? 5,400. 5,400's bid. At 5,004. At 5,400 a bid now. 5,004. At 5,400. 5,004. Are we finishing done then? On the Jaguar, this time in a way, at £5,400. Last chance. Fair warning then. Hammers up now. At 5,400 we go 5,600. 5,600. At 5,006. At 5,600 a bit now, 5,006. Back with you in Doncaster now at 5,006. At 5,000, 5,600 a bit now, 5,006 is your bid online. Would anyone else like 5,800? Last chance in fair warning then. Online bid has it at 5,600. Once, twice, finished and done. £5,600. Provisional online with you, £5,600. 12287. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick little update for you. Lot number 68 yesterday, the gas there, now sold away. Lot number 69, better techno as well, now also sold away. Look what we do at Manor Park Classics, getting those bikes over the line from yesterday. Thank you to everyone who bid, and hopefully we'll get some more over the line on the cars today as well. Moving on to lot number 224 then, we go lot number 224, 1991, Mercedes-Benz then, a 190 here. This is the Sportline example. Lovely car, this one, starting away, in a way at 3, 3.2, 3.4, 3.6, 3.8, 4,000 we start. At 4,000, 4,000, the start is here at 4. At 4,000, who'd like 2? At 4,000, 4,000, the bid now, 4,000 is bid. At 4,000, 4,000 on the Mercedes here at 4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, who'd like the 2 now? At 4,000, 2. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2, 4,4. At 4,004. At 4,400 a bit now, 4,004. At 4,000, 4,400 a bit now, 4,006. At 4,006. At 4,600, 4,006. Would anyone else like 4,008? At 4,600 is bid at the moment online at 4,600. At 4,600, 4,800. At 4,800 bid. 2 online bidders now. At 4,008. My bidders are out. It's all you online. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,008. And we are on outright sale. Is that right? Getting the nod. It sells today. I'll tell you what. We'll go in £100 from here. We'll sell it to the nearest £100 today. It sells, so make no mistake. It's in the market. It's going to go. At 4,800 is your online bid. I'll take 4,900 if anyone else is interested. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800 is the bid and away. At 4,000, 4,008, hammers up now. At 4,008, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning, I'm going to sell at £4,800. Finished and done. Sold away, 4,800. To paddle number 12330. Moving on to lot number 225 as well is the 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. It's the Stingray convertible as well. I've got a few bids left on this one with me. There's a lovely example of a Corvette as well. Let's get the bids in. I'm in. A little bit low, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,000 pounds. We start here at 19. At 19,000, I'll take 20 next. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, 19, 20. At 20,000, 20,000, I'm out, you're in Kettering. At 20,000 now. At 20,000, 20,000, I'll take one again. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 pound a bid now, 20,000 is the bid online. At 20,000, 20,000, would anyone else like 100 from here? At 20,000. At 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 pound a bid now, 20,000. At 20,000, I'll take one if you're coming in. At 20,000, 20,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. 21. 21 bid. At 21,000 now. At 21,000, gentleman's bid in the room. At 21, would you like 22 online? If you're coming back in, now's your chance. At 21,000, I'll tell you what, we're going 500s from this point. At 21,000, I'll take 21.5 if anyone wants to come in now. 21.5 online. 22 bid. Thank you, sir. At 22,000, straight back in. At 22. At 22,000 is the bid at the moment. At 22 online, would you like 22,500? Last chance in fair warning if you do. At 22,000. At 22,000, your bid at 22,000 pounds. Hammers up now at 22,000. Seated gentleman's bid at 22,000 pounds. Provisional, just sir. 618. We'll see what we can do for you. 618, 22,000 pounds. Moving on down we go to lot number 226 this time then. Lot number 226 is the 1954 Ford Anglia. Have a good look at that one, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely looking car, pretty little thing, fitted with an external sun visor as well. What more could you need? We're in straight away at £1,200 we start with me. At 1,200, I'll go 14. 14 bid. 14's my bid. At 1,400 bid now, 1,400. 1,600 if you want to go one more. 16, 18. Would you go 2? At 1,800 a bid now, 1,800 is my bid. 2,000 in the middle. 2-2, sir. 2-2. At 2,002. At 2,200 a bid now, 2,002. Gentleman's bid by the post. At 2,002. At 2,002, I'll take 2.4 from anyone else now. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002. 2.4 online. At 2,004. 2.6. Thank you again, sir. At 2,006. At 2,600 is the bid. At 2.6, 2.6, 2.6. I'll take 2.8 if you want to come back in. At 2,006, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning. This time then, it's going to sell 2.8. 2.8 bid. 3,000 straight back in again, thank you. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 gentleman's bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 a bid, then 3,000, 3,000. I'll take one more 2 if you're coming in. If not, we go once, we go twice, and selling this time at 3-2. 3-2, 3-2, 3-4. 3-4 again. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 is the bid. At 3,004. Would anyone else like 3,006? At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,004 is the bid then on last chance. Fair warning, I'm going to sell. Gentleman's bid once, twice, finished, done selling. Sold with you, sir. 3,400 to 819. Moving on down we go to lot number 227 this time then. Lot number 227, a lovely little Jaguar, 1969 240 Jaguar, there we go. High quality restorations being done on this one. Lovely lot again. Let's start the bidding off. Who's got, I don't know, £10,000 to start, surely. 10,000 to go. Anyone interested? £10,000 to start. How about £7,000 for a bad start then? £7,000. Anyone want to kick it off today? 7,000 bidding away. Online, thank you, online. At 7,000, I'll take 500s next. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000 online bid at the moment. At 7,000, surely there's 5 more. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 is the bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,500, thank you. At 7,500. At 7,005. At 7,005 online, would you like 8? At 7,005. At 7,000, 7,500 is the bid at the moment. 7,800 back in online. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. One more. 5. 8,500. Thank you again. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,005. At 8,500, 8,005. At 8,500 is the bid at the moment. At 8,005. At 8,005, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance here then. At 8,005. At 9,000, 9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. The bid is at £9,000. I'll take 250 if the underbidder wants to come back in. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, would anyone else like to go one more? At 9,000, 9,000, would you come in for the quarter now? At 9,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning. This time at £9,000, finished and done. Provisionally online at £9,000. We'll see what we can do for you. Right then, lot number 228. Have a good look, ladies and gentlemen. Get your eyes around this one. It's the 2009 Ferrari F430 F1. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful car as well. Where are we at? Let's get the Ferrari away today. Who's got 50,000 to start? 50,000. Low start here. Who wants a Ferrari for £50,000? Surely. 50,000 to kick it off today. 50,000. Anyone thinking about it online? You're hovering. Would you like to come in at 50? Well, we'll start it off then at 40,000 then at 40 bid. At 40,000, 40,000. At 40,000 is the bid now, 40,000. At 40,000, 40,000, 40,000 on the Ferrari here at £40,000. At 40,000, 40,000. I'll go in twos if we can next. At 40,000, I'll take 42 if you want to come in online. I can see you waiting to come in. At 40,000, 42 bid. 42, 44 back with me. At 44, 44. At 44,000 is bid. 46. At 46,000, 46. At 46, 46. My bid is out now at £46,000. It's all online. At 46,000 is the bid. At 46, 46 in Ripon, North Yorkshire at the moment. At £46,000 is your bid. At 46. At 46. 48. At 48, 48 bid. At 48, 48,000 is the bid now at 48. At 48,000 the bid. At 48, 48, 48. Would you go 9 online underbidder? At 48 bid. We take that 1,000 now. At 48 bid. At 48,000 the bid now. 48 is bid online with you at the minute. At 48,000 are we finished and done here? At £48,000 is bid. At 48,000 the bid is online with you at 48. You're still hovering online. Would you like one more? It's your chance now. If you're coming in for 49, bid away. At 48,000, online bid. At 48,000, 48,000 then. Hammers up. Make no mistake. Are we finished? Are we done? We're not. 49. 49 Ripon's back in. At 49,000 is the bid. At 49, 49. At 49,000, 49. At 49,000 had a bid now. 49,000 is the bid and away. At 49 on this lovely little Ferrari here. At 49, 49. At 49,000 are we finished? Are we done? Last chance and fair warning then. At 49,000. 50 bid, new bidder, Doncaster, you're in at 50,000 now. At 50,000, 50,000. At 50,000, 50,000 is the bid. At 50,000, 50,000, Doncaster has it at the moment. At 50,000, 50,000. At 50,000 the bid. At 50,000, I'll take the one now. At 50,000, 50,000, then we go once. We go twice. Make no mistake, underbidder at £50,000, finished and done at 50. Provisional with you online at £50,000. And that is to paddle number 12360. 12360. 50,000 provisional. We'll make that phone call. Right then, moving on down, we go to lot number 229 this time. Then it's the 1972. It's the P6 2000 TCA. Great opportunity there. Lovely little Rover. Let's start the bidding off. I'm in at 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 6 is bid. At 2,600 with my commission bidder now. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is the bid now. 2,006. At 2,000, 2,006. At 2,006, would you like 2,8? At 2,006. At 2,008 bid now. 2008 is online. Thank you, online bidder. You're in at 2008. At 2000, 2008. Who would like 3? At 2,800 a bid now. 2008 is the bid. At 2000, 2008. At 2000, 2,800 the bid now. 2008 is bid. At 2008. At 2000, 2,800. Would anyone else like 29 then? 29 coming in for a small buy. At 2008, online bid has it. At 2008. At 2000, 2,800 your bid. Online at 2,800. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning on this one at £2,800. Make no mistake. Last chance. Fair warning. £2,800. It goes this time. 2008. Provisional with you online. £2,800. Moving on down we go to lot number 230 this time, and over to Paul to introduce this lovely 1993 Bentley Turbo R.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing that I would always find driveway space for, always something I'd like to have in the collection, is a Bentley. I think they're just wonderful motor cars. Bentley Turbo R, to me, particularly in the 90 spec, contains everything you need. Beautiful styling, Fantastic interior and, of course, monumental performance. Now, the difference between a great Bentley ownership experience and a terrible one is the car that you buy and the provenance of that car. So may I suggest, if you do want one, you have a look at this one. First of all, the perfect colour. It's done 130,000 miles, this car, but you would never know. It looks like it's done a tenth of that. Look at the interior, and more importantly, if you're bidding online, please take the time to look at the book pack and the bills. We have everything on this car, from the original build sheet at Rolls-Royce all the way through to its sales invoice, every single bill, receipt, MOT, and it has wanted for nothing. If Lewis comes on here, you can see this tells me everything I need to know. On the windscreen here, I've got the International Rolls-Royce and Bentley Club, a Brooklyn sticker, a friend of W.O. Bentley, and Bentley Drivers Club. That's the life that this car has led, and it really shows. So, Thomas, what's it worth?
Well, considering it's the same age as me, it's in much better shape. So we're going to start the bidding off at 5,000, 5,2, 5,4, 5,6 is my bid at 5,600 a bid. At 5,006. At 5,600, we're bidding away now at 5,006 on the Bentley here. Would anyone else like 5,8? At 5,600, 5,006. At 5,600 the bid. At 5,008 online, you're on at 5,800 is the bid. At 5,8, 5,8, 5,8. At 5,800 a bid now 5,8. Would anyone else like 6? 6,000, thank you. At 6,000 bid. At 6,000, 6,000, I'll take the 2 again. At 6,000, 6,000 the bid now at £6,000 is bid on this lovely little Bentley here. Would anyone else like to come in for another 2? At 6,000, 6,000 the bid now 6,000 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, I'll take 2 again. At 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000 a bid now 6,000. Are we finishing done at just £6,000? 6,2, thank you online. At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,200 your bid on the minute online at 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002. At 6,002 would you like 6,4? At 6,004 coming back in? Thank you again. 6,4 you do. At 6,4 bid. At 6,004. At 6,400 a bid now 6,004. At 6,4. 6,6 new bidder, you're in. At 6,006. I'm out now at 6,004. 6,6 is the bid now. 6,6 you're in Bradford now. At 6,600 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,006. At 6,600 a bid now. 6,006 is the bid in away at £6,600 on the Turbo R here. 6,7. We'll take it. 6,7 on the telephone. At 6,007. At 6,700, George's client now. We'll stay in the hundreds. We'll go to the nearest hundred today. At 6,007 with George now. At 6,700. Would anyone else like 6,008? At 6,007. At 6,000, 6,700 a bit now, 6,007. Are we finishing done here then with George's client on the telephone at £6,700? Make no mistake, finished and done. Last chance. Fair warning then, hammers up this time. Finished and done at £6,700. Provisionally with your client, George. What was the paddle number there? Perfect, thank you. 862 on the telephone. Right, moving on to lot number 231 is the 1984. It's the Audi 80 Sport. Look at that, looks lovely in the red, this one as well. It basically says here, the Golf GTI for grown-ups. There we go. Let's start the bidding off at 3,000. You're in at 3,000. At 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,4. 3,4 bid. 3,6 is my bid. At 3,006. At 3,600, 3,8. 4,000 again. At 4,000 bid. At 4,002. At 4,200, 4,4. At 4,004. At 4,006. At 4,600 a bid now. 4,008. At 4,800, 4,008. 5,000 back in now. At 5,000, 5,000 is the bid. I'm going to go 5,2 with me at 5,002. 5,4 you're in. I'm out now at 5,004. At 5,400 is the online bid here at 5,004. At 5,000, 5,400 a bid now. 5,004 is the bid online. At 5,004, would anyone else like 5,006 on this car here? At 5,000, 5,004. At 5,400, I'll take 5,6 if anyone else is interested now. At 5,000, 5,400 online bid. At 5,004, are we finished? Are we done online? At 5,400, last chance and fair warning this time then at 5,4. At 5,400 a bid now. 5,004 is bid online. We go once at 5,4 then. Twice. Finished and done. 5,6. 5,6 is bid at 5,006. At 5,000, 5,600 a bid now. 5,006 is your bid still online. Underbidder, would you like to go with 5,8? At 5,006. Last chance. Fair warning. Finishing done then at £5,600 with the online bid at 5.6. You're thinking about it online. If you're coming in, now's your chance. I'm going to give you that countdown once, twice. Finished and done at £5,600. Provisional with you online, £5,600 to 383. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 232 this time then. Lot number 232 is the 1971, is the Triumph Stag there. The Triumph Stag to be sold today with no reserve. I've got a couple of commission bids on with me. I'm going to go 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800 is my bid. We're in and away. At 1,800, I'll take 2 if anyone wants to come in now. At 1,800, 1,800. At 1,800, 1,800 a bid. 2,000. 2,2 back to me. 2,2 bid. 2,4. 2,6. At 2,008. I'm going to have to go 3,000. I'll take 3,1 next. 3,000's my bid. I'll take 3,1 if you want to come back in. 3,1, 3,2. At 3,002. My bidder at the moment at 3,002. Would anyone else like 3,003? One more might do it. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is bid. With me on the commission. It sells today, so make no mistake. At 3,000, 3,002. At 3,200 a bid. Now 3,002 is bid. Are we finished and done on this one? At 3,002. Last chance, sir. At 3,200. Are you finished? 3,3. I'm out. You're in. At 3,003. Your bid now at 3,300 a bid. Gentleman's bid at 3,003. Would anyone else like 3,4? At 3,003. At 3,300. Gentleman's bid here with you at 3,003. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning on this one then. Hammers up. Finished and done with you at £3,300 it goes. Yours, paddle number 28. Thank you very much, sir. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of little updates for you. Lot number 35, the Triumph Trident yesterday, sold away at £3,500. And the first one from today, lot number 225, the Corvette sold away at £22,000. Sold. Thank you. Moving on, we go to lot number, this time, we are on to lot number 233. Lot number 233 is the 1979 Ford Fiesta. There we go. Charming Mark 1 looking car, this one then. Start the bidding off here. We're in straight away. I'm going to go with me at £3,000. 3,000, I'll take 2. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 is the bid. I'll take 2 if anyone wants to come in here. At 3,000, 3,000 bid. At 3,000, 3,000 on the little Fiesta now. At 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. I'll take 2 if you're coming in. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 a bid. Now 3,000 is the bid. Are we finishing done at just £3,000 maiden bid with my commission bidder at the moment at 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 2. 3,2. My commission bids are out already. 3,2. You're in online. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is the bid now. 3,002 online bid. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is the bid now. At 3,002. Are we finished and done then? At £3,200, make no mistake. I'll tell you what, I'll take 3,300. I'm feeling nice. 3,003 if you want to come back in. At £3,200, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance, and fair warning here then. At 3,200 we go once. 3,3, telephone bidder, thank you. At 3,003. At 3,3 on the phone. At 3,003 now. At 3,300, I'll take 3,4 if they're coming back in. At 3,003, telephone bidder. At 3,000, 3,003. At 3,300 online. Would you like to go 3,4? At 3,003. At 3,000, 3,300 is bid. At 3,300, are we finished and done here? At 3,003, last chance, fair warning then. At 3,300, we go once. We go twice. Finished and done then at £3,300. Provisional with your telephone bidder there. 715, thank you. 715, it was, wasn't it? 715. Right then, moving on down to the next lot then. The next lot is lot number 234, is the 1996 Porsche 911. The Porsche 911 there, have a good look. That looks like a lovely little motor there. Looks great in the colour as well. I don't know, we're in straight away several commission bids here. I'm in at 20,000, 22, 24, 24,000. I'll take 25 next. At 24 bid. At 24, 24, 24. At 24 bid. At 24,000 is the bid now at 24. At 24, 24,000 now. At 24, would anyone else like 25 here? At 25 up top. 25 your bid, sir. At 25, 25. At 25,000. 25,000 is the bid now at 25. At 25,000. At 25, 25, 26. At 26,000 now. Would you like 27? At 26,000 is the bid. 27 back in. Thank you again. At 27, 27. At 27,000, gentleman's bid. At £27,000. At 27,000. At 27,000 the bid. At 27 online. Would you like 28? It's your turn now. At 27 bid. At 27,000 is the bid at the moment. 28 back in online, thank you. At 28, it's in Grimsby at the moment. Welcome with you at £28,000. There's a lovely little car there. 29 back in, thank you again, sir. At 29,000. At 29, 29. At 29,000 is the bid at the moment. At £29,000. At 29, 29. At 29,000 online. Would you like to go 30 on this one? At 29,000, it's your turn now. It's up to you. At 29,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then. I'm going to put the hammer up and give you that countdown online. You're hovering at home. At 29,000, we go once. At 29,000, we go twice. Finished and done at £29,000. Provisional, 697, 29,000. Was that 697 again, sir? Can I just check your paddle? I think so. I think it was. There we go. We'll move on down to lot number 235 then. Lot number 235. We are moving on to lot number 235, 1990 Citroen BX then. No reserve again. Look at these no reserve cars today, ladies and gentlemen. Some lovely cars on offer. I'm in straight away. Wheels in at £1,000. I've got the same commission bid, but you're in at 12, so no problem. Problem solved. 1,200 a bid. At 1,200 bid. At 1,200, 1,200 straight away now. At 1,200 a bid now. 1,200 on the Citroen now. At 1,200, 1,200 is the bid. At 1,200, 1,200. Would you like 14? At 1,200, 1,200 a bid now. 1,200 is the bid. I'll take 13 on this one. It's no reserve. We'll sell it to the nearest £100. Would anyone else like to come in now, or I sell at 1,200? At 1,200 a bid. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. At 1,200 a bid now. 1,200 is the bid. Would you like 13? At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. At 1,200, finished and done then. Online bid has it. 1,300 bid. Thank you, sir. At 1,300, 1,300. At 1,300, 1,300, new bidder. You are in at £1,300 at 13 bid. At 1,300, would you like 14 now online? At 1,300, hammers up. Make no mistake, it's going to sell once. At 1,300, 14 bid. At 14 now. At 1,400, back in Ipswich. At 1,400 a bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At 1,400, we're out. It's with you online at £1,400. Make no mistake here. Would anyone else like 1,500? 15 bid. 15 bid, right-handed now. 1,500 new bidders in. At 1,500, 1,500 is the bid. At 1,500 online, would you like 1,600? At £1,500 is bid and away. At 1,500, 1,500. Hammers up. Right-handed here. We sell once, twice. Finished and done. Your bid, 1,500, 715. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 236 next then. Lot number 236, 1974. The Sunbeam Alpine. Fastback as well. Look at that. Lovely, lovely little car. This one looks great indeed. Lovely colour as well. Starting the bids away at 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 6 is bid, and we start at 2006. At 2006. At 2,600, 2008. At 2008 now. Gentleman's bid at 2008. At 2,000, 2008. At 2,800 a bid now. 2008 is bid. I'll take 3 next if you want to jump in on this one. At 2008. At 2,000, 2,800 a bid. At 2008, would anyone else like to come in now for 3? With you, sir, at the minute. At 2008, 3 bid. At 3,000 now online. At 3,000, 3,000 in Kettering. Would you like 3-2 again? At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid. At 3,000, your bid in Kettering at the moment. At £3,000. Would anyone else like the 2? At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3-1? 3-1, thank you, I'll take it. 3-1 bid. At 3,001. At 3-1, 3-1. We'll sell to the nearest £100 again then. At 3,001. Online, would you like 3-2? At 3,001. At 3,000, 3,100. Gentleman's bid there at 3,100. I'm going to put the hammer in the air now. At 3,100, we go once. At 3,100, we go twice. We're finished. We're done. At £3,100. Provisionally with you, sir, 28. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 237 this time, no, not number 237. It's a 1991. It's the Audi S2 Coupe. Then look at that, another lovely Audi. We've seen that Audi earlier, another lovely example again. And we're in straight away. 5, 5.5, 6, £6,500 we start. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,500 is the bid now, 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005, would anyone else like to come in now? At 6,005, I'll take 7 if anyone wants to jump in here. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,005 and 7. At 7,000, 7,000, welcome in Ireland is with you. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 5. At 7,575. At 7,500 is your bid online at £7,500 in Cheshire at the moment at 7,500. At 7,500 a bid. At 7,500. At 7,500, 7,500. I'll tell you what, we'll go for the quarter now. Would anyone else like to jump in for a £750 bid? At 7,500. At 7,500. 7,750, thank you. At 7,750, you're back in. At 7,750 is the bid at the moment. I'll take 8 if you want to go again. At 7,750 is the bid. At 7,750. At 7,750, 8. Back in now, 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Still a cheap motor, this one, at just £8,000. Would you like 250 again? At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Are we finished? Are we done? 8,250, we're not. Back in. 8,250 is the bid online. At 8,250, 8,250. At 8,250 to bid, I'll take 8,500 if you want to go one more under bidder. At 8,250, make no mistake here. At 8,250, 8,250. At 8,250, are we finished and done on this lot then? At £8,250, make no mistake. Last chance. Fair warning then. Hammers up then at 8,250, finished and done 8,250. Provisionally with you online at £8,250 to paddle number 12058. Lot number 30, the Suzuki GT 550 from yesterday, sold away at £6,500. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 238, this time the 2003. Another lovely little Porsche again then. It's the Boxster 2.7. Where are we at? You're in at 225, 3,000. I'm going to go 3234. At 3004. At 3004 we start. At 3,400 is my bid at the moment. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,006 you're in. At 3,6. We're going to have a problem here. 3,800. Going to go 3,900. 4,000 is my bid, okay? At 4,000 with me. At 4,000, 4,000, I'll take 2 now. At 4,000, 4,000 is my bid. At 4,200, thank you, sir. We're both out at 4,200. Your bid. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,200, my bid is finished. Online, would you like 4,004? Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,002. 4,400. 4,400, would you like 4,600, sir? 4,600. 4,800. At 4,008. At 4,800 a bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,800 here. At 4,008. 5. On sale now at 5,000. Would you like 2, sir? 5,2. 5,2. 5,4. 5,4 bid. 5,6. 5,6. At 5,6. 5,8. Gentleman's back in here. 5,8. 6. 6,000. 2. 6,4. 6,6. 6,8. 7. 2. At 7,200, your bid, sir. At 7,002. Lovely Porsche it is. At 7,002, make no mistake. I'll take 7,300 if it tempts you back in. At 7,002. At 7,002, we finished and done. Selling with you then. We go once at 7,200 left-handed, twice, and I sell this time with you, sir. At £7,200 it goes. Your bid, sir, at £7,200. And that was to paddle number 7. Lucky number, that one, sir. 7. It's for £7,200. Moving on down we go to lot number 239 this time. Another lovely little Volkswagen Corrado G60 this time there. Let's have a look at this one. Where are you at? You're in, no, 4, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6. 4,800, £5,000 is my bid, and we start at 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 is the bid at the moment. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 2. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,4. At 5,4, back to me. At 5,004, 5,6, 5,800. Gonna have to go 6,000. I'll take 2 if you want. 6,200. I'm out. You're in at 6,200. Thank you, sir. At 6,200. At 6,000, 6,200. Gentleman's bid now at 6,200. At 6,200. Would anyone else like to come in for 6,400 on this one here? At 6,200. At 6,000, 6,200 is the bid. At 6,000, 6,200 online if you're coming in, and now's your chance. At 6,200, I can see you hovering at home. At 6,200, are we finished and done on this one then? At 6,400, we're not. At 6,004. At 6,000, 6,004. Would you like to go 6,600, sir? 6,600, thank you again. Gets the nod. At 6,600. At 6,600, would anyone else like 6,008? At 6,600, gentleman's bid right-handed now. At 6,600. At 6,600, would you like to go 6,800 one more? It's your last chance in fair warning then. We'll submit the bid at £6,600 with you then, sir, at 6,600. Provisionally at 6,600, we'll make that call 998. Thank you very much, 998. £6,600 provisional. Moving on to lot number 240, a very, very lovely motor coming your way. It's the 1966 Mercedes-Benz 220 SEB Coupe, and I'm going to go over to Mr. Cowland to introduce this lot.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just drink this in for a moment. Imagine, if you will, that you're a moneyed, successful film star, company magnate of the 1960s. This is probably what you would have spent your money on. And what's amazing is, although it was very much the darling of the time, doesn't it still look good today? Not many cars have this level of presence. This, of course, is a Paul Brack design. Paul Brack, one of my favourite designers. And just look at the proportions on this thing. Look how well they hang together. There's not just a great car then, it hasn't just got a great history, but this particular car has had an enormous amount of money spent on it. We've got invoices for all sorts of things like new wings, new bonnets, fresh panels. It had at one time a rolling restoration, and it was steamed into basically a full refit. And it was done beautifully with all the correct parts, a lot of genuine parts, and there's invoices and bills and receipts for all of that. And it was driven here to the showroom, needs very little, tiny bit of micro blistering on the roof. But she is absolutely beautiful in every regard. If you're wondering, does it look as nice in real life as it does in the pictures? Yes, it does, and it drives even better than that. So, Tom, what's it worth?
Absolute beautiful machine it is indeed, and we are about to find out. You're in at 14, I believe, 14,000 bid. I'm going to go 14,500, 15,000, 15,500, 16. At 16,000 with me. At 16,000 a bid at the moment. At 16,000 I'll take 5 again. At 16,000, 5, 17 back to me. At 17,500, thank you again, sir. At 17,500, at 17,500. Gonna have to go 18, 18,500. I'll take 19 if you want to come in. 19 you do. I'm out. You're in at 19,000 at 19,000. At 19,000, I'll take 5 from anyone else now. My bidders are out at 19,000 pounds. I'll take 5 from here at 19,000 a bid. At 19,000, 19,000. Would anyone like to come in on this one? At 19,000 is bid. At 19,000, 19,000. I'll take 5 again. At 19,000, 19,000. Are we finished and done here? At 19,000 pound a bid. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, finished and done. Then at 19. At 19,000, I'll take 5 if anyone else is interested from here. At 19,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. We're going to submit the bid then. Oh, 19,500, leaving it late there. Sneaking in under the wire online at 19,500. Would you like 20, sir? At 19,500 online bid. At 19,500, it's a lovely motor it is. At 19,500, if you're coming back in for one more. At 19,500. At 19,500 is an online bid. You're out. At 19,500. At 19,500, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning here then. Online bid at the moment at 19,500. Make no mistake. Hammers up this time at 19,500 £500, finished, done at 19,500. Provisionally with you online at £19,500. Provisional to bidder number 5539. Moving on to lot number 241 is 1980 MG Midget there. There we go. No reserve on this lot. Must be sold today. I've got several commission bids and I'm going to go in straight away at 800, 1,000. I'll take 12. At £1,000 we start. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 1, 2. 1, 3's my bid. I'll take 1, 4 next. At 1,300, at 1,003, at 1,003, 1,003, at 1,300 a bid now with my commission bidder at the moment. At 1,003, 1,400, 1,500 back in. At 1,005 we're bid. At 1,000, 1,005. At 1,500 is my bid on the book at the moment. It sells today, so make no mistake. At 1,005, cheap little motor here at just 1,005. 1.6. I'm out. You're in online. You'll be pleased to know it's your bid at the moment at £1,600 in Bingley at 1,006. At 1,600 is bid. At 1,006, would anyone else like 1.7 now? At 1,006 is the bid it goes today, so make no mistake. At 1,006. At 1,600, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance. It's your fair warning then. I'm going to sell this time online with you in Bingley at 1,600 for the first time. For the second time, Hammer's up now. It sells this time. Make no mistake. At £1,600 it goes. Sold away online, 10,964. Moving on to the next lot then is lot number 242. It's the 1979 Fiat X1 mid-engined Italian beauty as well. Lovely little Italian car there from 1979. We're in straight away at 3,000. I'm going to go 3.5. 4,000's my bid. I'll take 5 if I can. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 5. Coming in. At 4,005 you do. 5,000 back to me. At 5,000, one more 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 is the bid at the moment. Online, would you like to go again? The bid is with me here at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5.5, thank you. See you there, sir. At 5,005, I'm back in though at 6. At 6,000, 6,000 is the bid now at 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, coming in again for 5. At 6,000 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, would you like to go 5 again? I'd take 250, 6,250, thank you. At 6,250, 6.5, back to me. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 is a bid. At 6,005, I'll take 750 now. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 a bid, then at 6,005. You coming in at the back again. 6.5. At 6,500 a bit now. 6,005. 6,750. Thank you. 7,000 back to me. At 7,000 bid. Commission bidder at the moment at £7,000. It's gonna go today. At 7,000. 7,000. I'll take 200 if you're coming back in. 7.2. 7.2. 7.4 is my bid. At 7.4. It's on sale from this point. At 7.4. Would you like to go 7.6? At 7,006. At 7.6. Gonna have to go 7.8. 7.8, and I'll take 7.9 if you want to go one more. 7.9, 8,000, I'll take one again. 8.1, your bid. I'm out. You're in at 8,100. Gentleman's bid now at 8,001. At 8,000, 8,100, it sells today. Make no mistake. At 8,001, gentleman's bid here then. At 8,100, it's 8.2 if you're coming in online. Make no mistake. At 8,001, we go once. At 8,001, we go twice. We're finished and done. Selling to the gentleman at £8,100. Your bid, sir. 618, thank you. Moving on down we go to lot number 243. Lot number 243 here is the 1991 Jaguar XJS 4.0, racing red as well. Where are we at with this one? Start me off. Who's got a couple of £1,000 to start, surely? A couple of £1,000 to start this one off. 2 bid. At 2,000, 2,000, we're going quarters on. I'll say in 200s. I'll take 2 next. At 2,000, coming in for 2.2. At 2,002, 2.2, 2.2's bid. At 2,002, would you like to go 2.4? 2.4 you do, thank you. I see you at the back. At 2,004, your bid. At 2,000, 2,004. At 2,000, 2,004, I'll take 2.6 if you want to come back in online. At 2,004. At 2006 in the front, thank you, sir. At 2006, at 2000, 2006, you coming back in one more 2.8 bid against you now. Before you online at 2.8, gentleman's bid at the back. Would you like to go 3, sir? 3 bid at 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 online. Would you like 3.2? At 3,000, 3,000 bid. At 3,000, 3,000, anyone coming in for the 2 now? At 3,000, 3,000, you're hovering at home. I'll put the hammer up to be fair to the gentleman at the front. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, would you like 2 online? At 3,000 once. At 3,000 twice. Finished and done with you then at £3,000. Make no mistake, 3,000. Provisionally with you, sir. We'll see what we can do and make the call. 815, 815, £3,000. Provisional bid. Yes, we can do that. I'll do that in a bit. Lot number 303. Right then, lot number 244. Lot number 244 we'll go to next is the 1971 Rover. It's the P5B Coupe. Lovely looking Rover this is. I'm in at 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10,000 we start. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is the bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10.5 is that? 10.5 it is. At 10,005. At 10.5, 11 bid now. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000 pound is bid. I'll take 5 again. 11.5, you're back in. 11.5 and 12. 12 bid now. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000 pound is bid and 5. At 12.5, 12.5, 12.5. At 12,005, 13 back with me. At 13 bid. At 13,000, 13,000. I'll go 5 again. At 13 bid. At 13 a bid now. 13,005 back online. Thank you online. I'm out now. You're in at 13.5. At 13,500 is an online bid here at 13.5. At 13,500 a bid. At 13.5, 13.5. At 13,500 a bid now. 13.5. Would you like 14 on this one? At 13,005. At 13,500. At 13,500. Are we finished? Are we done on this one then? At 13.5. Last chance in fair warning. I'll tell you what. I'll take 750 if the underbidder wants to come back in nice and quickly. Is with you at 13,005. I'll take one more 750 if you're thinking about it at home. Last chance. Fair warning then at 13,500. Hammers up this time. Make no mistake. At 13,500. Once, twice. Finishing done at 13.5. Provisional with you online at 13,500 to 6672. Moving on to lot number 245 this time then. Lot number 245 is the Leyland Mini Clubman. Lovely little mini this one is there. It's the 1100. There we go. Should be a telephone. I believe George is on the phone there. You're in at 2. I'm in at 2.2, 2.4, 2.6 is my bid. I'll take 2.8 now at 2006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. I'll take 2.8 if you want to come in. At 2006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. At 2006. At 2,000, 2006. Would anyone else like to come in now at 2008? You're hovering at home. Would you like to go one more? 2.8. George is in first. Thank you, George. At 2008. At 2,000, 2,800 a bid. I'm out. You're in at 2008. I'll take 3 if anyone's coming in now. 3 online bid now at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3.2. George is back in now. 3.2. At 3.2, 3.2, 3.2. Your turn now, Will. Coming back in. At 3,002 with George. At 3,002. Would you like to go one more online? It's your chance. Finished. Done. At 3,200. Once. Twice. Hammers up. 3,200. Make no mistake. 3.2, 3.4. 3.4, 3.4, 3.4. At 3,004. In Ipswich, Suffolk. Welcome with you. At 3,400 is bid. 3.5, I'll take it, George, I will. 3,005. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005, I'll say 3.6 now. At 3,500 is bid. At 3,000, 3,005. At 3,500, would you like to go 3.6 online underbidder? At 3,005. At 3,500, hammers up, make no mistake. It's on the telephone with George's client, and at 3,500, 3.6. 3.6, 3.6 is bid. Online's back in. At 3,006. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 is bid. Would you like 3.7, thank you, George. At 3,007. At 3,700 a bid now. 3,007 is the bid and away. At 3,007. At 3,007. Online, your turn. Would you like to go 3.8? We'll give you that countdown to be nice and fair. So George's client on the phone. We go once. We go twice. We're finished. We're done. And with George then at £3,700. Provisional with you, George. 3.7. What was the bidder number there? 2,002. Thank you very much, George. 2,002, 3,700. Provisional. There we go. Moving on down, we go to lot number 246. 246. Another Vauxhall Tigra up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. This one today to be offered with no reserve. Who's got £1,000 to start me off for a Tigra? £1,000 to start. Anyone interested? £1,000 to start. What about £500 to get it rolling? £500 surely. Anyone interested at 5? Bid online. Thank you very much. At 500, we'll go 6, 7 bid. I'll take 8 now. At 700 bid. At 700 online. At 700, 700 is the online bid at the moment. It's here to sell today. No reserve. It must go. 8. 800, 800 is bid online. At 800, 800 the bid now. 800 is the bid. At 800, 800. I'll take 9 if anyone else is in. 9 you do, thank you. 1,000 now. 1,000, nice fast bidding online. It's what we like to see. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. 1,100 is bid. At 1,100, 1,100 online still going. At 1,100 is the bid at the moment. At 1,100, 1,100, 1,100. Would you like to come in one more? At 1,100, 1,100. Are we finished and done on the Tigra then? 12 bid. At 1,200 a bid. At 1,200 you're in. 12, 12, 12. At 1,200 a bid now. 1,200 is the bid and away. At 12 and 13 bid now. 13. At 1,300, 1,300. At 1,300 your bid at the moment. At 1,300 in Birmingham. At 1,300 is with you. At 1,300, 1,300. Would you like 14? At 1,300 then, hammers up this time, make no mistake, 14 bid. At 14, 14, 14. At 1,400 a bid now, 14, 15 bid. At 1,500, 1,500 is climbing on up. At 1,500, 1,500, back to Birmingham now. At 1,500, 1,500, hammers up again. At 1,500 a bid. Are you finished and done online? 16 bid. At 16, back in now, 16. Runcorn, local money with you at £1,600. At 1,600 a bid. At 1,600, 1,600. Underbidder. 17, thank you. At 17 bid. At 1,700, 1,700. Would you like to come in for 18? At 1,700 is bid. At 1,700, 1,700, hammers up. Last chance. Fair warning. Finished and done then. With you online we go once, we go twice. 18 bid. At 18, 18 bid. At 1,800 is the bid now at 18. Would you like to come back in for 19? At 18 bid now 18. At 18 bid then once. At 18 bid then twice. I'm selling this time. Make no mistake online. Make it nice and quick if you want to come back in, or I sell once, twice, finish and done. £1,800. Sold. 1,800 to 770. And we move on down this time to lot number 247. Lot number 247, look at this one here, the 1935 Lagonda. There we go, lovely little Lagonda. I believe, is that one just there? Yes, it is. Lovely, lovely little motor that is. Great looking thing. 1935 as well, pre-war there. So let's get the bids going on this one. I've got absolutely loads of commission bids. They just fit on my sheet. I'm going to go in at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,000 we start with. Commission bids now with me at £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000 a bid. At 18,000 coming in, 19, 19 you do, thank you. 20 though back with me. At 20,000 now. At 20,000 I'll take one again if you want, sir. You're thinking about it. 21 again, thank you. 21, 22 back here. At 22 bid. At 22, 22,000. At 22,000 would you like to go three? You're thinking about it. At 22,000 a bid. At 22, I'll tell you what, I'll take 22,500 if it helps you. At 22.5, thank you. 22.5, 23 bid. At 23,000 now. At 23, 23. At £23,000 is the bid now. 23.5, 23.5. Gonna have to watch what I'm doing here. 24,000 is my bid. At 24, 24. I'll take 5 again, one more. At 24,000 is the bid now. At 24. New bidder online, 24.5, you're in, welcome there. You're in at 24.5, but unfortunately I'm back in at 25,000. At 25,000 now. At 25, I've got to take 5 now again. At 25, 25. At £25,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is on outright sale. It will sell today. 25.5. 26,000 is my bid. Back in now with my commission bidder at £26,000. At 26,000. At 26,000 online. Go one more. At 26 the bid. At 26, 26, 26. At 26, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning. 26.5. You're in online. I'm out. It's all with you now at 26,500 a bid. My commission bids are out. You're in at 26.5. At 26,500 is bid. At 26.5. At 26,500. Would you like 27? Anyone else? At 26,500 pounds. I'm going to sell. Make no mistake. Done and dusted. Then at 26,500 is hammer time now at 26.5. Sold away, 26.5, 12,075, I think that was. 12,075. Thank you, online bidder. Moving on down, we go to lot number 248 this time then. Lot number 248, and we are in on the 1991 Volkswagen T25, the auto sleeper there. Look at that. The little mobile home on wheels. Start me off on this one. We're in and away. 5, 5.5, 6, 6,500 we start. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 is bid. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,005 is the bid now at 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005 bidding away at 6,005. Would anyone else like to come in? I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarter for them online. They're hovering at home. Would you like to come in at 6,750? At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005 is bid. At 6,500 a bid now. 6,005 is is bid. Are we finished and done on this one here at just 6,005? At 6,000, 6,005. I'll take 750. If anyone else is coming in now, you do online. Thank you very much. 6,750. 7,000 bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 a bid now. 7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000. Would you like another 250 online? At 7,000 is bid and away. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Looking for you now in the room. At 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished? 7,250 back in. At 7,250, 7,250. Welcome Leicestershire. My bidders are out. You're in now at £7,250. At 7,250, 7,250. Would you like 7,500 now anywhere else? At 7,250 is bid. At 7,250 the bid now. 7,250. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance. Fair warning on this lot, ladies and gentlemen. Hammers back up at £7,250. Make no mistake, 7,250. Provisionally with you online at 7,250, and that is to bidder number 11183. Moving on to lot number 249, 2014. Have a good look here, ladies and gentlemen. Audi R8 Spider Quattro. Look at that V10 in there. Beautiful in the white. Lovely car again. You're in at 20. I'm in at 22, 24, 26, 28. I'll take 30 if you want to come in. At 28,000 is my bid. At 28, 28 bid. At 28,000 now. At 28, 28 bid now. 28 and 30 bid. I'm out. You're in. It's your bids now online. At £30,000 is with you. I'll take 2 again if it helps. At 30,000, 30,000. At 30,000, 30,000 here. Lovely R8 Spider then at 32. Thank you. Back in. At 32, 32. At 32,000 is bid. At 32, 32. Would you like to go 34 online? You're thinking about it. At 32, 32. Or anyone else here in the room, would you like to come in now? At 32,000. At 32, 32. I'll tell you what. We'll go in 500s from here, shall we? 32.5 if you want to jump. 32.5, gentleman's bid. Thank you. I see you. At 32.5. At 33. At 33, back online in Ripham. At 33. At 33,000 is an online bid here. At 33. At 33, would you like to go one more, sir? At £33,000. The bid is in Ripham at the moment. At 33. At 33, 33, 33. Would anyone else like 5 now? At 33. 5 in the back, I see you again. At 33.5, thank you, sir. At 33,000. 34. At 34,000 a bid. Back to Ripham now at 34, 34. At 34, 34, would you like to go in another 5? Either of you gentlemen in the room, would you like to bid at £34,000? At 34, 34, 5. Thank you, sir. At 34, 5. At 34,500, gentleman's bid. 35. 35's back in online. At 35,000. At 35, 35. Would you like to go 500 again? At £35,000, are we finishing done on this lot here? At 35, 35, 35. Hammers up now. 35.5. Gentleman's bid at 35,500 online. Would you like to go 36? Make it nice and sharp if you do. At 35.5. At 35,500. 36. 36 bid. At 36,000 now. At £36,000 on the Spider. 36.5. At 36.5. At 36,500. It's a lovely car, it is. At 36,500. At 36.5. Online. Would you like one more? Don't miss out now. 37 you do. Thank you very much. Back to Ripham now. Keen bidder here at 37. At 37,000. At 37, 37. At 37, would you like to go 5 again, sir? At 37, 37. I think it's just the 2 of you left. At 37. 37.5 back in. At 37.5. At 37,005. 38. At 38 bid. At 38,000 now. At 38.5. Thank you again. Nice fast bid in there. At 38.5. I like it. At 38.5. 39 back in Ripham. At 39 now. At 39, 39. No more? What about a small quarter, sir? 39,250. You've come this far. Would you like to go again? A little bid. Shakes the head. With you online then at £39,000. I'm going to give you that countdown. We go once at £39,000. We go twice at 39,000. Make no mistake, £39,000. Provisional with you. Sold. £39,000. Thank you very much, guys. Just in time. 39,000. Sold, sold, sold to bidder number 6383. Moving on down we go this time then to lot number 250 this time then. 250, another lovely little Bentley. And I'm going to go over to Paul to introduce this amazing lot that's coming your way.
Thank you, Thomas. Now have a look at this. This is a great example, isn't it, of a car that's beautifully provenanced, but also when you spend all the money on a restoration with the right kind of people, how well that work can last. So this was originally, when it was bought from new, a Park Ward saloon, effectively, that was rebodied and re-engineered by Rovin in the 1980s. And what is amazing, ladies and gentlemen, is everything that you see, the chrome work, the paint work, the beautiful leather work, was all done in the 80s. And it really, because of that, it hasn't needed to be touched since. It was done by the right people. It has been maintained regardless of cost since. And what you end up with is this gorgeous, beautifully patinated leather in a car that Lewis, who's doing the camera now, has driven and says drives like new. And our wonderful vendor, keen to make sure everything was perfect, only 50 miles ago, spent £6,000 on things like a starter motor, flywheel and clutch. So she is ready to go. She will tour. She will enjoy the sunshine with you. And I'm sure after 40 years aging like this, there's at least another 40 years of usability left in this beautiful car. But Thomas, my friend, what is this beautiful car worth?
Beautiful, rare, not many of these around anymore, is there? Look at it there, lovely car indeed. It's got several commission bids with me. I'm going to go in at 30, 31, 32, 34, 36, 38,000 we start. At £38,000. At 38 bid. At £38,000 the bid now at 38. At 38, 39, 40 bid. At 40,000, 40,000. At 40,000 the bid now, 40,000 is online. We'll stay in twos from here if we can, ladies and gentlemen. At 40,000, 42. 42 bid. At 42, 42,000 is the bid at the moment. At £42,000. At 42, 42. At £42,000 is bidding away. At 42, would you like to come back in for 44 online? At 42 bid. At 42, 42. At 42,000, would you like to go for 44? At 42,000 a bid. 44 back in online. I'm out now. You're in at 44. At 44,000 is bid online at the moment at 44. At 44,000 is bid. At 44, would anyone else like 46 from here? At 44 bid. At 44, 44. At £44,000 is bid. I'll tell you what, we'll go 45 if you want to come in again. At 44 bid. At 44, 44. At 44, 44. 45, thank you, I see you. At £45,000, your bid at the moment, sir. At 45. At 45, 45, 45. At 45, would you like to go 46 now? At 45,000. At 45, 45. At 45, 45, 45. At 45,000, are we finished and done here then? At £45,000. Gentleman's bid then at £45,000. Last chance. Fair warning. Hammers up then at £45,000. 634. I'll see what I can do for you. I'll make that call. £34,000. Moving on to lot number 251. This time is 1974. It's the Triumph Stag again. Another no reserve beauty again. I've got several commission bids here. I'm in at 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. We start at 2005. I'm going to go 2,500 and I'm going to go 2,600 and then we'll go 2,800 next. 2,600 is my bid. 2,800 if you're coming in online. 2,800 you do. 3,000 back with me. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, my commission bidder at the moment at 3. At 3,000, would you like to go 2? At 3,000, 3,000 is bid. At 3,000, 3,000, the bid at the moment at 3. Would anyone else like to come in on a Triumph Stag at just £3,000? It's going to go today. No reserve, so make no mistake here. 3-2, 3-2, 3-4, back to me at 3,004. At 3,400 is bid now at 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,400 a bid now, 3,004 is bid. Underbidder, would you like to go 3,600? At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,006. 3,600. 3,800 back in with me. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid now at 3,008. At 3,000, 3,008. I'll take 4 if you want to go again online. At 3,008. At 3,800 I can sell, so make no mistake. At 3,800, would anyone else like to come in? I'm looking for you in the room now. At 3,008, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance, and fair warning then. Hammers up. We're going to sell this time at £3,800. Once, twice, finished and done and selling. Sold. 3,800. To bidder number 3007. Moving on down, we go to lot number 252, Vauxhall Viva E-Coupe as well. Look at this one, I like this one. Stylish looking car. I'm in at 2.5, 3 bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,000 we start. At 3,000, 3,000 is the bid at the moment. I'll say 3.2, you're coming in 3.2. 3.2's bid. At 3,002, would you like to go 3.4? At 3,000, 3,004. 3.4 online. At 3,004, 3.6 it goes on. At 3,000, 3,006 your bid. At 3,000, 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 your bid. Would anyone else like to go 3.8? 3.8 bid, thank you. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the online bid at the moment. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is bidding away at 3,008. Would you like to come back in for 4? 4 you do, thank you very much there. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, would you like to go 2? At 4,000 a bid. At 4,000, 4,000, are we finished and done here at £4,000? Make no mistake then, at 4.2 back in. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,200 is your bid online in Ipswich again. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,002, would you like to go for 4 underbidder? It's your turn now if you do. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,200, the hammer's up now. At 4,002, make no mistake here. 4.4. 4.4 bid. At 4,004. At 4,400, 4.6 back in, thank you online. At 4,006. At 4,000, 4,600 is bid. At 4,000, 4,006. At 4,600 a bid, then 4,006. Would you like to go one more online? I'm going to pick the hammer up. At 4,006. Once. 4.8 bid. At 4,008, it goes on online. At 4,008. In County Durham at the minute, it's with you at £4,800. Ipswich, would you like to go 5? 5 back in, thank you. At 5,000, 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid, now 5,000 is bidding away online at 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I'll take 2 if we can. At 5,000, 5,000, are we finished? Are we done here? At 5,000, make no mistake then. Hammer's back up. At £5,000, and we are on sale. 5.2, 5.2 back in. At 5.2, 5.2, it sells today, make no mistake. The hammer's going to come down soon. At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200, are you finished? Are you done? At 5,002. At 5,002 once. At 5,002 twice, and I sell them this time and away at £5,200. Make no mistake, 5.2. Sold away, £5,200 to paddle number 10863. 10863, £5,200. Moving on down the pecking order we go to lot number 253. 253 is the 2013 Mazda MX-5 2-litre Sport. Well, where do we start with this one? What a car this is. Let's get the bidding going. I'm in at 3, 3.5, 4. 4.5 we start, 5. 5 bid, and I'll take 200s from here if we can. At 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 is bidding away at 5.2 in. At 5.2, 5.4. At 5,004 is a lovely Mazda is. At 5,004, not surprised. At 5,004. At 5,000, 5,400 is the bid online now. At 5,004. At 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. At 5,004, 5.6 back in now. 5.6, 5.8 straight away. At 5,008. At 5.8, 6,000 up top, thank you, I see you. At 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, I'll say 2 again. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 2, 6.2 back in against you now, sir. At 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002. Would anyone else like 6.4? At 6,200 is bid. 6.4, thank you. At 6,004. At 6.4, 6.4, 6.4. Online bid still at the moment at 6,400. Underbidder, would you like to go 6,006? 6.6 you do, thank you, back in. At 6,006. At 6,600 is bid now at 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006. Would you like to come in again? At 6,006. I'll take 6.8 if anyone else is interested. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006. Are we finished and done then? Hammers up. Make no mistake here. At 6,006. 6.8. 6.8 bid. Sorry, sir, missing you there. 7,000. 7 bid. Thank you very much for coming back in. 7,000 your bid. At 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 your bid. At 7. At 7,000, 7.2 against you. 7.4. 7.4 bid. Thank you again. At 7,004. At 7.4, 7.4, 7.4. Online, would you like 7.6? At 7,004. At 7,000, 7,004, gentleman's bid here at 7,004. Is anyone else coming in now? At 7,400, make no mistake then, online it's your last chance in fair warning. It's 7,600 back in. 7,600, 7,800, thank you again. At 7,008, straight back in there. At 7,008, gentleman's bid seated. At 7,800, 8 bid online. At 8,000, 8,002. 8,200 back in now, 8,200. At 8,002. At 8,000, 8,200, your bid at 8,002. At 8,000, 8,002. Are we finishing done here at 8,200? Last chance online. I'm going to put the hammer back up at 8,200 pounds. 8,400. 8,400. 8,400 bid. At 8,004 online. At 8,004. What about 8,500, sir? Shakes the head. All online at the minute. At 8,004. At 8,004. At 8,000, 8,004. At 8,004. I'm going to sell, so make no mistake. At 8,004. It's on sale, so it's selling at 8,400 for the first time. For the second time, hammers up and away it goes at 8,400 pounds, finished and done. Sold at 8,400 pounds to bidder number 12195. Right then, next one in and away we go. Lot number 254. This time is the 2008 Jaguar. It's the XK 4.2 convertible. Lovely little convertible. I love the colour on this one. Is this the one that's parked just outside? There's the one over there. Okay, yes, there it is. That one over there, the convertible, that's the hardtop outside, isn't it? Let's start the bidding off. You're in 6, 6.5, 7. 7,500 is my bid at 7,005. At 7,000, 7,005. At 7,500 is the bid at a minute. At 7,005. At 7,005. 8, sir? 8 bid, thank you. At 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, I'll take 5 again. 8,500 this time left-handed. 8,500 left-handed here. At 8,005. At 8,005, would you like to go 9? At 8,005 is bid. At 8,005 with you. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,500 left-handed at 8,005. Would anyone else like to come in? We'll go to the quarters now. We'll take 750 next. 8,750 back in. At 8,750 is against you now, sir. At 8,750 to bid. At 8,750. At 8,750 to bid. Now 8,750 in the centre of the room. At 8,750. At 8,750 to bid. At 8,750. Who would like 9? Is anyone else coming in from here? At 8,750. At 8,750 to bid. Are we finishing done? At 8,750. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room there. At 8,750. Make no mistake. Finishing done. Last chance. Fair warning. 8,750 pounds. That is provisional, sir. We'll make that call for you. 923, thank you. 923. £8,750 on the provisional bid, and next on is lot number 255, and it is this iconic American muscle beauty, and I'm going to go over to Paul Cowland to introduce this one.
Thank you, Tom, and this gentleman's just doing an interesting shot for us here. You see how busy we are today? You see everybody just wants to be in the frame. Everybody wants to be near this Mustang. You can understand why. This is a 67 and it's a notchback, which I think just looks even better than the fastback. I don't know what it is. And to me, it couldn't be in better condition. It's got this beautiful careworn paint, lightly patinated, which I wouldn't touch if it was mine. But where it matters, where it drives, they've just spent over £10,000 in total since the car's been in the UK, but over £6,000 very, very recently. Full engine rebuild, new rad, new fuel pump, new starter motor, new radiator. The list goes on and on. If you are going to bid on this car today, do yourself a favour, give yourself a treat, pop open the listing and have a look. And we have bills, receipts for all of that. It's got these fantastic aftermarket rims on, which I would leave on. It's got the original trims if you want that. It's got some spares. And the condition could not be better, could not be more usable. And with fresh drivetrain underneath, you've got the best of all worlds. But Tom, what's it worth?
Yes, the best of all worlds indeed, and we have lots of interest in this one, as I'm not surprised at all. I'm in at 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, 8. £8,500 on the book, and starting now at 8,500. At 8,500 is bid. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500 and 9. At 9,000, 9,005. At 9,500 is bid now at 9,005, and 10 bid now at 10. Online is bidding at 10 and 5. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,500, 30, 11 bid. 11 bid now 11. 11,000, 11,000. Would you like 5? 11,500 is still going online. At 11,500. At 11,500, 12 if you're coming in now. At 11,500. At 11,000, 11,500 is the online bid here at 11,500. At 11,500, 11,500. At 12,000, 12,000, and in the market it goes today. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, at £12,000 is bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. 12,500, at 12,005, at 12,500 and 13 bid, at 13,000, 13,000, at 13,000 a bid now, 13,000, 13,000, at 13,000 pounds a bid, at 13 bid now, 13,000, at 13,000. I'll tell you what, we'll go 250s, we'll go to the nearest quarter on this one. If you want to come back in for another 250, it's at 13,000 pounds. I'll take another 250 if you're thinking about it. 13,250, thank you. At 13,250, at 13,250 to bid now, 13,250, at 13,250. Would you like 13.5? 13.5. 13.5, 13.5, your bid. At 13.5, at 13,500 a bid now, 13.5 is bidding away online at 13.5. Would you like another one? At 13.5, make no mistake, it's selling at 13.5. At 13.5 then once. At 13.5 then twice. And selling to the 13,750. At 13,750, 14 back in straight away. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000 pound a bit now, 14,000, 14,000. Would you like 250 again online? It's your last chance. And fair warning, hammers up at 14,000 pounds. Last chance, fair warning, once, twice. Finishing done and sells away, this time online at 14,000 pounds. Sold. 14,000 pounds. Two bidder number 12262. Right, then moving on down, we go to lot number 256 then. Lot number 256 is 1998 Mercedes-Benz SL 320. Another beautiful car with no reserve in today's auction. And we're in starting away online at £1,000. 1,200. 1,400. At 1,400 bid. At 1,400, 1,400. Would you like 16 now? At 1,400 a bid. At 1,400, 14, 16 bid. 18. Back in. Straight away. Chippenham, Wiltshire. At 1,800. Would anyone else like 2,000 from here? At 1,800, 1,800. At 1,800 is bid. Tell you what, we'll say 19. 1,900, who wants the £100 bid? At 1,800 a bid, now 19 bid. At 1,902, at 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Would you like to go one? At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Would anyone else like to come in the room? At 2,000, 2,000, 2,001, 2,2. 2,2 bid. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002. It's all online on this one. At 2,200 is your bid at the moment. Still in Chippenham. At 2,002. 2,3, 2,3. Bournemouth, 2-4 Chippenham, at 2-4 bid, at 2004, at 2000, 2004. Would you like 2-5? At 2004, at 2000, 2400 is bid here at 2004. Next bid's 2-5, one more, go on. At 2004, we finished, are we done then? I'll put the hammer up. At 2004, at 2000, 2004, 2-5, 2-5, 2-6, 2-6 back in. At 2006, at 2600 is bid now at 2006. At 2000, 2600 is bidding away at 2007. At 2007, 2-8 back in now, 2-8. At 2000, 2008. At 2800 is bid now at 2008. At 2800 a bid now, 2008. Would you like to go one more underbidder? 2-9. 3 back in, fast bid in there. We like it there at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. One more, one might do it. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then. We go once, we go twice. We sell this time at £3,000. 1. 3-1 bid. At 3,001. At 3,000, 3,001. 3-2 if you're coming back in now underbidder. At 3,001 then once, twice. Finished and done and selling now at £3,100. Sold, 3,100. Two pedal number 9987. Thank you very much, online bidder. Moving on to lot number 257. Lot number 257 is a 1989 Jaguar XJR. This one there. Where are we at with this one? Starting the bidding off here with me. I'm going to go 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6 bid. At 6,000 now on this lovely XJR there. At 6,000 is my bid. 6.5, 7,000 back to me. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. One more 5 might do it. At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000 and 5. At 7,500 bid. I'm out. You're in. It's all you online now. At 7,000. 7,005, 8 bid. At 8,000, 8,000 is bid now at 8,000. Back to Ripham now at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is the bid and 5. At 8,500, at 8,005, at 8,500 a bid now, 8,005 is bid. Underbidder, would you like 9? At 8,005, at 8,500 a bid now, 8,005 is bidding away, 9 back in now, 9 Ripham. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. I'll tell you what, we're nearly there. We're going to put it on sale at 9,000. We'll take 250. Quarters now, it's on sale, so it sells today. Make no mistake. Underbidder, would you like another £250 bid? At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000 a bid, then 9,000 once. At 9,000 a bid, then twice. Finished, done, last chance. Fair warning, we sell this time at £9,000. Make no mistake, finished and done 9,000. Sold away, 9,000, 6,383, 6,383. £9,000 sold away. Moving on to lot number 258, this time is the 1973 Volkswagen GP Summer Buggy. Look at this, this is a great cool piece of motoring fun, isn't it? Lovely thing. Bids are going crazy in online. You're in at 12, 14, 16, 18, 18, 1,800 a bid. At 18, 2,000, 2,000, 22, 22, 22, 24, 24. 2.6 is my bid at 2006. Just bear with me online. There's loads of online bids, and I got commission bids here. 2.6, 2.8, 3,000 my bid. At 3.2's my bid. At 3,002. At 3,002. At 3,002. 3.4 if you want to come in now online. At 3,002. It sells today. No reserve, ladies and gentlemen. At 3,002 is my commission bidder at 3.2. 3.4. 3.6 back in. At 3,006. At 3,000. 3,600 is bid. At 3,006. Would anyone like 3.8? At 3,600 is bid now. 3.6. 3.8 back in. 3.8. 4,000 my bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, another 2 might do it. At 4,000, 4,000, would you like to go again online? At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, are we finished? At 4,000, are we done? Last chance and fair warning is my bidder at £4,000. Make no mistake here. Would anyone else like to come in? I'll tell you what, we'll go 4-1. Another 100. Last chance. Fair warning. We sell today at 4,000 once. Twice. Finished and done and selling now at £4,000 to my commission bidder. Sold. £4,000 to paddle number 3013. Moving on down the list we go to lot number 259 is the 1989 Porsche 911 Carrera 3.2 Sport Cabriolet. Look at that one. Lovely, lovely Porsche. A lovely example of a Porsche as well. Where we at? I've got several bids again. I'm in at 20, 22, 24, 26 and £28,000. We start on this one at £28,000. And 30 bid. I'm out already. You're in at 30,000. At 30,000, 30,000. Crawley down. You're in at £30,000 a bid. At 30,000, 30,000. Would anyone else like 32 from here? At 30,000, 32 they do. At 32, 32. Welcome online. You're in at the moment at £32,000. At 32, 32. At 32,000 is the bid now. 32. I'll tell you what, let's go 33. At 32 bid. At 32, 32. At 33 now. At 33,000 is bid online. At 33, 33. At 33,000 is the online bid at the moment. At 33, 34. At 34 back in now. Bolton, Lancashire. You're in the lead. At 34 is with you at the moment. At 34,000. At 34, 34. Would you like 35? At 34,000 is bid now. At 34, 34. At 34, 34,000 pounds then. 35 bidding now at 35. Gentleman's bid again at £35,000. It's your turn online. Gentleman's bid this. Come and view the car. Don't forget that at £35,000. At 35,000. At 35, 35, 35. At 35,000 and we finished and done here. At 35, 35, 35. At 35. I'll take 500s now. At 35,000. I'll go 35.5 if you want to come back in under bidder. 35.5. At 35.5. At £35,000. 500. Would you like 36? 36 back in. At 36 now. At 36,000 is bid. Gentleman's bid at £36,000. Online, would you like to go another 5? At 36 bid. At 36,000 is bidding away. At 36,000, 36. At 36, 36. Are we finishing done then, ladies and gentlemen? Hammer's up now at £36,000. Make no mistake, 36.5 back of the room. I see you at 36.5. At 36.5. 37. At 37 bid. At 37 the bid now. 37,000's at the front. Would you like to go another 5, sir? At 30. It's already with you. I won't take your bid again. At 37, there's another bidder behind. At 37 bid. 37 bid. 5. 37.5 behind you now, sir. 38. 38 in front, at 38 in the front now, at 38, at 38,000, 38, at 38,000 a bid. Would you like to go another 5 behind, at 38 bid, at 38,000 a bid, now 38, at 38 bid, now 38,000 is bidding away, at 38, are we finishing done? It's your last chance in fair warning. If you're coming back in for 38.5, thank you very much, sir. Straight back in, I like it. 39, 39 bid. Fast bidding, that's how we do it. At 39 a bid. At 39, 39. At 39,000 now. At 39, would you like to go one more? At 39,000. At 39, 39 bid. At 39,000, then hammers up. 39.5 waiting. Back in 40, thank you, sir. At 40,000. At 40,000 is bid. At 40,000 now. At 40,000, 40,000, 40,000. Gentleman's bid at the front of the room at £40,000. At 40 to bid. At 40 to bid now. 40 bid. Hammers up. At 40,000 is bid. At 40, would you like to go another 5? 40,500 they do. Back in 41. Thank you, sir. At 41 bid. At 41, 41. At 41,000. Gentleman's bid here at £41,000. At 41, 41. Would you like another 5? At 41 the bid. At 41, 41. 5. At 42, straight back in, thank you, sir. At 42,000. At 42 bid. At 42,000 at the front now. At 42,000. At 42, 42. Would you like another 5? At 42 bid. At 42,000 is in the front now. At 42,000, I'll take one more 5 if you're coming in. At 42. At 42,000 a bid. At 42, on sale all the way, mind. At 42,000, I'm going to sell once, twice. Finished and done with you, sir, at £42,000 it goes. Sold your way, 618, thank you very much. 618 takes it, £42,000. Your bid. There we go, lot number 260 is this lovely little 1961 Alfa Romeo. And I'm going to go over to Paul Cowland to introduce this lovely little car.
Thank you, Tom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this gives us great pleasure. It's always nice to have a 60s Alfa in the building, and this one has been restored to a particularly nice standard. I have to say, everywhere you look, the paint, the trim, just have a look on the wheels. Even if you look at the way the wheels and calipers and brakes have been refurbed and the drums on the back, they've even got the Furgat stickers on. They've really gone to the trouble of making this lovely. Now, it had a good start in life, this car, because it came from South Africa, so it was probably a much nicer shell to begin with. I've bought 2 Alfas in from South Africa. I can heartily recommend it. There's a lot less corrosion before you start. And also it's been upgraded to a 1600 engine, but using, we believe, the original block. All the numbers appear to match. The real thing for this, lots of history, lots of bills, lots of receipts. It's just, for me, Tom, really, the quality of the work. That's what stands out to me. The paintwork, the beautiful trim. Like I say, it's the tiny details that concourse buffs appreciate, like wheel stickers, like the correct badging, like making sure the trim is spot on. I don't think you'll find a nicer conditioned car for sale this weekend. And I really think everything about this, from the larger engine to the beautiful restoration to the way that it sits, it's just a straight 10 from me. But Tom, what's it worth?
So all that quality that we desire, all in this car then. We're going to go straight in. I've got several bids here. I'm going to go 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18,000. We will start at £18,000 with my commission bidder now. At 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At £18,000 a bid now. 18,000 is bid. Would you like 19 from here? At 18,000, 18,000. At 18 and 19 bid. Thank you online. 20 back to me though. At 20,000 now. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, I'll take 500s from this point. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, would you like to come back in now? At 20,500, you do. Welcome in France. A French bidder there at 20,500. Welcome in, and it's your bid. At 20,005. At 20,500 a bid now. 20,005. At 20,500 the bid. At 20,005. At 20,005, would you like 21? At 20,500 a bid now. 20,500 is bid. Are we finishing done then, ladies and gentlemen? At 20,500. Would anyone else like to come in for 21? I could submit the bid here at 20,500. Make no mistake. Last chance in fair warning this time then. Hammers up. 21. 21 bid. Back in now at 21,005. At 21,500. At 21,500 is bid. At 21,500. At 21,500 a bid now. 21,500. At 21,500. Are we finishing done here at 21,500? Last chance. Fair warning. 22 if you want to come back in. Make it nice and quick if you do. It's your last chance. And fair warning this time then at £21,500. Hammers up. Finishing done at 21,500. Once, twice. 22 back in. At 22.5, straight back in there. Fast bidder in France is what we like. At 22.5, at 22,005, at 22,500 is bid. At 22.5, at 22,500 a bid. Now 22.5. Would you like 23? At 22.5, at 22,500 are we finishing done on this lot here. At 22,500 pounds, we go once, we go twice. Finishing done then with you in France at 22,500. Provisional, £22,500. Provisional bid. French bidder there, and it is 10578. Moving on to lot number 261 then. Lot number 261 is the 1990 Rover Mini Mayfair there. Another Mini, look at that one. Could do with some work on it, but it looks lovely, doesn't it? No reserve today. 700 straight in with you then. 8 bid. At 800 now. At 800 a bid now. 800 is bid. At 800 is the online bid at the moment on this lovely little Mini here at just £800. Would anyone like 9? At 800 is bid. At 800, 800 is the online bid at the moment at £800. At 800, 800, 800. Is anyone else coming in? I can sell at that, so make no mistake here. At 800 is bid. At 800, 800. I'm going to take the 50 for the first time today if we can, Will. Try and tempt someone in for a £50 bid. At 800 is bid. It's online and it's here to sell, so make no mistake. Are we finishing done? We go once, 50, 850, 9, 9 bid before you, Will. At 900 is my right. At 900, would you like to go 50, 950? Would you like 1,000? 1,000. 50. 11. 50. Shakes the head. 1150, your bid, sir. At 1150 is bid. Would anyone else like 12? At £1,150, we go once, we go twice. We're finishing done, selling at the front. 1150 is your bid. Sold with you, sir. 806, thank you. Moving on down, we go to lot number 262, the 1960 Morris Minor 1000. Look at that, it's a pickup as well. No reserve again, another lovely little no reserver. Who's got £1,000 for this? £1,000. Who's got £500 to start then? 500 for a bad start, 5 bid, and 9 bid, 5 and 6 and 7, is that 7 bid? At 700 a bid. At 700 I'll take 8, 800, 800 is your bid. At £800, at 800 a bid. At 800, 800 in 9. At 900 is the online bid, £1,000 bidding away at 1,000. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Would anyone like 1,100? If you're coming in the room, now is your chance. 11 bid, 11 bid. At 1,001, 1, 2, 1, 2 back in now at 1,002. At 1,003, at 1,300 is bidding away at 1,003. 1, 4, 1, 4 bid, thank you. At 1, 4 and 1, 5. At 1,500, your bid online at 1, 5. 1, 6, 1, 6, 1,006. At 1,600, it's all online here at 1,006. At 1,600 is bid. At 1, 6. Would anyone else like 1, 7? Are we finishing done? At £1,600, 1, 7. 1, 8, will you? 1, 8 you do, back in at 1,008. Would you like to go again? At £1,800. Hammers up, finishing done then, last chance, fair warning, I sell this time, make no mistake, it goes at £1,800 once, twice, 19 bid, 1919, at 1,900 a bid, at 1,900, 1,900, at 1,900 is bid now at 19, at 1,900, 1,900, at 1,900 a bid now 19, 2, 2,000 back in, at 2,000, 2,000 in Bolton at the moment is with you at £2,000, at 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, would anyone else like another 100? At 2,000 we're bid, at 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 then once, at 2,000 twice and selling this time. At £2,000, make no mistake, it goes. Sold at 2,000. To paddle number 689. Moving on down, we go to lot number 263, is the 1974, it's the Lotus Europa, special Ford there. Look at that one as well. What a lovely looking motor that one is. I'm going to go straight in, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10,000. We start here at £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000 is bid on this one at 10. At 10,000, 10,000, would you like the 5 now? At 10,000, 10,000 is bidding away at 10. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,5. At 10,5, 10,5, 11 back in. At 11,000 with me, one more 5. At 11,000 is bid. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. 5, 11,500, 12, at 12,000 now, at 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, at 12,000 is my bidder here at 12. Would you like one more 5? At 12,000 is bid, at 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, 5, at 12,500 bid, at 12,005, at 12,005. 13,000. I'm going to have to go 13,500 and I'll take 14 if you want to come in. At 13,500 with me. At 13,500. At 13,500. At 13,500. 13,500. At 13,500. 14. I'm out and you're in now online at £14,000. Thank you. At 14 bid. At 14,000 I'll take 500s from anyone else now. At 14,000 my bidder is out. At £14,000. At 14 bid. At 14,000 would anyone else like to come in for another 5? At 14,000. 14,000. At 14,000 are we finished and done then? At 14,000 £14,000. Make no mistake here. Would you like to come in for another 5 at 14,000? At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000, then hammers up this time. Then at £14,000. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance. And fair warning then, this time with you online at £14,000 it goes. Provisionally at 14,000, 1157. 1157 and a 6 on the end. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 244, the Rover Coupe, sold away at £15,000. There we go. Moving on to lot number 264. This time then is the 1967 Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. A lovely looking Rolls-Royce this one is, and we're in straight away at 5, 5.5. 6,000, 6,000 bid. At 6,000, I'll take 5. 6,500's your bid. 7,000's back to me. At 7,000 now. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000, 7,500. 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, I'll take 5 again. At 8,000 a bid. Now 8,500. You're out. I'm out. You're in. At 8,500. At 8,500 is the online bid. At 8,500. At 8,500. At 8,500. I'll tell you what. We'll take quarters from here if we can online. Would you like to come back in for one more? At 8,005 is the bid online. At 8,005, I'll take 750 if you're thinking about it online. At 8,005 is bid. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then at £8,500 with our online bidder hammers up. Finished and done 8,500. Provisional £8,500. Provisional bid again. And that is to battle number 12349. Right then, moving on to lot number 265, 1996 is the LD S2 Coupe there. Look at that. Another lovely LD in today's auction then, ladies and gentlemen. Very rarefying this one is as well. Let's start the bidding off here. You're in at 6. I'm in at 6.5, 7, 7.5, 8,000. We start at 8. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 is the bid and away at 8. At £8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, I'll take 5 again. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, would you like to come in now? At 8,500 bid. At 8,005. And 9 bid back in with me at 9. At 9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. I'll take 250s from here if you want. At 9,000 a bid. Would you like the quarter? At 9,000 a bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,250 to bid. At 9,250, 9,250. I'm out. You're in online. At 9,250 is bid. At 9,250 to bid. Now 9,250. At 9,250, 9,250. Would anyone else like to come in for 9,005? At 9,250 is bid. At 9,250 are we finished and done? Last chance, fair warning then. At £9,250. Make no mistake. 9,250. Provisional with you online. We'll see what we can do for you there. Online bidder number 1,000. Moving on to lot number 266 this time then. Lot number 266, and it is the 1994 Bentley Turbo R. Look at that one. I love the colour on this one. Absolute stunning motor this one is. And I've got some commission bids with me. You're in at 7. I'm going to have to go 7.5. 8,000, 8,500, and 9 is bid. At 9,000 now. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000 is bid now. 9,500 online. I'm out, you're in. At 9,500. At 9,005. At 9,500 a bid now. 9,005 is bid. And 10. At 10 bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is the bid now at 10. At 10,000, 10,000 online bid here at 10. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000 is your bid. Would you like to come in 5? 10,500 they do. At 10,005. At 10,005. 11. 11 bid. Back in now. 11. At 11,000. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000, would you like the 5? 11,500 your bid, sir. At 11,500. At 11,005. At 11,000, 11,005. Would anyone else in the room like to come in? At 11,005. I'll take 12 if you do. 12's online. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000, are we finished and done here? 12,500 back in now. Thank you, sir. At 12,500. Before you online, I heard it ding, but you were just a little bit too slow. 13 bid. At 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000 online bid here at 13. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000 a bid now. 13,000 is bid. Are we finished and done here? At 13,000. Would anyone else like to come in? 13,500. Gentleman's bid. At 13,500. At 13,500. At 13,500. At 13,500 a bid now. 13,500. Would you like 14 anywhere else? At 13,500. At 13,500. Gentleman's bid in the room then at 13,500. 14 bid. 14 back in. Online bid at 14,000. At 14,000. What about 250, sir, before you walk away? 14,500 already online at 14,500. At 14,500. At 14,500. At 14,500 is bid. Would anyone else like the 15,000 now? At 14,500. At 14,500. I'll tell you what. 14,750 if that helps. At 14,005 is online. At 14,005. At 14,500 a bit now. 14,005. Would anyone else like 750? At 14,005. Are we finishing done on this car then? At 14,500 for the first time. At 14,500 for the second time. At 14,500 pounds. Provisional just with you online at 14,500. Moving on to lot number 267 next then. Lot number 267 is the 1988, the Jaguar XJS 5.3 litre convertible there. Original UK supplied as well. Starting away at 5, 6, 7, 8 bid. 8,000 now. At 8,000, 8,000 we start with me on the book at 8. At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000 pounds is bidding away at 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. I'll take 500 if we can anywhere out now. At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, 8,000 is bid now at 8. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would you like the 5? 8,500 they do online. At 8,005 is your bid at the moment. At 8,005. And 9 back in with me. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000. I'll take 5 again if you want to come in. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. 5, 9,500 back in. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. My bidders are out now at 9,005. It's just you online. At 9,500, 10 bid. Back in the room now. Thank you, sir. At 10,000 is bid. At 10,000, 10,000. I'll take 5 again. At 10,000 pounds. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Your bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 in the centre of the room now. At 10,000 pounds. Would anyone else like to come in for 5? At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finished? Are we done? And 5 back in online at 10,500. At 10,005. At 10,005. At 10,500. Would you like 11, sir? At 11 bid. Thank you. At 11,000, 11,000 bid in the room at 11. 11,000 room bid. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Are we finished and done here at 11,000 pounds? Make no mistake then, it's your last chance. And fair warning, and at 11,000 pounds, finishing done with you, sir, at 11,005. 11,500 sneaked in at 11,005. Would you like 12? 11,005. Thank you very much, sir. 12 bid. Your bid now at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000 is bid. Online, would you like to go one more? Make it nice and quick if you do. Got to be fair to this gentleman that's here. At 12,000, we go once. We go twice. Hammers up and away it goes at £12,000. Your bid, sir. Provisional 900. Thank you. Moving on down we go to lot number 268 is the 1998 Citroen Saxo VTS there. Look at that lovely one this one is, and we are in straight away at 1, 2, 2.5, 3,000 we start. At 3,000 is bid on the Saxo here. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 I'll take 200s on this one. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,002 if you're coming in. At 3,000, 3,000 is bid now at 3. At 3,2. At 3,002 online. At 3,002. At 3,002 would you like to go 3,4? At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is bidding away now at 3,2. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200 is an online bid here at 3,004. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004 is bidding away at 3,400. Online bid at 3,4. At 3,4, 3,4, 3,4. At 3,400 a bid then hammers up now 3,6. 3,6 back in. At 3,006. At 3,600, 3,006. Would you like to go 3,8? At 3,006. At 3,600 a bid. At 3,6 bid. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,600 is bidding away at 3,006. I'll take, how about 3,700 £100. Would you like a smaller bite now? At £3,600. Are we finished? Are we done? 3,700 back in. Thank you. At 3,007. At 3,007. Underbidder. Would you like to go 3,800? At 3,007. At 3,700. Are we finished? Are we done? 3,800. 3,800 back in now on the little Saxo now at 3,008. At 3,800 bid. At 3,008. Would you like to go 3,900 online? At 3,008. At 3,800 a bid now. 3,008. Hammers up this time then. Finished and done. Last chance. Fair warning. 3,900. Back in at 3,009. At 3,000, 3,009. At 3,900, are we finished? Are we done? We go once. We go twice. 4 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000 a bid now. 4,000 is bid. I'll take 1 again if you want to go 1 more online. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000 a bid then once. At £4,000 a bid then twice. All finished. All done here at 4,1. 4,1 back in. At 4,001. Underbidder, your turn now at 4,001. Would you like to go 4,2? Last chance online. 4,2, thank you. You're in at 4,002. At 4,200 is bidding away at 4,002. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2. At 4,200, finished and done. The last chance in fair warning this time then at £4,200 free. 4,3. At 4,003. At 4,000, 4,003. At 4,300 is bid this time at 4,3. At 4,000, 4,003, then we're going to go this time at 4,003 for the first time. At 4,300, are you finishing done for the second time? For the third and final time in your last chance and fair warning at £4,300, we're finished and done at 4,3. That is just provisional online. I'm pretty sure we'll get that one over the line for you. 4,300 is a provisional bid there, and it is to lot number 12058. 12058. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 269 this time then. Lot number 269. Lot number 269 is the Vauxhall Tigra, the third of the sale then so far. Look at this one there. Lovely one. Only one former keeper on this one and 22,000 miles. Wow. Let's go on this one. You're in at 2. At 2,000 online. 2,2's my bid. 2,4's my bid. 2,6 is my bid now at 2,006. At 2,000, 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid now at 2,006. I'll take 2,800 if you want to come in. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is the bid now at 2,006. Would anyone else like to come in here at 2,008? At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is my bid at the moment at 2,006. I'll take 2,700 if it helps. No need. 2,800. Thank you. At 2,800. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,008. I'll take 2,900 now if you want it. At 2,800 bid is online. We could submit that bid anyway. At £2,800 is your bid online at 2,008. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,008. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,008. I'll take 2,900 if anyone else wants to come in now. At 2,008. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,008. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance here then at £2,800. The hammer's up this time, finishing done at £2,800. We'll see what we can do for you online bidder at £2,800. Moving on down we go to lot number 270 then. Lot number 270 is the 1981, the Volkswagen Scirocco, and we're going to go over to Paul. How's the weather outside, Paul?
Mate, it's actually inside this one, to be fair. I'm just down here hiding behind the post. I think it's quite nice outside, though. I bought my shorts on anyway. I'm being optimistic. As Tom says, a Scirocco, but not just a Scirocco Storm. And if you know your water-cooled Volkswagens, you'll know that's a very, very special car. They only made 576 for the UK market, and they had all the kinds of things that I like. Leather Recaros, you can see beautiful Zender front lip, sexy wheels, 5-speed gearbox. They were very collectible in period. Fast forward to today, there's only 20 or so left, probably less than 20. Very hard car to find for sale, and particularly in this condition. And this is really nice, Tom. It's my favourite kind of thing. It's a car that's almost there. It's almost perfect. The paint's really good, but not immaculate. The leather could just do with a couple of tiny little bits on it. But because of that, you've got a car that you could add value to, that you're going to buy, I think, for a very sensible amount of money for what it is. But also, you can just do it as you go. It's not a car that you're going to need to take off the road to restore. It's a car that you can have fun with and do as you go. Super, super rare thing. I think you'd win the King of Cool or Queen of Cool if you turn up at any water-cooled or air-cooled Volkswagen show. But also, just an amazing thing to drive. They really are a fantastic car on the road. So, Tom, what's it worth?
Well, we're about to find out. Online's bidding whilst you've been talking there, Paul, and it's up to 8,000. But sorry to disappoint you online. I'm up to 8,500, 9,000, 9,500. 10,000, we start with me at 10,000 on the book. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is bid. At 10,500, 11 back to me. 11,000 now. At 11,000 bid. At 11,000, 11,000, would you like to go 5 again? At 11,500, 12,000 my bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At 12,000 is bidding away now. At 12,000 with my commission bidder on the book. At 12,000 is bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, would you like to come in for 5? At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. 5. My bidder's out. It's your bid online now at 12,005. At 12,500, 12,500, 12,500. At 12,500, 13 bid. 13 in the middle of the room. At 13,000, your bid, sir. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000 is bid now at 13. At 13,000, 13,000. Would you like to go 5? At 13,000, 13,000. If you're coming back in online. 5 you do, thank you. At 13,500, 14 bid. At 14 back in straight away. At 14,000, 14,000 online. Would you like to go one more? At 14,000, 14,000, 14,000. Gentleman's bid here at 14. Would you like to go 5 now online? I'm looking for you one more. At 14,500 back in. 14,500, thank you. 15 again, thank you, sir. At 15,000 now. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000, 15,000, would you like to go one more 5 online? You're thinking about it. At 15,000, 15,000, gentleman's bid here then. At 15,000, all finishing done. At 15,000, 15,000, going to give you that countdown online. We go once. At £15,000, we go twice. And on outright sell, 15,500, 16 back in, it sells today. We're going quarters now if we can, Will. It's going to sell at 16,000, this gentleman's bid here. 16,000, I'll take 250 if they want to come back in. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000 online. Do you want to go one more? It's going to sell, so make no mistake. At 16,000 once. At 16,000 twice. We're finishing done. Your bid, sir, then at £16,000. Just have one last look around. 16,000. 618 takes it. Thank you. 618. £16,000 sold away. Moving on down we go to lot number 271 is the 2009 Range Rover Vogue. It is the 3.6 TD V8 and it's the Overfinch model as well. That's a lot of machine for little money, isn't it? Starting away at 2, 2.5, 3 bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,000 I'll take 2. So at 3,000 a bid now, 3,000 bid. At 3,000 I'll take 2 if you want to come in on the Overfinch here. At 3,002. At 3,2 bid. At 3,002. At 3,004 back to me. 3,4 before you online. At 3,004. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. I'll take 3,600 if you want to come back in. At 3,004. 3,600 bid. At 3,006. I'm out, you're in. At 3,006. Would you like to go 3,800? At 3,006. An Overfinch Range Rover here at 3,800. Thought so. At 3,008. At 3,000, 3,800 is the bid online now. At 3,800 and 4. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Would you like to go 2? At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Are we finishing done? 4,200. Your bid, sir. Before you will. At 4,200. Gentleman's bid. At 4,200. At 4,002. At 4,000, 4,002. Would you like to go 4,400 back online? If you're coming back in, now's your chance. Don't miss out. At 4,002. Gentleman's bid here then. At 4,000, 4,002. At 4,400. 4,400 against you now. At 4,004 back online. At 4,000, 4,004. At 4,400. Would you like to go 4,600? I'm going to take them just in front. 4,600. And would you like to go 4,800, sir, behind? 4,800 behind you. 4,800. Would you like 5? At 4,800 behind then. At 4,800 bid. At 4,800 bid. Gentleman's bid behind you at 4,008. At 4,008. It's not with you in the front. That sorts it out. 5 bid. 5,000. At 5,000's online. Shaking the head behind at 5,000. Online bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Would you like to come in for 2? At 5,200. Thank you, sir. At 5,200 already. At 5,002. New bidder now. At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200 is bid. Online. Would you like to go 5,400? At 5,002. Gentleman's bid with you at 5,200. I'm going to put the hammer up and I'm going to sell it. At 5,200, we go once. We go twice. You want to bid? Thank you. 5,400. 5,400 before you will, sorry. At 5,400. Online, would you like to go 5,600? 5,600 over there. Gentleman's bid again. 5,006. Lady, would you like to go 5,800? Shaking the head. 5,600. Your bid then, sir. At 5,600, we go once, we go twice. We're finished, we're done, and we sell this time. So make no mistake, it goes with you at £5,600. 5,800. 5,800 sneaking in under what? I'll tell you what, I'll do you a favour, sir. Would you like to go 5,900? 5,900, thank you. At 5,009. At 5,000, 5,009. At 5,009. Make it nice and quick this time online. We go once. We go twice. We sell. Gentleman's bid at 5,006. 6,000 bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would you like to go one again? 6,100, thank you, sir. At 6,001. At 6,000, 6,001. At 6,100 a bid. Then we go once. We go twice. Gentleman's bid at £6,100. I sell this time 6,100. Sold your way, sir. 6,963. Thank you. Right, moving on down we go to lot number 272, the 1964 Triumph TR4. There we go. Over £13,000 spent on this one since 2018. Who's got 5,000 to start? 5 bid, thank you. At 5,000, I'll take 5,500, 6,000 bid. I'll take 2s from here at 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000 is bid now at 6. At 6,000, I'll take 2 if you want to come in. At 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 bidding away now at 6. At 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000 coming in for 2. At 6,000 we finishing done here. At 6,000 on the Triumph. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 finished and done. Last chance, fair warning, finishing done then at £6,000. Make no mistake, at £6,000. No interest, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pass that lot. That's the first one of the day, unfortunately. If you are interested or you have any interest in that lot, please do get in touch with the sale team. They might be able to get a deal across the line for you. And we will move on to lot number 273 then. Lot number 273, 1980 Alfa Romeo. Lovely little Alfa Romeo there. I love the lights on this one. What a cool looking car. I'm not surprised. Several bids. I'm in at 5, 5.5, 6 bid. At 6,000 now. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 is bid. At 6,000 a bid now, 6,000, 6,000 is bidding away. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, 5. 2 is that? Okay, at 6,000 a bid, with me still, at 6,200, there we go, we're back in now, at 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002, I'll take 6,400 if anyone else is interested from here. At 6,002, 6,400, I see you. At 6,004, at 6,400 bid. At 6,400 a bid now, 6,004. At 6,000, 6,400, would you like to come back in for 6,600? At 6,004. At 6,000, 6,400, are we finished? Are we done? At 6,400, 6,600 up on top. At 6,006, I see you. At 6,600 bid. One more, thank you. At 6,006, it's with you already. Your bid, sir. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,006. I won't take it again. 6,800 against you now, though, at 6,008. At 6,008. Would you like 7? At 6,000, 6,008. At 6,008. 7 bid. Thank you, sir. At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 bidding away now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Are we finishing done here at £7,000? Would anyone else like the 2? At 7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000 finishing done. Last chance, 2 bid back in, 7,200. At 7,002. At 7,200 a bid now, 7,002 online bid. At 7,002, would you like 7,400? At 7,002. At 7,200 a bid now, 7,002 finishing done then. Last chance, fair warning. Online bid has it at £7,200. Would you like 7,400, sir? Last chance in fair warning, finishing done. Hammers up this time. Online bid has it at £7,200. Finished and done. Online bid. We'll see what we can do for you. Make that call online. Submit that bid there. It's paddle number 4001. We'll see what we can do for you. Moving on down we go to lot number 274 this time. Lot number 274 is the 1965 Jaguar E-Type this time then. The Jaguar E-Type there. 4.2 coupe, lovely, lovely motor. This beautiful, beautiful one right in the centre of the stage there. And we're going to go start the bidding off on this one. I'm in at 40, 42, 44, 46, 48 and £50,000 we start. At 50,000, 50,000. At 50,000, 50,000, I'll take the 2 if you want to come in now. At 50,000, 50,000 on the Eid site, 4.2 there. At 50,000 a bid. At 50,000, 50,000, would you like the 2 now? At 50,000, 50,000. At 50,000, are we finished and done here? At £50,000, would you like to come in for 2? At 50,000, 50,000. At 50,000, 50,000. 2, 52 just in time online. Sorry to disappoint you. 54 with me. At 54 bid. At 54, 54. At £54,000 a bid now. 54 is bidding away. At 54,000. 56 back in. At 56, 58 bid. At 58,000 now. At 58, 58. At 58,000 a bid now. 58,000 with me on the book then at 58. At 58, would you like to go 60 online? At 58,000. At 58, 58 bid. At 60,000, you're in, I'm out. At 60,000 now, we'll take 2 if anyone else is interested here. At £60,000 a bid. At 60,000, 60,000, would you like another bid online? At 60,000 a bid. My bidders are out. At 60,000, 60,000. At 60,000, finished and done. Last chance, fair warning then at £60,000. Make no mistake here at £60,000. Hammers up now. Last chance, fair warning. It goes this time at £60,000. Provisional online bidder 4001 again. Thank you very much. We will see what we can do for you and we will make that call and be in touch. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to hand over the gavel and the microphone to Mr. Paul Cowland to take you through lot number 400. So we're going to go forward and then we're going to go back. We've got a bit of a charity lot, so I'll let him tell you all about it.
Thank you, Tom. I'll let you go and have your comfort break. Excellent job, mate. So what we're doing now, because Tom obviously just needs to have a small moment to himself, we're going to do something fun. We're going to do something for charity. Now, there's a charity that's very, very dear to our hearts here at Manor Park Classic. It's called Destination Florida. If you want to know a bit more about the charity or even make a donation, we've got little QR codes all the way around the building. And Stephen, who's our chairman here at the auction, he's also the chairman of Destination Florida. And what it is, it's all the kids that are disadvantaged or disabled who don't get many chances in life. It's just an amazing way to take them literally on the holiday of a lifetime. So what we're going to do now is a very, very lovely person called Phil Lowton has actually donated this fabulous sign. This is a legit, genuine Do Not Enter sign. Fantastic in your workshop, your cave, your man cave, your she shed. Now, you know, you see these at dealers and they're worth quite a lot of money. And just to be absolutely clear, if you bid on this, every penny goes to the charity. We're not going to put a penny of fees on, so no fees to pay on top, and whatever you pay goes straight to the charity. Nick is here helping me with my online bids. Nick, we got anything online yet so far? Well, I'm going to start us off with £10. I've got £10. Who's going to give me 20 quid for this? Come on, 20 quid for this sign. 20 quid, thank you. 30 quid. Thank you very much indeed. 40, 50. Any more? 50 quid for this incredible sign. I'm going to go 60 with my own money. Who's got 70? 70 over there. Thank you, RV Days. £70 so far. 80 quid for the gentleman in the corner. It's got to be worth a 90. Thank you very much indeed, Andy. £100, make it to a round turn. Thank you, Dave, very much appreciated. £100 for this amazing sign. With you, Dave, at the moment, sir. Any advance on £100? Sam, 110, thank you so much indeed. Every penny is going to charity, 120, what a legend. 120 quid, currently with the gentleman, RV Dave in the corner there. 130 to Sam. It is the real deal, it's the proper thing, this. Would anybody like to give me £140 for this incredible sign? 140 quid, anyone? 140 quid, Andy at the back, thank you so much. 140 quid for a real deal. I think it would cost you probably that to get that sign remade, and then it wouldn't be the real thing. Currently £140 with the gentleman at the back, 150 with Sam at the front. Any advance on £150, bearing in mind that every penny is going to charity. 150 quid with you, Sam, at the front. Do I have £160 anywhere? 150 quid with Sam at the front. I am lifting my gavel and giving you all fair warning. 150 quid. 160 quid with the gentleman at the back. 170 with this gentleman down here. 180 at the back. I love that. 180 quid at the back. Can we get to the magic 200? Where's my 190? 190 at the front. Who's got 200 quid? The gentleman at the back. I'm loving this. It's easy, this auction game, isn't it? When you're doing it for charity. £200 with the gentleman at the back so far. Who has got me 210? Come on, give me 210 quid for this amazing, genuine sign. Thank you, Sam. 210, you're out of the back, sir. Would you like to go another tenner? 220 at the back. 220, the gentleman at the back. This is magnificent bidding, and thank you to Phil for donating this. 220 with the tall, handsome gentleman, outbid by Andy at 230. Come on, sir, don't lose it. 240 at the back. Come on, Andy, with you. 250 with Andy. 260. I'm loving this. We're flying up 260 quid with the tall, handsome chap at the back. Do I have 270? With anybody, anywhere in the room? £270. Anybody? Currently with you, sir, at 260. It's with you already. You can bid again if you like. It is for charity. I will take another tenner. But you're bidding against yourself now. Go on, 270. Bid against yourself. I love it. That is the spirit of it all. £270 with a gentleman who is bidding himself up. You can come again, sir. You're brilliant. Absolutely amazing. Put another tenner on. We wouldn't normally do that. It's not something that we do. But because it's a charity lot, we'll do that. £270 with you, sir. Any more? Anything online, Nicholas? No? 270 with you, sir. Going once. Going twice. £270 for the very generous gentleman at the back. And that is sold to you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, a round of applause. 25. There you go. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for bidding against yourself for an extra tenner. That really is absolutely stand-up behaviour. So there you go. Well, Tom will be back any second and the quality auctioneering will resume. But in the meantime, with my lovely friend Pickle, I'll have a walk around and just let you know what else you've got to see before the end of the auction. Don't forget, we have been cleaning up bikes, mopping up bikes all day. So if there's anything that you didn't get in yesterday's sale and you would like to, they're going quickly. I think we've sold about 15 today. But do have a look on the site. And don't forget, on Monday or Tuesday, probably Tuesday this week, because it's a bank holiday, we will be putting everything that hasn't sold today online. The way we're going, there won't be many cars and it won't be many bikes. I can see Tom has had his comfort break. He's coming back into the fold. And we've raised £270 for Destination Florida. If you have got a chance, do have a look online. Have a look at the wonderful work they do. Even if you can spare a fiver or a tenner, every little penny helps, and it all goes straight to the kids. It really is a brilliant charity. Thomas is looking good, but I'm going to give him 5 minutes just to talk about another couple of cars. The MGs have gone well today. We've still got a few more to go. I'm going to walk you through here, and I want to show you this car, because this is absolutely amazing. And when was the last time you saw one of these? An Alpha Spider. And what makes this one very impressive and very rare is this hardtop. I have never seen one with this hardtop for sale, with this incredible metal inlay. Lot 301 that is, and I think that is a little bit special. And that is only estimated at, look, 12 to 14. Very hard to find in that condition. Incredibly hard to find with that hardtop. And that's something that you can treat yourself to, Lot 301. Now, Tom, do you feel refreshed and are you ready to go again?
Let me find my button. Yes, we do. I feel refreshed and ready to go. Probably about, I don't know, there's 30, 40 lots left. So we should be good to go now. We are in on lot number 275 this time. The 2001, the Mazda MX-5, the Conran edition as well. To be sold today without reserve then, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good look. That's a lovely Mazda. I'm in at 2, 3, 4 and 500 to start. At 500 is bid. At 500, we'll go in hundreds on this one. Who's got 6? At 500 a bid. At 500, 500, I'll take 6 now if you want to come in. 6 in the front. At 6 before you will. At 600 a bid. At 600, 600 is the bid now at 6. At 600 a bid now 6. 7, 8, my bid. Sorry, I missed that. At 800 a bid. I'll take 50 to be fair. At 800 is my bid. 850? 850, I'm out, you're in at £850. I'll take 9 next. At 850 to bid. At 850, 850, 850. Gentleman's bid here at £850. This is a bargain, isn't it? 9 bid. At 900, would you go 50 again? 950 back in. At 950, 950, 950. Gentleman's bid here at £950. At 950, 950. 1,000's online. At 1,050 again. At 1,050 is bid. At 1,050, would you like 1,100 online? At 1,050. At 1,050 is bid and 11. 11 bid. At 1,100, 1,150 back in 1150. At 1150, 1150, 1150 is the bid now at £1,150. Would you like 12? 12. One more 50. 1250. Thank you. At 1250 bid. Gentleman's bid seated now at £1,250. Are we finished and done? Would you like 13 online? Hammers up. Selling now. 13 bid. 13 bid now 13. At 1,300 a bid now 1,300. At 1,300, 1,300. They're walking away online. I think you might have done it at 1,300 a bid. Finished and done. We sell once, twice, and selling now at £1,300. Sold 1,300. To paddle number 11805. Moving on to lot number 276, this time it's the 1970, the second E-Type of the day, in the blue this time there. It's the 4.2 coupe, 2+2, very rare as well, and we are in at 15, 16, 17 and £18,000 we start. At 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. Would you like 19? At 18,000 pounds a bid. Cheap little eater like this is at just 18,000 pounds at 18 bid. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. I'll take 19 now if anyone's coming in. At 18,000 pounds. At 18 bid. At 18,000, 18,000, 18,000. Are we finished and done then here at 18,000 pounds? The last chance in fair warning then at 18,000, 19. At 19 bid. At 19,000, 19 bid. And 20,000 now. At 20,000, 20,000. Back to my bidder now at 20. At 20,000 a bid. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000 is bid now at 20. At 20,000, 20,000. Would you like to go 1? At 20,000, 1. At 21, at 21 and 2 back to my bidder now at £22,000 on the book with me at 22, 22, at 22,000 now, at 22, 22, 22, at 22,000 is bid, at 22 online, you coming back in for one more, at 22,000 is my bid here, at £22,000 at 22, I'll take 5, 22, 5, 23, 23, I'll take 500 again, I'm out now at £23,000, 500 from this point onwards, at 23,000. At 23, 23. At £23,000, would anyone like 5? At 23,000, the bid is online now. At £23,000. At 23, 23. At 23, finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning. This time then at £23,000. Hammers up and away it goes at £23,000. Make no mistake, finished and done at £23,000. Online bid takes it. 23, provisional there. Bidder number, what was that bidder number? 1,000. Thank you very much. Moving on down, we go to lot number 277. This time then is the 2004 Mercedes-Benz, the SL 350, no reserve. You've got a few bids. I'm going to go in straight away with your top bid there at 3, and I'm going to go 3, 5, and 4,000. We start with me at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. I'll take 200s when we get there. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000 is my bid on the book at 4. I'll take 4,2 if anyone wants to come in from here. At 4,000, 4,000. Commission bids online and on my book at £4,000. Make no mistake. At 4,000, 4,000 is in the market to sell today. 4,2. 4,4 back to me at 4,004. At 4,000, 4,400 is my bid at 4,4. 4,6 back in, 4,8 again. At 4,8 my bidder. At 4,008. At 4,800 is on my book now at 4,8. Would you like to go 5 online? At 4,8 the bid. At 4,8, 4,8 bid. At 4,800 a bid now, 4,008. I can sell at that, so make no mistake, it's here to go. At 4,008. I'll tell you what, 5 bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I'm going to have to go 5,2 with me. At 5,002. I'll take 5,3 next. At 5,002. At 5,002. At 5,200 is my bid. Would you like to go 5,3 online? At 5,002 we sell this time then, finished and done. Last chance in fair warning and then hammers up now. At 5,200 my commission bidder has it and it sells this time, make no mistake, at £5,200. Sold at £5,200 to paddle number 3016. Thank you, who left that top bid there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Let's go through some of these. Let's get these done and ticked off. We had lot number 264, Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow today, and it has now sold at £9,500. Lot number 268, the Citroen Saxo VTS, sold away at £4,500. And lot number 243, the Jaguar XJS, sold away at £4,000. Again, look what we're doing at Manor Park Classics, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting those cars over the line and sold away for you. There we go. Moving on to lot number 278 we go to this time. It's the 1972. It's the Triumph Spitfire Mark IV. Great looking example. I love the yellow on this. It's a beautiful looking car. I'm going to start the bidding of me at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000 is bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, I'll take 2 if you want to come in. At 4,002, thank you, sir. At 4,2, 4,4's back to my bit though. At 4,4, would you like 4,6? 4,6, thank you, I'm out, you're in. At 4,006. At 4,600 is the bid now, 4,006. At 4,008, gentleman's bid in the room at 4,8. It's against you now, sir, on the left. At 4,008. At 4,800 a bid now, 4,008. At 4,000, 4,800 a bid now, 4,000. 5. On top now at 5. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 is against you, sir. At 5,000, would you like to come in for another 2? At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid now, 5,000 is bidding away. At £5,000, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. At £5,000 and 2 back online now, 5-2. At 5-2 to bid. At 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. At 5,200, it's an online bid at the moment. Would anyone else like to come in for 5-4? At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200 online bid. Would you like to go 5-4? At 5,002. At 5,000, 5,200 a bid now, 5,002 is bidding away now, 5-2. Finishing done then, hammers up this time. At 5,200, would you like to come back in anywhere else? At 5,200 online bid. 5-3? 5-3, I'll take it, sir. At 5-3. At 5,003. At 5,300, gentlemen's bid again now, 5-3. Online, would you like to go 5-4? At 5-3. At 5,003. At 5,300, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. Hammers up this time. Make no mistake it. £5,300. Gentlemen's bid in the room at 5-3. Provisionally with you, 842. Thank you very much, sir. 842. Provisional at £5,300. Moving on down we go to lot number 279 is the 2005, the Dodge Ram, the SRT10. Look at that. Monstrous pickup truck indeed. There we go. Start me off. I'm in at 15, 16, 17,000. We start here at £17,000 on the Dodge Ram now. At 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. I'll take 500s if you want to come in on this one. At £17,000 is bid. Would you like to go 17,500? At 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000 a bid. At 17,000, if you're coming in, then come in now. At 17,000, are we finishing done? 5. 17,500. At 17,500, 17,500. At 17,500 a bid now. 17,500. 18,000 bid. At 18,000 now. At 18,000, 18,000, I'll take 5 again. At 18,000 a bid. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000, would you like to come in for another 5? At 18,000, 18,000, finishing done this time then. At 18,000, make no mistake online, hammers up this time. Are you finished? Are you done? At £18,000, last chance in fair warning then. At £18,000. 5. 18,500 back in. At 18,500, my bidder's out. You're in online. At 18,500, 18,500. At 18,500 a bid now. 18,500. At 18,500, are we finished? Are we done here? At 18,500, make no mistake, finished and done then. Hammers up, and away it goes at £18,500 with the online bidder. Provisionally with you online at 18,500, 2924. I think that was 2924. Your bid online for £18,500. And moving on to lot number 280. I'm not even going to give this one a go at pronunciation. I believe it's outside, so over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, this is an interesting car. You're probably watching this, particularly if you're online, thinking, there's a very nice Lotus Elan you've got there, Paul. Well, that was very much the inspiration for this car that was an 80s factory-built car. And what they did was start with the wonderful motor car that is the Lotus Elan and then sort of brought it into the modern age. So what you have underneath this very pretty body, which, let's be honest, is very, very derivative of the Lotus. You've got Ford running gears. You've got an 1800 16-valve. You've also got beautiful Ford suspension, and this car was built in very, very small numbers to a very, very high standard. This particular one has also had a lot of money spent. Looking at this, it's had a very, very recent roof, and it's just in absolutely lovely order. They drive incredibly well. They are the step-on from the Lotus upon which they're derived. They look good, they drive brilliantly. They've got modern-ish running gears, so they're very easy to look after. So it's like a Lotus that will start and run and work. And nobody's got one. They didn't make very many at all. So if you like rare cars that look cool and handle really, really well, this is your chance. But Tom, what's it worth?
Right then, we're going to find out then, Paul. We are looking at this one. I've got a couple of bids on with me. Going to go 5, 5.5 and £6,000 to start with me. My commission bidder now at 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 is bid. At £6,000 the bid now, 6,000 is bidding away now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, would you like to come in on this one? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,500 bid. At 6,500 the bid now, 6,500. 7 back to me. At 7,000, 7,000. Would you like to go one more 5 online? At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 is bidding away now at 7. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. I'll tell you what, we'll take 200s from here then, ladies and gentlemen. As at 7,000, I'll take 2 if anyone wants to come in from this point onwards. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Would anyone else like to come in for 2? At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, are we finishing done? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Are you coming in on the phones? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, are we finished and done here? At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. Would anyone else like to come in then? At £7,000, if we're finished and done. Last chance in fair warning then. At £7,000, finished and done at 7. That's provisional at 7,529, provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 281. Look at this one here. 1994 Morgan 4 out of 4. Rare. Not going to talk too much about it because it has sold prior to the sale. Morgan there, sold away. Not sure on the price that it sold for again, but we do know it's gone. And again, it will be in the results on Tuesday. There we go. Moving on we go to lot number 282. The 2004 Mercedes-Benz SL350. Lovely little convertible, this one then. Starting away, I got several bids. I'm in at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6 bid. We start at £2,600 here. At 2,6 the bid. At 2006, at 2,000, 2,600 a bit now, 2006. At 2006, would you like 2,8? At 2,600 is bidding away now at 2006, 2,8 bid online. At 2008, at 2,000, 2,800, 3,000 back to me. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000, I'll take 2 again if you will. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000 a bid now, 3,000 is bid with me on my book at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, would anyone else like to come in for another 2? At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Last chance, if anyone else is coming in now, at 3,000 a bid. My commission bidder at the moment, 3,2 in. At 3,2 online, I'm out. At 3,002. At 3,200 is bid now online. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. Would anyone else like 3,004? Still a cheap little run around. This is at just £3,400. At 3,4 the bid. At 3,004, are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning, this time in away then. At £3,400, finished and done at 3,4. It's provisional at 3,4. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the hammer down. 3,400 provisional there to bidder number 443. Provisional bid. 3,400. Moving on down we go to lot number 283. It's the 1975. It's the Volkswagen. I think this is probably my favorite car in the sale. There's just something about this that looks absolutely amazing. I'm not sure. I haven't quite pinned out what it is yet, but absolute beautiful looking car here. I love the color. I love the roof rack, and I think someone else thinks so as well, because I'm in at 10 and a half, £11,000. We start now at £11,000 on this lovely 1975 Volkswagen Golf Swallowtail here, and in away at £11,000 we start. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. I'll take 500 if anyone wants to come in. 11,000 is bid. With my bidder now at £11,000. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Would anyone else like 5 here at £11,000? 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Are we finishing done? My maiden bid with my bidder then at £11,000. If you're coming in one more 5, it's your last chance in fair warning. 11,500. I'm out already at 11,500. You're in. Online bidder has it. 11,500 is bid. 11,500. 11,500. Would anyone else like 12,000 from here at 11,500? 11,500. Are we finishing done? We can submit the bid, so make no mistake. 11,500. 11,500, 11,500, 11,500. Are we finishing done? Last chance and fair warning then. Hammers up this time at 11,500. Make no mistake, 11,500. With you online, 11,500. We'll see what we can do for you at £11,500. We will make that call. We shall move down to lot number 284. This time the 2016 Land Rover Defender. 110, double cab as well. Look at that, that's a nice thing. With the pickup back as well. Where are we in? 10, you're in at 10. 11, 12 bid. We start here at £12,000. At 12,000 a bid. I'll take 500s if you wish to go on. At £12,000 a bid, now 12. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. I'll take 500 if you want to come in. At 12,000 a bid. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000 is bid now at 12. At 12,000 a bid. At 12,000, 12,000. Would anyone else like to come in for 5? At 12,000 a bid, now 12,000, 5. At 12,000, 12,000, would you go one more? At 12,000 a bid, then 12,000. Are we finishing down here at £12,000? Make no mistake, at £12,000. Not quite enough on that one, ladies and gentlemen. We will have to move on. If you are interested, please do get in touch. There we go. We move on to lot number 285 up next. Then lot number 285 is the 1982 Alfa Romeo there. Lovely, lovely one this one is. Coming your way there. Just let me catch up 2 seconds there. Alfa Romeo. And this one's only done 17,000 miles from new as well, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Beautiful car. Sold without reserve. You're in at 1,000. I'm in at 1,100. I'll take 12. 1,100 a bid. 1112. At 1200, I'll go 14 with me. You want to go 16 if you will. At 14's my bid. 16 you're in. At 16 a bid. Online bid now at 1600 a bid. At 1600, 1618 bid. 1800 2. At 2000 now. Online bid at 2. At 2000 I'll take 200 again. At 2000, 2000, 2002. At 22 to bid now 24. At 2004. At 2000, 2400 is bidding away. Online bid has it at the moment at 2006. And 8 back in. Thank you for your fast bids there. At 28 and 3. At 3002. At 32, 32, 32, 34, 36 bid. At 3006. Would you like to go 38 here? At 3006. At 3006. I'll tell you what. 37 if you want to go again. At 3006. At 3006. Online bidder. Thank you very much. You're back in at 3007. At 3700 a bid now. 3007 is bidding away now online at 37. Would anyone else like to go 3008? At 37 bid. At 37, 37, 37. At 3700 a bid then 3007. Hammers up and away it goes. 38 bid. At 3008. At 3000, 3008. At 3008 under bidder, would you like to go 39? At 38 the bid, 39 bid. At 39, 39, 39, 3009. At 3900 a bid now 3004. At 4 bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Would you like to go one more online? At 4,000 a bid. Hammers up then. At £4,000 we can sell for the first time, second time and 1. 4-1 bid. At 4,001. At 4-1 the bid now. 4,001 is your bid and 2. 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. At £4,200 you're in online at 4-2. Hammers up again. At 4,002. 4-3, 4-3 bid. At 4,003. At 4,300 a bid now. 4,003. Back to the hammer up. At 4,003. Once, twice, finished and done. 4-4. At 4,004. At 4,000, 4,004. At 4,400 is bid. Would you like to go 4-5 online? Yes, you do. Thank you very much. At 4-5. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005. Would you like to go again? At 4-6. At 4,006. At 4,600 a bid now. 4,006 is bid with you online at 4,007. It goes on now 4-7. At 4,700 a bid now. 4,007. At 4-7, 4-7, 4-7 for the first time at 4-7. For the second time. Third and final time, we sell this time then at £4,700. Sold away £4,700 to bidder number 6213. Moving on down we go to lot number 286, 1962. It's the MGB Roadster there, the right-hand drive as well. Lovely market example, this one with only 2 former keepers on this one then. Only 2 former keepers. Where we at? Start me off. Who's got £8,000 to start me off on this one? £8,000 to start. £8,000 surely. 5 we're in. At 5,000 now. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. 5-5 in the middle. At 5,005. 6,000 if you're coming in online. It was before you. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room at 5-5. At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005. At 5,006 bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would you go 6-5 already online? I'll take 750 if you want. Thank you. At 6,750. 7,000 back in. At 7,000, 7,000 with you, isn't it? 7,000 bid. Thank you. At 7,000, would you like to go 250? 7,250 again. At 7,250 to bid. At 7,250 and 5. 7,5. At 7,005. At 7,005 is an online bid here. At 7,005. At 7,500, would you like to go again? Thank you again, sir. At 7,750 is your bid. They're pretty fast online. They're back in straight away. At £8,000 now. 250 again if you want. At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000 a bit now, 8,000 are we finished and done. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. I'll tell you what, I'll do you the favour. Would you go 8-1? 8-1. Would you go 8-2 in the back? I've seen you waving away. 8-2. 8-3 if you want. 8-2 is your bid in the back. 8-5 here at 8,005. 750, sir, at the back. At 8-5's bid online. At 8.5, 8,750 at the back. At 8,750, 8,750 at the back of the room there. 8,750 and 9 back online. Thank you for your bid, though, sir. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000 a bid now. 9,000 is bidding away. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Let's go in the hundreds now then, ladies and gentlemen. We're at £9,000. It's online. I'll take 9-1 if anyone else wants to come in because we're on sale. It will sell today. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Finished and done then. Last chance. Fair warning, I sell this time, so make no mistake, we go once, we go twice, and selling now at £9,000 it goes, and gone at £9,000, 6,339. Moving on to lot number 287, the 1986 RX-7, the Mazda RX-7. Look at that one. It's the older style as well. I love this one. The eyes on it there as well. Such a flirty little car. Great thing there. A 6 6,500, 7,000 and 5 bid. 7,005, we start now at £7,500. That's 7,500 the bid. That's 7,005. At 7,500 and 8 bid. At 8,000 and 5. 8,500 back to me. At 8,500 a bid now. 8,500 is my bid on the book now at 8,500. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,005. I'll take 9 if anyone else is coming in now. 9,000 in the back. I'm out your insert. 9,000 is your bid. At 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000 a bid, then 9,000 at the back of the room now at 9. At 9,000, 9,000, I'll take 5 if anyone else wants to come in from here. At 9,000, 5. Online bid now at 9,500. At 9,500, 9,500. Welcome in Liverpool. It's with you at 9,005. 10 bid, thank you, at £10,000. Back to the room now at £10,000 is bidding away at 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finished and done here on the lovely little Mazda? At 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. I'll take 250 if anyone wants to jump in nice and quickly for me. 10,250 bid. 10,250. Oh, it was just a bit slower online. If you'd bid again, if you were that online bidder, I think we changed the increment as you went to bid 10,500. But I'll do you the favour, if you want to go 10,250, please bid again. At £10,000, still with you, sir. At £10,000, it's still your bid. At 10,000, 10,000, finishing done. I'll submit the bid. Last chance, fair warning, it's being submitted with you then, provisionally at £10,000. Your bid, 900, 10,000. Thank you very much. Moving on down we go to lot number 288. 288 is this lovely 2003 Land Rover Discovery. There we go, the 4.4 litre V8 on this one as well. Lovely, lovely Land Rover. This one is, where are we at to? It's done 68,000 miles. That's very, very little mileage for a Land Rover of this kind. And I'm in at 7, 7.5, 8. 8.5, 9 bid. At 9,000 we start here on this lovely Discovery at £9,000. Little mileage is done. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 is bidding away now. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000 I'll take 250 if anyone wants to jump in from here. At 9,000 a bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 a bid now 9,000 and we finished and done at 9. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Last chance in fair warning then at £9,000. Make no mistake on this one. At £9,000 with my commission bidder then at 9,000. 715 provisional for £9,000. We'll see what we can do for you online there and we will make that call. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 289 is up next. 289 is this lovely 1969 Morris Mini Cooper S, Mark II Cooper as well. Lovely, lovely paint job on this one. Look how great that one looks, gleaming away under the lights there. And we're in at 13, 14, 15 bid. We start at £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. At £15,000 a bid now, 15 and 16 bid. 17 back to me though. At 17 bid now. At 17,000, 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. Would you like to go 18 one more? At 17 bid. At 17,000, 17,000 a bid and finished and done. At 17,000, 17,000. I'll tell you what, I'll take 5. 75, 18 bid. 18,000, I'm out now. You're in at 18. I'll take 5 from anyone else. At £18,000 is your bid online. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. Are we finished and done here? At £18,000 we can submit that bid. So don't be afraid to come in for one more. At 18,000, 18,000. Are we finished and done then? At £18,000 is your last chance. And fair warning then, this time then at £18,000. Make no mistake, finish and done, £18,000. Provisionally with you online at £18,000. We will see what we can do for you. Moving on to lot number 290. This time, another beautiful looking car. It's the 1997 Fiat. And I'm going to go over to Paul to show you around this lovely car.
Thank you, Tom. Now, Tom, I must declare an interest in this car because I think it's absolutely fabulous. This is a rarity. It was a rarity when it was new, and fast forward to today, you just never see these anymore. This was Fiat being very Italian and basically making a beautiful little roadster, barchetta meaning boat. Thankfully, it doesn't handle like one, using pretty run-of-the-mill hatchback mechanicals. It's front-wheel drive, believe it or not. And it was their idea to try and do an Italian front-wheel drive version of what was then selling brilliantly, the Mazda MX-5. Now, I think you'd argue that it's perhaps even prettier. I think it's absolutely brilliant. It's certainly a lot rarer. Unusually, despite the fact this is a UK model, they only came in left-hand drive. It wasn't worth tooling up to do a right-hand drive version for the UK market. Now, because of that, because they didn't make very many, they didn't sell all that many in the grand scheme of things, they're quite a rare car now. This particular one has done 145,000 miles, but that said, it flew through its last MOT. Now, it's been stored, I would say, with a cover on, so we've got some micro blistering on every panel. So even though it presents beautifully, as you can see on screen, if you are bidding from afar, if you look, you either can live with that if it's a nice price range car, or if you really want to make it perfect, you are going to have to address that, and that is all over the car. Now, I like this so much, I put this in my top 5 videos, and I liked it so much, we like to be transparent. I will be putting my hand up for this one in a minute. So if you are bidding, we're bidding together. But Tom, what's it worth?
Just to point out there as well, it's 68,000 miles. I believe the odometer on that one is in kilometres. We're at 68,000 miles on the clock, just to be confirmed. I'm getting told from my left-hand side. So we are in online. You're in at 13, 14, 15, 1,600 a bid is online now. At 1,600, we'll say in hundreds for you online. 17, 18 bid, thank you. At 1,800, I'll take 19 if anyone else wants to come in. 1,900 in the front before you will, unfortunately. At 1,900, at 1,900, 1,900, your bid, sir. At 1,900, 2 bid. At 2,001, 2-1 bid. At 2,001 at the front. At 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. At 2,002, 2,003, 2,003, 2-4, 2-5, 2-5 bid. At 2,005 is here in the floor. At 2.5, 2.6 back online. Shakes the head now. At 2,006 is your bid at the moment online. At £2,600, we are bidding away. It sells today, so make no mistake. Would anyone else like to come in for 2.7? At 2,600, are we finished? Are we done? 2.7, thank you, sir. 2.7 bid in the middle of the room. Online, would you like to go again? 2.8 they do. Against you now, sir. 2,800 is an online bid. At 2.8 bid. At 2,008. At 2,800 a bid now, 2,008. Would you like 2.9? 2.9, thank you. At 2.9 bid. At 2.9, gentleman's bid now. At 2,900 a bid now, 2,009. At 2.9, 2.9, 2.9. Would you like to go 3 online? 3 they do. At 3,000 a bid. At 3,000, no worries, sir. At 3,000, thank you for bids. At 3,000, 3,000, it's here online at the minute. At 3,000, it's off to battle as well. At 3,000, 3,000, going Hastings way. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, I'll take 1 if anyone wants to come in now. At 3,000, are you finished? Are you done? It's your last chance. In fair warning, I'm going to sell with the online bid then. This time it goes at £3,000. Finished and done at 3,000. Online bid takes it, £3,000. Thank you, online bidder. And that was to bidder number 4272. Moving on down, we go to lot number 291. Lot number 291 here is this lovely 1952 Fiat 1900, and we are going to start the bidding with you at 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4 bid. We start at 4, at 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000 a bid now, 4,000 is bid with my bidder on the book. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000, 5. At 4,5, 4,5, 4,5. At 4,5, I'm going to have to go 5,000, and I'll take 2 if you want to come back in. At 5,000, 2, 1 more. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, my bidder at the moment. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, would anyone else like to come in for 2? At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, are we finished? Are we done here? At £5,000. Anyone coming in for 2? I'm going to get that hammer in the air. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 2 back in online. I'm out, you're in. At 5,2. At 5,002. At 5,002. Would you like to go 5,4 anywhere else? At 5,200 is bidding away. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,2. At 5,200, are we finished? Are we done? At 5,200, make no mistake then. At £5,200, the bid is online. At 5,200, go once. At 5,200, going twice. Finishing done with you online at 5,2. Provisionally at 5,200, 6,579. Right, then moving on to lot number 292, the 1971 Triumph TR6. Then the TR6 there, another lovely Triumph. Look at that one, looks glorious with his roof down there. And we're going to go in at 5, 5.5, 6, £6,500 is bid. We start at 6,005. I'll take 7 is your next bid. At 6,500 a bid now, 6,005 is bid. At 6,5, 6,5, 6,5. At 6,500 a bid now, 6,005 and 7 bid. At 7,000, I'll take 200s from this point then, ladies and gentlemen. We're at £7,000. My bidder's out, online's in at 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, would anyone else like to come in for the 2? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Cheap motor here at just £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Online bid has it at the moment at £7,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another £200 bid? At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished? Are we done? At £7,000. Make no mistake, the online bid has it at the moment at 7,2 bid. At 7,2, 7,2, 7,2. At 7,002. At 7,000, 7,002. At 7,200, bidding away now at 7,2. Underbidder, would you like to go 7,4? At 7,2, 7,2, 7,2. At 7,200, are we finished here? Are we done? At 7,200, I'll give you that countdown. We go once. We go twice. We're finished. We're done at £7,200. Online bid has it 7,2. Provisionally with you online, 8414. Moving on down, we go to lot number 293, is this lovely little 1960 Austin Healey frog-eyed sprite there. Look at that one there. The Austin Healey there, starting away. You got a bid in at, oh, that's a little low, isn't it? We won't start there. We're going to start with my bid if we can. 3.5, 4.5, 5, 6 bids, £6,000. We're in at 6,000 with me. I'll take 6,500 next. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 on the little Austin Healey then at 6,500. 6,500. That's 6,500. 7 bid. That's 7,000. I'm going to have to go 5 with me. That's 7,500. That's 7,500. My bid are now at 7,500 a bid. That's 7,500. That's 7,500. That's 7,500 a bid now. 7,500. 8,000. My bid is out. You're in now. That's 8,000 a bid. At 8,000, 8,000. And welcome to you in Western Australia. It's your bid at the moment at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Bidding? 8,500? Thank you. At 8,500 at the front. 8,500 bid. Gentleman's bid at the front, seated at 8,500. At 8,500. In Australia, would you like to go one more? At 8,500. At 8,000, 8,500. Your bid here at 8,500. At 8,500 a bid now. 8,500. Are we finished and done on this one? At 8,500. Seems cheap to me. At 8,500. 9. At 9,000 back in online. At 9,005 back in again. At 9,005. Gentleman's bid here seated at 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500. I'll tell you what, we'll take 750. We won't go any lower. We'll go in the quarters. It's the lowest increment we'll go in this car. If you want to go one more, it's your chance now to come back in online. 9,750 they do. 10 bid. Thank you, sir. At 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At 10,000, 10,000 online. Would you like another 250? It's your turn now. At 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finished and done here? At £10,000. I'm going to give you that countdown to speed things up a little bit. It's at £10,000 with the gentleman down here at 10. We go 10,250. 10,250. Nottinghamshire, new bidder in now completely at 10,250. At 10,250 is bid with you online. At 10,250, 10,250. At 10,250, sure, he can't come back in for one more 10,500. At 10,250 is the bid. At 10,250 to bid now 10,250. Are we finishing done on this one? At 10,250, 10,250. 10,500, thank you, sir. At 10,500 back in. At 10,005, seated bidder now back in the lead at 10,500. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,500, are we finished? Are we done? At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. Going to be fair. We go once at 10,500. We go twice. Hammers up. At £10,500, you're finished and done at 10,500. Your bid, sir, at 10,500. We're pretty close on that one, so I'm pretty sure we'll get a deal overdone for you. 973, thank you, 973. Provisional bid. Moving on down, we go to lot number 294. A lovely looking Cortina. This one is the 1983 3-litre, super rare magazine featured as well. I'm in straight away at £5,000. At 5,000, my bidder now. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 is bid with me. I'm 5,500, I'm out already. At 5,500, the bid. At 5,005. At 5,005, the bid. At 5,500, 5,500, 5,500. Should we go 750 again? Would anyone else like to come in for a quarter now? At 5,750 bid. Thank you very much online. Your bid, you're in the lead. I'll take 6,000 if the underbidder wants to come back in. They do. 6 is bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Would you like to go 250? 6,250, 6,250. At 6,250 is bid. At 6,250 to bid now 6,250. Would you like to go 6,500 online for a Cortina? At 6,250, make no mistake. At 6,250 to bid. At 6,250, if you're coming in at 6,500, it's your last chance in fair warning on this one. At 6,250, the hammer's up this time. Make no mistake online. At 6,500. At 6,500 back in now 6,500. North Yorkshire there at 6,500. It's your bid at the moment. At 6,500. I'll take 750 again. 6,750. Thank you for bidding there online in Spalding. It's your bid. At £6,750. We are bidding away. At 6,750. Would anyone like 7? At £6,750 here. Are we finished? Are we done? 7 we're not. At 7 bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished? Are we done? At 7,250. 7,250 to bid. At 7,250, 7,250. At 7,250, would you like to go 7,500 online? At 7,250 to bid. At 7,250, are we finished? Are we done? At 7,250 to bid now, 7,250. Hammers up. Make no mistake here. At 7,250, I'm going to give you that countdown online. We go once at £7,250. We go twice. We're finished. We're done at £7,250. Pound 5. 7,500. At 7,500, 7,500. 7,500. At 7,500 a bit now 7,500. At 7,500. At 7,000, 7,500. At 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. At 7,500. I'm going to put it on sale, and I'm going to take a £100 bid from here. It's at 7.5. Do you want to go 7.6 online? At 7.5 the bid. At 7,005. I'll take 7.6 because we're going to sell the car from this point onwards. At 7.5. At 7,500 a bid. Now 7,005 for the first time. At £7,500 for the second time. We sell away at £7,500. It goes. Sold at 7.5. To bidder number 12307. Thank you very much online. Moving on down we go to lot number 295 here, 2006 Jaguar XK 4.2 litre there. Stunning, stunning one this is, and I've got several bids, you've got several bids there. I'm going to have to go straight in at 8,085. 8.5 is bid. At 8,005 is the bid now, 8,005. At 8,005, I'll take 9 if anyone wants to come in from here. At 8,005. At 8.5, 8.5, 8.5. At 8,500 is bidding away now at 8.5. At 8,500 are we finished and done here at 8.5. Would you come in for 9? 9 coming in now at 9. 9 bid, thank you. At 9,000. 5 back to me. I'm going to have to go 9 to 750 next if we can. We'll take the quarters now. At 9.5, 9.5, 9.5. At 9,005. At 9,005, would you like to go 750 again? 9,750. 10 back to me. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. It sells today. I'll take 10.1 if I can. At 10,000 a bid. It's on in the market and selling now at 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, 10,000, I'll take 1 again. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finishing done here? It's selling at £10,000. I'll take 1 if anyone wants to come in. It's your last chance in fair warning. It's my commission bidder, and it's going to go for the first time, a second time, and it sells now at £10,000. Sold it at 10. Thank you very much to the bidder that left that bid, and that bidder number was 1,000. At £10,000, sold away there, and we move down to lot number 296, 2007. It's the Bentley Honage there, the Bentley Honage. Look at this one, lovely looking Bentley. I'm in 12, 13, 14 bid. At 14,000, we start now at £14,000. At 14 a bid. At 14,000, 14,000. At 14,000, 14,000 is bidding away. At £14,000 a bid. I'll take 500s if you will. At £14,000. At 14 a bid, now 14 is bidding away. At 14,000, 14,000, are we finishing done in 5? At 14.5, new bidder. 15 back to me. At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000 a bid, now 15,000. At 15, 15 bid. At 15,000 a bid, now 15, 15 bid. At £15,000 are we finishing done here. At £15,000, make no mistake, last chance and fair warning. 15.5. Sorry, Will, I seen your hand go up. That gentleman's bid there was just in before you. Taking the room bid before you online. It's at 15.5. Online, would you like to go 16? Gentleman's bid, seated here. I'm not going to take it again, it's with you already. At £15,000, 15.5, sorry. At 15.5, gentleman's bid here. At 15.5. 16's online. Would you like to go 5 again? At 16,000 online bid. At 16,005, thank you, sir. At 16.5. At 16,500 online. Would you like to go 17 now? 17 back in. At 17,000, 17,000. Online bid at the moment at 17,000 in Hampshire. At £17,000. Would you like to go 5? 17.5, thank you, sir. At 17.5, gentleman's bid now. At 17,500 bidding away. At 17.5. At 17.5, 17.5. At 17.5, 18 now at the back. Nearly missed you there, sir. Sorry about that. 18,000 your bid. It's against you at the back of the room now at 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18.5 online. 18.5 is bid. At 18.5. At 18,500. Would you like 19, sir? At 18.5. I'll tell you what about 250? At 18.5, I'll take 750. Yeah, thank you very much. 18,750 is your bid. At 18,750 down at the front. At 18,750. 18,750 and 19 bid back in online at 19 in Bedfordshire this time. New bidder there at £19,000. At 19,000, 19,000. At 19,000, who'd like the 250 here? At 19,000, 19,000, are you finished and done? At 19,000 bids online. Would you like another 250, sir? At 19,000 a bid. 19.5? 19.5, okay, 19,250 here, 19.5 here. 19.5 is bid. Gentleman's a bid in the room at 19.5. 20,000 now, 20,000, 20,000, at 20,000 online, at 20,000, 20,000, at £20,000 a bid now, 20,000, at 20,000, 20,000, I'll say 5 again if we can. Would you like to go a half again, sir? At 20,000 is the online bid at the moment, at 20,000, 20,000, Hampshire's back in the lead at 20,500 new bidder. Bedfordshire's back in at 20,005. Would you like 21, sir? At 20,005. At 20,500 a bid. At 20,005. Would you like to go 21? At 20,500, are we finished and done? Online bid has it at the moment at 20,500. I'll take 21 if you want to come back in. At £20,500, 21 bidder at the back's back in, sneaking in. Thank you, sir. At £21,000. At 21 new bidder back in at the back. At 21,000 online, or gentlemen at the front, would either of you like to go 21.5? At 21,000. At 21. At 21,000 is bidding done. At 21, hammers up. At 21.5 back in online. At 21.5. At 21.5 online bid has it. At 21.5. At 21.5. Either of you bidders in the room, do you want to come back in? At 21.5. At 21,500 is bid. Online bid at the moment. At 21,500. It's off to Bedfordshire now. At 21,500. I'm going 22. Back in 22. 22 you do, sir, at 22. At 22, I'll take 5 again. At 22. At £22,000 a bid. At 22. Online, would you like another 500? At £22,000, gentleman's bid at 22.5. They do online, they're back in now, 22.5. At 22,500 is bidding away. At 22.5. At 22,500 a bid now, 22.5. Would you like 23, sir? At 22.5. At 22,500, are we finished? Are we done? At 22.5. At 22,500, hammers up. At 22,500, would you like 23? At 22,500 for the first time. And it sells today, so make no mistake, at 22,500 for the second time. And selling there, make no mistake, it goes. Sold at 22,500 to bidder number 12210. Right then, next one is lot number 297. Then lot number 297 is this lovely little Ford Escort there. No reserve today. Barn find example. Let's get a bargain on the go. I'm in at 5. You're in at 6. 650. I'll go 7 next, and then we'll go in hundreds if we can. I'll take £700, and then we'll go in £100 from here. Online bid at 650. Would anyone like £700? At 650 to bid. At 650, 650, 650. At 650 to bid. Now 650 is bid. I can sell at that. It's no reserve today. It must go. Would anyone else like to come in for 7? At £650. The hammer's up now, so make no mistake. If you're going to bid, it's now or never. Thank you, sir. Before you will, 700 to my right. At 700, 700, 700. At 700 is bid. At 700, would anyone else like to go 50 again? We'll stay in these increments. 750 if you want one more. I'm going to pick the hammer up. It's got to be nice and quick on this one. Low value. Shouldn't need to think about it. 750. 750 back in. 750, would you like 8? At 750, 750. It's a nice little run round this one, isn't it? 800, I think now. 800's back in. At 800 a bid. At 800, 800, 800 bidding away. At 800 a bid. Would you like another 50, sir? 850, thank you. Back in now at 850 to bid. At 850, 850, 850. At £850 are we finishing done. Right-handed here, gentleman's bid at £850. I'm going to sell for the first time, for the second time, and selling now with you at £850 it goes. Sold 850 to 715. Moving on down we go to lot number 298. This time it's the 2000 Caterham 7 Road Sport. I love these things as well. These are absolutely great bits of fun to drive around. I'm in at 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5 bid. We start at 5,005. At 5,500 is bid. At 5,005, 6, 7, 7 bid. We'll take it. I'll go 5 next if we can. At 7,000 is the online bid. I'm out though. You're in online. At 7,005. At 7,5. At 7,005. Would you like to go 8 from here? At 7,005. At 7,5, 7,5 and 8 bid. At £8,000 is bidding away online at 8,005. Straight back in now 8,5. At 8,005, your bid online at 8,5. 8,5, 8,5, 8,5 is your bid now in Lancashire. You're in the lead at 8,500. At 8,5, 8,5, 8,5. How about 9 under bidder? Would you like to go one more? At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,500 is bid. At 8,000, 8,005. Are we finishing done here? At 8,005. I tell you what, 9 bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Nottingham's back in at 9 and 5. At 9,005, Lancashire, you're in the lead now. At 9,5. 10. 10 bid. At 10,005. At 10,5, 10,5, 10,5. Would you like 11 under bidder now? At 10,5 the bid. Nice little battle on this one at 10,005. At 10,5 the bid now 10,5. Are we finishing done here? At 10,005. I'll take 11 if you're coming back in online. I can see you hovering at home. Would you like to go again? At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005 finishing done. Last chance, fair warning then. The gavel's up. At 10,005. Are we finishing done? It's your last chance in fair warning then. If you're coming in, it's now or never online. Go once. Go twice. 11 bid. 11 bid. Leaving it late there. 11,5. Straight back in. Thank you. 11,005. 11,005. 11,5. We're nearly there. Let's go for a 250. Would you like a smaller bike? In fact, we're that nearly there. We're on sale. Thank you very much, guys on the telephones. It is on sale now at £11,500. Make no mistake, 11.5. I'll take £750 if you want to go one more. It's going to sell. It's your last chance. It's now or never, ladies and gentlemen. It's going once, going twice, and it sells away at £11,500. It goes. Sold, 11.5. 2849. Moving on down, we go to lot number 299, 1989 Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit. There we go. Look at this one. Great looking car, this one. Low mileage on it as well. You've got a couple of bids. I've got a couple of bids. I'm going to start it straight away at 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and £5,000 is bidding away. And we start here at £5,000. I'll take 500 for the minute if you're coming in. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000. 5,500 before you will. 6,000 back to me though, so it doesn't matter. At 6,000, 6,000 a bid. I'll take 5 again. Commission bidder on my book at £6,000. At 6 the bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 5, 6,500 back in, I'm out, you're in at 6,005. At 6,500, my bidder's gone and dusted. At 6,005, at 6,007, at 7 a bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarters from here, we're nearly there. At 7,000 a bid. Would you like a 250 bid under bidder? At 7,000 a bid. At 7,000. 250 at 7,250, 7,250 at 7,250 is bid now. At 7,250, would anyone else like 7,500 on this one? At 7,250, 7,250 at 7,250 is an online bid. And 5 at 7,500 at 7,500 in Essex. Welcome is with you at 7,500. Your bid at 7,500 at 7,500 a bid now. 7,500. Would anyone else like a 750 at 7,500? At 7,500, another 250 if you're coming in. 7,750 you do. Thank you very much online. It's with you at the moment somewhere in the United Kingdom. It's going to sell today, so make no mistake, it's in the market. It's here to go at £7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750, I'm going to give you that countdown. 8, no need. 8,000 straight in. At 8,000 a bit. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. I'll take another 250 if you want to jump back in online. I'm going to sell at 8,000. It goes for the first time. It goes for the second time. Hammers up and away it goes at £8,000. Sold away 8,000. And that is to bidder number 11925. Moving on down, we go to lot number 300. Lot number 300 is this lovely 1980 Mercedes-Benz 380. And I'm going to go over to Paul.
Thank you, Tom. Now, Tom, I'm often asked, we've been having a bit of a run of good weather, not today, but, prior to today, we've had lots and lots of sunshine, and everyone comes to me and say, Paul, what practical classic should I buy where the roof comes off and I can enjoy the good weather? Well, if you missed one of the MGBs earlier, which would be my price range pick, how about this? How about a beautiful 1980 380 SL, which is kind of the nice compromise. Big enough to shovel a bit, small enough not to munch too much fuel, in an absolutely beautiful colour. And if Lewis can just come round to the side, one of my favourite things on an old Mercedes is the pressed wheel trims. I just think they look so beautiful, so old money. And it just, I think, gives it that little earlier vibe, gives it a bit of a pagoda feel on a later SL. Why this one is really nice, lots of stamps in the service book, Tom, 17 stamps in the book. It's been used extensively and had lots of money spent maintaining it. And it's got the rear seat option, which is quite handy if you have a dog that you'd like to take with you, or small children, or very short friends. I have one of those. He's Welsh. So it's just a really nice package. Lovely compromise of colour, condition with a lovely history. I think a great compromise engine that does everything really, really well. And she's ready to go with an MOT that it doesn't need because it's MOT exempt, it's tax exempt. But our lovely vendor put one on anyway. And of course, it flew through with not a single advisory. So Tom, what's it worth?
Lots of stamps in the book as well. That's always a good point to start on. And we're going to go in with me at 8. 8.5, 9, £9,500. We start with me on my book at £9,500 is bid. At 9,500, 10. At 10,005, back to me at 10,500. At 10,005. At 10,500 is bid now at 10,005. Would you like 11 online? At 10,500 is the bid now 10,500. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,005, 11 bid. 11,000 now. I'll take 500 again. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Your bid online at 11. £11,000 a bid. 11,500 if you're coming in. 11,500 new bidder at the back. At 11,500. 11,000. 11,005. I'll take 12,000 if you want to come back in now online. At 11,500. At 11,500 is bid. At 11,500 and 12. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. Let's go 5 again. At 12,000, 12,000. Thank you, sir. I see you. At 12,005 back in now. 12,500. At 12,500 is bid. At 12,000, 12,005 online. It's your turn now. At 12,005. At 12,500. 13 bid now. 13 and 5 straight back in. Thank you again. At 13,500. At 13,500 my bid. At 13,500. At 13,500 a bid now. 13,500. At 13,500. 13,500 online. Would you like to go 14? At 14 bid. I'm out. You're in. At 14,000. 14,000. At 14,000 I'll take 5 again. At 14,000 pound is bidding away. At 14,000. At 14,000. 14,000. At 14,000 are we finishing done here? At 14,000 pounds. Anyone else like to come in for another 500? At 14,000 a bid. At 14,000. 14,000. 14,000 are we finishing done? It's your last chance and fair warning then. At 14,000 pounds a bid. Then the hammer's up this time at 14,000 pounds. Make no mistake. Finishing done at 14. Provisional online at £14,000. Bidder number 3,000. We'll see what we can do for you and make that call. Thank you very much. Moving on down we go to lot number 301. 1990 Alfa Romeo Spider 2.0. There we go. To start me off, and you're in at 6. 6.5. 7 bid. At 7,000 we start here. At 7,000 on the Alpha. At 7,000 bid. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 pad a bid now. 7,000. Would anyone else like to come in for 5 now? At 7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 a bid now. 7,000 are we finishing done here at £7,000. Last chance, fair warning on this lovely little car. It's 7,500 just in time. 7,500 at 7,500 at 7,500. 7,500. 8 bid now. 8 at 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. Would you like to go 5? My bidders are out. It's all you online from here at £8,000. I'll tell you what, we're going 250s if you will. At 8,000, would you like to go 250? At 8,000 a bid. At 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. At £8,000 bidding away. At £8,000 are we coming in for another 250 now? At 8,000 are we finishing done? The bid's online at 8. At 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. Then hammers up this time. Make no mistake here. 8,250 bid. At 8,250. 8,250 underbidder. Would you like to go 8,500? At 8,250 is bid. At 8,250, 8,250. It's 8,500 if you're coming in. At 8,250 is the bid at the moment. In Sussex as well, it's with you at £8,250 on the Brighton coast. At £8,250, the hammer's up. Are we finished? Are we done? £8,250. It's provisional with you on line. £8,250. 359 takes that one. 359 for £8,250 provisional. Moving on down we go to lot number 302. 302 is the 1969 Daimler V8 this time then. Nice little Daimler. I'm in straight away at 4, 4.5 and £5,000 we start. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000 I'll take 250s from here if you want. At 5,000 bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Would you like a £250 bid online? At 8,000, at 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 a bidding away. At £5,000 are we finishing done here? At £5,000, make no mistake, 5,250 just in time online. At 5,250. Would you like 5,500? At 5,250, my bidders are out now. At 5,250 is bid. At 5,250 to bid now. 5,250 is online. At 5,250, 5,250. Would anyone else like to come in for another bid? At 5,250, 5,250. At 5,250 to bid. At 5,250, coming in for 5,500. Last chance and fair warning then at £5,250. Finishing done. Last chance and fair warning. 5,250 online bid as it. Provisional with you online at 5,250. Thank you very much. And that is bidder number 4038. Moving on to lot number 303 this time. Then lot number 303. And we move down to the 2010 Jaguar XF 3 litre. This is the one that says parked down the front. Lovely looking car this is. I got several commission bids here. I'm in at £1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. We start at 1,400 is my bid now at 14. And 15 online, 16 back to me. At 1,600, I'll take 18 next if we can. At 1,600, 1,600. Need to try and stay on the right foot here. At 1,600 a bid. At 1,800, 2,000 is back to me. At 2,000, 2,2, 2,2, 2,4 is my bid. 2,6, 2,8 back to me. 3,000 anyone? At 2,008, 3,000's online, 3,2's my bid. You need to go 3,4 next if you want to go again. At 3,002 is my bid on the book. At 3,002, at 3,000, 3,200 is my bid on the book here at 3,002. It's going to sell today, so make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. At 3,002, at 3,200 a bid. At 3,000, 3,002, hammers up. Make no mistake, are we finished, are we done? It's your last chance and fair warning then. I'm going to sell this time at £3,200 it goes. Sold at 3,002. £200 to battle number 971. Moving on down we go to lot number 304. This time is the 1991 Mercedes-Benz 190E. Look at that one. Lovely, lovely little motor this one is. You're in at 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800. I'm bid at £1,800. 2,000, 2,2, 2,2 bid at 2,002. At 2,200, my bidder now at 2,2. At 2,002, would you like to go 2,4? 2,4, your bid. 2,6, back with me. Would you like 2,8? 2,8, 3,000. One more might do it, sir. 3,2, you're in. I'm out. At 3,002, gentleman's bid here at 3,002. At 3,002, at 3,200 a bid. Gentleman's bid at 3,002. Would anyone else like 3,004 on this one? At £3,200, I'm going to have to submit the bid at 3,002. Last chance in fair warning this time then at £3,200, finished and done at 3,2. Provisionally with you, sir, at 3,200 to 869. Thank you. Right, then we move on down to lot number 305, then lot number 305, 1983, the Austin Mini 1000 City E. Look at that one there. Lovely little Mini Cooper. I'm in at £5,000 straight away. At £5,000, opens up with me on the book at £5,000. At 5 the bid. At 5,000, 5,000. I'll stay in the 200s on this one at £5,000. We are bidding away at 5,000. I'll take 2 if anyone's interested. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid now. 5,000 is bidding away at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, my commission bidder now at £5,000. Would anyone else like to come in for 200? Last chance in fair warning then. Maiden bid with my commission bidder at £5,000. 2, 5, 2. I'm out. You're in online at 5,002. At 5,000, 5,002. At 5,200 a bid now. 5,002 is bidding away online. At 5,200, are we finished and done here? At 5,200, we're a little way off, but I'm going to submit the bid, so make no mistake. At 5,200 once, 5,200 twice, finished and done at 5,200. 6956. We'll see what we. Oh, I'm going to take it. There you go. 5-6. 5-4 in. At 5-4. Bid come in late. It wasn't on sale, so we're going to take it there. At 5,004. At 5,000, 5,004. Late bid online. Underbidder. Don't do the same. At 5,400. I'm giving you the chance. We go once. At 5,400. We go twice. We're finished and done. Online bid has it at £5,400. Provisional with you online, 9765. Thank you, 9765. 5,400 provisional. Moving on to lot number 306. There we go. Got telephone on my right on this one, I believe. And in and away is 1990 BMW. It's the 318i, the E30. Look at that one. That's a lovely looking BMW. Got a couple of bids here. I'm in at 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. 5 bid with me at 5. I'll take 5-5 next. 5,000 is my bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I'll take 5-5 next if we can. At £5,000, 5-5's your bid online. I'm out. You're in online at 5,005. At 5,500 a bid. At 5,005. At 5,005 is bid online here. And we're in Ireland. Welcome. It's with you at 5,005. At 5,500 are we finishing done? At 5,5. At 5,006. At 6,000 now, new bidder, you are in at £6,000. I'll tell you what, we'll take £250 from here at £6,000. At 6,000, would anyone else like to come in for a quarter? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 is with you online. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,250 already, George. At 6,250, 6,5 if they want on the phone. At 6,250 is an online bid. At 6,250 to bid. At 6,250 to bid. Would anyone else like 6,005? At 6,250 is online. At 6,250. George, would you like to come in? No worries then. At £6,250. Online bid has it. It's your last chance. And fair warning, it's going online at £6,250. Make no mistake, 6,250. That's provisional online, only just at 6,250. I think we'll get a deal done for you there. I just don't think the client was answering their phone, so I'm sure we'll get in touch with you very, very rapidly, because that's what we do at Manor Park. There we go. Moving on down to lot number 307 this time then. Lot number 307 is next, and that is your 1979 Morgan 4-seater. There we go. Lovely little Morgan, and we're in at 4, 4.5 and 5 bid. At 5,000 to start on the Morgan here at 5 with me. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Are we finishing done here? At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, would anyone else like to come in for another 5 on the Morgan? 5,500 they do. At 5,005. 6,000 coming back in now with me. 6,000 is my bid. I'll take 6,500 one more. At 6,000 a bid. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, would you like to go 5 again? At 6,500 you do. At 6,005. At 6,005. I'm going to have to go 6,750 with me, and I'll take 7,000 if you wish to pay. At 6,750 is my bid. At 6,750 to bid. At 6,750 to bid. Now 6,750. Are we finishing done here? At 6,750. Would you like 7? That's it. I'm out. You're in online. 7,000 is your bid now. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. In Barnstable is with you at £7,000 and 250 new bidder. At 7,250, 7,250. At 7,250 to bid. At 7,250, 7,250. At 7,250, 7,250. I'll take 7,500 if the underbidder wants to come back in. At 7,250 bid. At 7,250, are we finished and done? Barnstable, would you like to go one more? At 7,250 to bid. Hammers up, finished and done. Last chance, fair warning. It goes this time online with you at £7,250. Provisional bid there at 7,250. We'll see what we can do. Moving on to lot number 308 this time then. Lot number 308 is the 1975 Mercedes-Benz 450 SL this time. The 450 SL. That's a lovely looking motor, isn't it? I'm not surprised. I'm straight in at 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9 bid with me now at 9. At 9,000 we start. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9,000 a bid now. 9,000 is bid with me at 9. At 9,000, 9,000. Would you like to come in for 5? At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. My bidder now at 9. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Are we finished and done here? Maiden bid at 9. At 9,000, 9,000 online. Would you like to come in? 9,500. Thank you very much. Online bidder has it at a minute in Suffolk again. At 9,005 is your bid. I'm out at the moment. And 10. At 10,000 now. 2 bidders online. At 10,000 a bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5? At 10,000, 10,000 is the bid away. At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finished and done here? At £10,000. Make no mistake. I'm going to put the gavel in the air. At £10,000. If we're finished and done, it's your last chance. And fair warning. And 5. At 10,500 back in. At 10,005. At 10,500 underbid, would you like to go 11? At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,500 a bid now, 10,500 in Suffolk now. At 10,500. Are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance and fair warning then. At 10,500, make no mistake here. We go once, twice, finished and done. Your bid provisionally online, 6065. Thank you very much. 6065 takes it away provisionally at £10,500. Moving on down, we go to lot number 309, this time 1997. It's the Rover Mini Cooper there. Another lovely little Mini, this one. Some great decals on this one. Converted to race and hill climb specification as well. Lovely little motor. I'm in at 4, 4.5, 5, £5,500. We start here at 5. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 a bid now. 5,000 is bidding away on this lovely little Mini here at £5,000. At 5,000, I'll take 200s on this one. At £5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,002 if you're coming in. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,002 anywhere else. At 5,000, are we finishing done? Would anyone else like to come in for a £200 bid? At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Are we finishing done here? At 5,2 just in time. Online bid at 5,2. 5,4 back to my bidder now at 5,004. At 5,400 a bid now. 5,004 is bidding away. At 5,004. At 5,000, 5,004 finishing done. Last chance. Fair warning. Thank you, sir. 5,600, your bid. At 5,006. At 5,600 a bid now. 5,006. Gentleman's bid seated at the front. At 5,006. My bidder's out. Online, would you like to go 5,800? At 5,600 a bid. At 5,600 with you, sir. At 5,600, are we finished? Are we done? It's your last chance in fair warning online. Would you like to go one more? 5,800 they do. 5,800 is bid. At 5,800. 6,000. Thank you again. At 6,000. Gentleman's bid seated again at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. On outright sale. This is a bargain, isn't it? £6,000 behind you. At 6,000, 6,000 with you, sir, at 6,000. Are we finishing done? At £6,000. Last chance, fair warning. I'm going to sell. Make no mistake. With you, sir, at £6,000. Sold your way, sir. £6,000. 924. Thank you. Right then, moving on down, we go to lot number 310 is the 1992 Mercedes-Benz this time then. Lovely looking Mercedes again, starting off with me at 3. 3-2, 3-4 we start. At 3,400, my bidder now. At 3,004. At 3,400 with me on the book. At 3,004, would you like 3,006? At 3-4, the bid now, 3,004. At 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. At 3,400, 3-4. At 3-4, would you like to come in for 3-6? At 3,004, we finished and done here at £3,400. Last chance in fair warning on this one at 3,400. Make no mistake, 3-4. Not enough on that one, ladies and gentlemen. Please do get in touch if you are interested in that lot there. We will see what we can do for you. Moving on, there we go to lot number 311, 1981 Ford Cortina 2-litre GL then, this time in a way. At 4,000 I'm bid. At 4,000 is bid now. At 4,000, 4,000 the bid now. At £4,000 my bidder at 4. At 4,000, 4,000 would you like to come in at 2? At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000 are we finished and done here at £4,000. Cortina there, 2-litre there, 1981 at just 4,000. I'll take 2 if anyone else is interested. At £4,000, make no mistake here, finished and done at 4,2 bid. At 4,2, I'll submit the bid online. It's a little way off at 4,2. At 4,002, if anyone else wants to come in at 4,002, we'll have that conversation. It might get a sale across the line. It's your last chance and fair warning again at £4,200. Provisionally with you online at 4,200 to 4,016. We'll see what we can do for you. Moving on to lot number 312 is the 2003 Audi RS6 Quattro. Look at that one, ladies and gentlemen. The Avant as well. Lovely, lovely thing these are. You're in at 4. 4-2. At 4,002 is where we start then. 4-4. At 4,004. At 4,400 is bid. At 4-4. 4-6 in front. At 4,006. At 4,600 is bid. At 4,006. Would anyone else like 4-8? At 4,600 a bid now. 4,006 in the front seated. 4-8 online. 5, sir? 5, thank you. At 5 bid. At 5,000, I'll take 2 again. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, are we finished here? Are we done? 5-1. I think it's 5-2 already online. I just heard a ding. 5-2. 5-2. I'll take 5-3. 5-3 at the back. 5-4. At 5-3, your bid, sir. At 5,003. 5-4. 5-4. At 5,004. Would you like 5-5, sir? 5-5, thank you. At 5,005. At 5,500 is bid now. 5,005. Would anyone else like 5,006? At 5-5, your bid. At 5,005. At 5-6 online now. 5-6. At 5-6, would you like 5-7? 5-7, thank you. At 5-7 bid. At 5,007. At 5,700 are we finished and done. Online, would you like to go 5-8? At 5-7, 5-7, 5-8 back in online. At 5-8 the bid. Somewhere in the United Kingdom is with you at 5,008. Shaking head in the room. At 5-8, 5-8 bid. At 5,800 are we finished and done here? We're not. 5-9, Runcorn. 6,000. Say 2 next if we can. At 6,000, 6,000 bid. At 6,000 underbid, would you like to go 6-2? At 6,000, 6-2, 6-2 you do. At 6,200 a bid, now 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002. At 6-2, would you like 6-4? At 6,200 is bid at the moment. 6-4 back in now, 6-4. At 6,400 a bid, now 6,004 is bidding away. At 6-4, would you like to come in for one more? At 6,004. At 6,000, 6,400 is bid now at 6,004. Last chance online. Would you go again? At 6,004. Hammers up. Make no mistake. Finished and done. Last chance and fair warning this time. We go once at £6,400. We go twice at £6,400. You're finished and done at £6,400. Provisionally with you online at £6,400. And that is to buy number 12383. Probably get that one over the line. Not too far off, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Lot number 306, ladies and gentlemen, the BMW 318i, sold away at £6,250. Right then, lot number 313, the last ride home, ladies and gentlemen. If you need a vehicle to get yourself home, make sure you bid on this one. It's the 1974 MGB GT there. Lovely, lovely one. You're in at 4. 4-2. 4-4's bid online. 4-6 now. 4,006. 4,008. 4,008. Take 4-9 next if we can, Will. So see what's going to happen. At 4-8's your bid. At 4,800. 4-9, 5,000 back in. At 5,000, go 2 now. At 5,000 a bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000, do we're back. 5-2, sorry. 5-2 if you want to come in online. It's at £5,000. Would you like to go one more? 5-1, gentleman's bid in the room. At 5-1, I tried. At 5,001. 5-2 back in now online. At 5,002, would you like 5-3? 5-3 you do. At 5,003, it sells today. Gentleman's bid over here at 5,003. Would you like 5-4 online? Or would anyone else like to come in for one more? At 5,300, gentleman's bid. I'm going to sell once, twice, finish 4. 5.4. Would you like 5.5? It's online at 5,400. 5.5. Thank you very much, George. George's client now at 5.5. We're on the telephone. At 5.5. Would anyone like 5.6? At 5,500, it goes on the telephone. At 5.5. At 5,005. Make no mistake here, the last lot of the day at £5,500. We go once. We go twice. Hammers up then, ladies and gentlemen, at £5,500. Sold your way, George. £5,500. 2,000. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bidding online and watching on YouTube, and welcoming back to Manor Park. We got the next auction is going to be the 18th and 19th of July. Also, do not forget about Baron's monthly auction. That's going to be on the 14th of June. We also have lots of interesting online time sales coming your way. We're taking consignments now. We've got lots of interesting vehicles out in the front already. Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, Mini Moke, and my favourite, the Massey Ferguson tractor. We've been Manor Park. We look forward to seeing you again, and thank you very much for bidding.